would be taken down via what Swallow said. So that was kind of cool. So Apoc like definitely defeated him there, even though Peter said that he won that debate. But I mean, of course, he's delusional.
Bro,
that was a good time.
we've had some epic episodes with Swallow before too. We had one where he was up on stage with another guy, and we were talking to this other guy. He was a staunch anti-flat earther, but he couldn't articulate any points. And we finally got him to admit in front of everybody, and we still have the audio, that he said, "I'm too indoctrinated to change my mind."
Damn,
and
Swallow said that?
Swallow was like, "What the fuck, bro? You just shot yourself in the fucking foot."
Well, he told the truth is what he did.
Right. I was like, "No, Swallow, he told the
What's wrong
truth."
with
You
that?
could hear me too right after. Swallow, he's telling the truth. Let him speak.
There was a guy on Discord.
And the other globe was telling him, no, don't tell the truth.
There was a guy in Discord that said that. He's too invested in the like whole space mythos and all that. He's like, I mean, whether it is real or not, I'm just too invested. That's what he said. I mean, he's just too invested. He's got to believe it.
I mean, hey, you got to respect the honesty, right?
They never were like that before, though. Sheepdog. They were staunchly against saying that. They did. It was like they were closet globers. Like they wanted to say something akin to like, yeah, I know it's a belief, but they didn't want to say it was. Now they're coming out and just full blown like, I don't really care anymore. It's a belief. I know it is, but I'm still gonna believe it. Like, that's crazy, right? That they're now doing that. I'm seeing more of that now.
It's absurd, man. Like I know the truth, but I'm just going to choose to ignore it anyway.
At that point, though, it's kind of like, no further questions. I got everything I need here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's exactly what we're speaking of in these particular forums, like either X or Discord. We're kind of pressing them to actually get to that point. That's pretty much job well done. As soon as we get to that point where they admit that, okay, I think we're done here. Like, what else do you need? They've just admitted they know it's all just a belief, and they're still going in on it like they don't care. Yeah, I know it's a belief. What's his name? Cypher from The Matrix. I know that when I put this steak to my mouth, my brain is telling me that it's juicy and it's moist, and but ignorance is bliss. So I think that's what it is. They just want to be ignorant about it.
Well, I'm looking in your audience right now, and I know retarded AI is a staunch globe earther. So
excellent.
Let's go.
Yeah. So the forum tonight is retarded AI. You can come up here if you wanted to, and tell us how the Earth is a globe. None of us are going to debate you on it. It's just your basic, presentation of how the Earth to be a globe, and nobody's gonna like fight you on it. You got all the airtime to say what you're gonna say. Just don't spend like too long, just keep it concise, how the Earth's a globe. And then, we'll go ahead and kind of critique it afterwards. If there's anything to critique, and unless so go ahead. Oh, he's coming up. Yeah, we hear you, man. So whenever you want to start, retarded AI, just go ahead and do like a presentation style. Like, try not to ask us any questions. Try not to speak of flat Earth in any way. It's not about like, well, if the Earth was flat, just say, this is how the Earth is a globe. Let me tell you. And then just go on from there and do the best you can. We're not going to interrupt you. You have the floor.
Well, I mean, I read a book about it. I've had this discussion a few times now.
Right. But go ahead. If you're gonna present it, do it as if you were to try to convince somebody that the Earth is a globe. Do it that way.
So in mathematics, there's this thing called the theory of manifolds. And there are manifolds of positive, negative, constant curvature. An example of a manifold of constant curvature is a line, y equals mx plus b, that kind of stuff. But obviously, we don't live on a line. The space is not one-dimensional, right? You can move forward, backward, left, right, up, down, and generally, that's called being on a Riemannian manifold of 3 dimensions, because that's just intuitively obvious to everybody that they do live in 3 dimensions. They walk on flat surfaces, but the fact that we are 3-dimensional is obvious to most people, because in 2D, you can't even have a digestive tract. You can try to draw a digestive tract on a piece of paper. I highly recommend somebody tries to do this exercise, because it's very enlightening. Try to draw a person with a digestive tract on a 2D surface without cutting the person in half. But anyway, so like 3D, obviously pretty well established. So space is 3D, and well, the Earth also has to be 3D. So then the question becomes, okay, obviously I live on some kind of 3D object. What would be the structure of this 3D object? Like, this is just a thought experiment, right? At this point, like logically. So the local properties that you can measure around you are flatly Euclidean, right? Like, you can measure angles, you can measure distances, short distances, long distances, or something else. But you can do that, and regular Euclidean geometry for 3D space works just fine. And like, there are no issues there. But okay, so like, you can posit that you live on a flat object and it's flat everywhere. And then that there's some like certain logical things that follow from that, like areas of large triangles and n-gons in general. And the problem there you run into once you posit that is that you can actually measure distances and angles on like a flat space, and you will come up with certain results. Everybody knows the angles in a triangle add up to 180 degrees. Standard stuff. Middle school kids learn all this stuff, and they have no problem with it, because that's just how it is. But when you try to do this on the Earth, you will start out, measuring some angles, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna extend this triangle across a larger surface area on the Earth, right? Easily done. Farmers do this all the time. They measure their fields. I mean, that's the automated combines these days work with GPS navigation. They also have cameras, all sorts of stuff. But like, it's basically all automated. And so then how do you automate this without actually going off the reservation, right? Like, because if your measurements are incorrect, you are going to go off the reservation. You're going to start combining things that are not on your farm. Well, long story short is that if you try to create a triangle on a large enough area and measure the angles, what you'll notice is that the angles don't add up to 180 degrees. They add up to something more than 180 degrees. I'm not a farmer, so I'm just passing along the information, and like, they have done this, they've measured it, and it turns out that it adds up to more than 180 degrees. And this is because the Earth is a compact manifold of positive curvature, positive Gaussian curvature. It folds in on itself. So if you like go in one direction, like however you want, right? You're gonna come back to where you started. But okay, how does that work? Well, it's because it folds in on itself. It's got a certain positive curvature, and you're just gonna end up back where you started. You're just gonna circle back. That's basically the story I have in my head about why the Earth is not the globe, the place I live, the planet I live on, is not flat. It's not a flat two-dimensional surface.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
3D
great. But
object,
remember, you gotta just stick to it being a globe.
and it curves in on itself. That's
All
the
right.
story.
Well, thank you for that. I'm gonna have you kind of step down. We got Johan up here as well. But before we jump to Johan, Johan, if you're there, I want to see if you're there or not. We're gonna go ahead and put you back down, retarded AI, just because we're gonna rotate a lot of Globers out throughout the night. So you can still hang around, so just be a listener for a second.
Hello, my dears. How
Yeah,
are you
just say
doing,
what's
you
up,
guys?
Johan, and then we'll. What's up, man? What's up, Johan? You
Hello,
there?
my dears. How are you doing, you guys?
Doing
I
great.
say, how are you doing, you guys? I'm
Yeah,
sorry to bother you guys.
yeah, what's up, man?
My name is my name is Johanna. I'm from Gambia, Smiling Coast in Africa.
Okay.
So right now, me and my family, we are going to a road. This is 2 days. Me and my family, we are not eating. We need help, bag of rice. So
All right. We need to remove him as a no e-begging, please. That's not what this forum's about. So we're gonna just remove him from the speaker panel. All
I
right.
got it. Yeah.
And we're gonna go ahead and continue to critique what just happened with retarded AI. A lot of good stuff there.
Hey, can I start? Can I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Can I give him this little critique? Um, no one's ever measured a greater than 180-degree triangle on the Earth. Not surveyors, not anything else. Because in order to do this, you should agree that you would need a curved line of sight, right? So if you have three lines of sight between 3 points, taken with theodolites, right, all looking at each other from 3 points, those are straight lines of sight. That triangle is going to be a 180-degree triangle. Because it's not actually on the surface of the Earth, right? It's off the surface. You're looking through the telescope, right? The optic. You're looking through the optic, collecting light that arrived from some other place on a straight line of sight. No one's ever measured 390-degree triangles. That's just fallacious.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is he said a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, do we want to talk about digestive tract Earth, or like, I mean,
I think I've talked to him before. I asked him if he's talking about intrinsic or extrinsic Gaussian curvature, and he didn't know which one it was. So he's just saying a bunch of big words that he thought he heard once and doesn't really know what he's talking about.
Well,
But
one
I
thing I
mean,
want
that's not like his critique of the globe claim. Nobody claims the flat Earth is 2D, right? So yes, we don't actually live in a 3D world. I mean, we have an abstract idea called three dimensions for the world we live in, mathematics, which we use to represent reality. But the three dimensions themselves are not reality; those are just abstractions of the mind. But to go to your point, yes, if you measured a bunch of triangles that were greater than 180 degrees, yes, you would be on a curved surface. But no one's ever actually done that. And I'll land it there.
I just want to say this for the listeners listening as well as the gentleman that said this. In regards to saying that they are equating this curved spherical triangle only in the math when you are adjusting your measurements to fit the formula of the radius and then plugging in this number, then you're going to calculate it that way. But like Indio said, when you have a did Indio drop? Oh, he did drop. Uh-oh.
yeah, he probably
Okay.
has a connection error. But go on, Apod.
He's still here as a listener. He probably reconnected
Yeah.
or something.
I'll bring him up again. The point here is that what, like Indio said, to get a shot, you have to see it. And if you believe that the Earth is curving to even give you that greater than 180, you will not technically be able to see the object to even mark it. So that's why he's saying it's fallacious, because at that point it becomes an assumed calculation that you're plugging in its formula. But like you said, when you're doing three triangles, you have to have line of sight in all three directions, and they're never going to equal more than 180 on your triangle, like you said, because you have to see it. Only in the math is when they're creating that spherical triangle to give you that spherical access, but it's not in reality. I know a lot of people like to mention that and try to go along those roads, but they probably never set up a theolite in their life and have no idea how it actually works, other than just formulating and calculating it to be greater than, to match the model that they are presenting to us. But like you said, never in reality you do that. And I'll land there.
So, what did he say about the digestive tract, and how was that related to the Earth? Because that was some crazy stuff, dude.
I honestly didn't even understand it. To be honest, I don't know where he was going with that. I don't know what he meant.
Something about drawing a three-dimensional digestive tract in 2 dimensions. I mean, that's fantastic, but like Indio said, nobody has ever claimed that the Earth is 2-dimensional.
Yep. So he's just coming in here with his assertion of an Earth-like conception. But I say it's a conception in you. Like, what do you guys think? It's his like idea of how he's presenting it. So I don't think anybody's ever presented it in the way that he does. It's just
Yeah, it's an idea. He has an idea in his mind, right? And he thinks the Earth kind of like conforms with that idea. But he never actually presented any evidence that's actually the case.
That reminds me, on the job site, you have an apprentice come without his tool belt, and you tell them, "So what? You just showed up to work with an idea? Like, go get your fucking tools. Like, you better bring something to this right
Yeah,
now, bro."
it's a good thing. Maybe he's got a bit more. I mean, I don't know if you want to bring him back up. I mean, maybe he's got.
Yeah, he could come back up. He wants to add to
yeah.
it.
Since we're getting kind
Maybe
of like going right now, we have Coach that's in the wing right now. So Coach, if
coach in the
yeah, what
building.
we're gonna do is usually we let people kind of tell us how they know that the Earth is a globe, Coach. So if you want to just straight away tell us how the Earth is a globe, and we'll just sit back and listen. And then once you're done, we'll go ahead and just like critique what you said and see if there's anything there that we can talk about. How about that? If you're there, Coach.
If you want to drop some more gems like black holes suck it, or and white holes pull it out, like, feel free to do so.
I didn't hear the first part.
No worries. Coach didn't even up into his mic. But you want to rebut that retarded?
Yeah, you
I'm sorry,
wanted
but
some
funny
clarification. So
Wanted
try
evidence,
to
not
draw
clarification.
a person
No.
with a digestive tract
Oh,
on a
never mind.
2D surface.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so try to draw a digestive tract, a person with a digestive tract on a 2D surface, and see what happens.
That makes
It'll be
zero sense in my brain right now, bro. I'm sorry, but what do you mean by that?
it's going to be a 2D illustration. Who cares?
Like, that's not our reality, bro. Like, we have. What are you talking about right now?
Right, so somebody said 3D is not space, and my explanation was you can move forward, back, left, right, up, down. You can jump up and down, right? So you have
X, Y. Yeah.
3 degrees
I
of
don't think.
freedom in space.
I don't think.
Yeah, but 3D doesn't exist in reality. It's not a feature of reality.
Well, nothing exists in reality by your definition.
No,
What?
dude.
Because you're all in my brain. You exist in my mind.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my god.
Oh, are you just
He's a 99%er.
What the hell is a 99%er, bro?
Means there's a 1% chance that you're a brain in a jar.
I was just gonna say that you're a vat in a jar, right? Or a brain in a vat. I forgot how you said.
No, that's Indio's argument.
No, that's not my argument. I'm making the distinction between abstractions in reality. So 3 dimensions, right? Cartesian coordinates of 3 dimensions, they don't really exist in reality. because discrete units, right? What we count in, right? Little 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, whatever units of measure you want, any arbitrary units in 3 dimensions, X, Y, Z. Those are abstractions. They don't actually exist in reality.
Yeah,
Like
obviously
discrete
they're
things don't
idealizations.
exist. And
The term you're looking
let me
for,
tell you why.
they are platonic idealizations.
Yeah, that's right. They're idealizations, and Zeno proved that discreteness, right, as an idea itself, is a paradox. And there are no paradoxes in reality. Reality cannot contradict itself. It never has. It never will.
Which is a good point. Like there's like a list of paradoxes that exist in the heliocentrism. It's really weird that people still hold on to it when there is this illogical, like argument, and it's a list of them. It makes zero sense. So it's weird that they stay in that. We're trying to deal with reality. We're trying to explain it, not go off into like fantasy land, Narnia, and argue about how Narnia does exist when it contradicts itself. So any Globers have evidence that doesn't contradict itself? That's what we're looking for.
So, do you have any?
So what was the contradiction in what I said?
No. We're talking about mathematics itself. You're appealing to discrete mathematics, right? Units. So, I'm not sure if you're aware of like discrete versus the continuum.
Oh,
Right?
no. I only have a degree in logic. I don't know what you're talking about. So can you explain?
Oh, you have a degree in logic. Oh, right.
It's a PhD.
Yeah, it's Dr. Retarded. You guys, although you don't properly refer to me by the right name, so I've sort of given up on that. But can you explain the distinction between the
Between
discrete?
in the continuum.
Yeah.
So, a continuum is not broken up into individual units. The change is continuous. That's why they call it a continuum. Right? It's not. It's you can't go. Oh, this changed by 3 points. This changed by 5 points. This changed by 10 points. It isn't. It isn't like that. Though we don't have a proper way of fleshing it out mathematically, which is why we use discrete units for simplification. So mathematics are they're compact conceptualizations of reality, but they're not actually reality itself. So when you have some mathematical model of what reality emulates, right? So my model, in your case, positive curvature, right? This abstract idea. If you want to show that reality emulates that, right? You need the actual empirical evidence that it actually does it. The thing that you have not presented yet. You just asserted somebody, someplace, sometime went out and did these 100 and these 90-degree turns, 390-degree turns, and ended up back at the same place. You haven't presented any evidence of that.
Yeah, why would I present? I read the book. I told you guys. That's the evidence.
What book? Your assertion,
Uh,
the evidence. To trust me, bro, is the evidence.
yeah, it's called The Theory of Manifolds. It's a.
No, I'm talking about the reality part, right? So if you have some mathematical model, eventually it needs to be tested empirically against reality, right?
Yeah, you're saying that? I'm not saying that.
No, you
No,
don't think that?
you're correct, India, 100%.
So you don't think that your supposition that the Earth is a manifold of a positive curvature needs to be tested against reality? Well, how did you get from your abstract idea to Earth? How did you connect them logically?
Oh, that's a great question. Are you asking
Yeah.
for an answer? Okay. Well, logically, right? Of if space was if the whatever object we're living on, this manifold,
What makes you think it's an object?
I'm positing that it's an object. So this manifold, must be compact.
Says who?
Well, the alternative is that it's not compact, right? It has infinite extent.
Infinite doesn't exist, dude.
That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, exactly.
So he's pointing out it's either finite or infinite, and obviously it's not infinite, so it's finite. Okay.
Correct. It's a compact object. In mathematics, it's a compact manifold.
I want to know how
Yeah,
you
use
get
the
to
right
Earth from
terminology,
the
Jay.
abstraction. How do you get from your abstractions to the Earth?
So you agree that it must be
Shit that's
compact.
outside, dude. The shit that's outside.
Right. The shit that's outside is on a compact manifold.
Yeah, that's what you're claiming.
Right?
Yeah.
Because the alternative is that it's not compact.
Okay. Is that a true dichotomy?
Yes.
Okay. The alternative, no, it's not a true dichotomy because it can be neither. Because Earth doesn't have to follow your mathematical concept, right? It doesn't have to be like your abstraction. It could be something else that doesn't conform to your abstraction. See, your abstraction is only true within it, right? Within it, the mathematics themselves. It doesn't have to be true outside of the mathematics, which is
So
where
reality, right, whatever it is, has some properties.
yeah, and mathematics ain't one of them.
So you're denying that you can calculate with numbers? Like, what are
No.
you denying?
Oh, mathematics is not a property of reality.
Well, that's obviously false.
Okay, so give me the scientific experiment that shows mathematics exists.
Well, we are having a discussion right now, yes?
Yeah,
You exist.
yeah.
Okay, right. And so you have a computer, a phone, something, right?
So yeah,
Okay. So the engineering was involved in that, right?
yeah. So
Okay, great. And the engineers must have performed calculations, yes?
yeah, in their head, right?
Okay. So calculations are mathematics.
Yeah. Where do I find mathematics in my phone? I'm gonna get a microscope or an X-ray machine or a tunneling electron microscope or a near field scanning tunneling electron microscope. Like I want to find the mathematics in my phone. Where do I find it? Where do I find mathematics in reality?
So yeah, so in other words, it's a mathematical abstraction, but then obviously it's like to understand complex structures and stuff and relationships, but it's not representative of a physical reality. That's what India's trying to tell you, Doc. Is it okay if I just call you Doc for
Was
short
mathematics
instead of
created
call
the
you
Big
retarded
Bang?
because it's weird?
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Did the Big Bang create mathematics? I'm serious. Did the Big Bang create mathematics?
Why are you jumping from
That's
one plus
funny.
one to Big
No,
Bang? I don't.
no, you said mathematics is a part of reality. Let's assume your worldview is correct, and that you, or well, assume the Big Bang worldview is correct. I'm not going to put it on you, right? And reality came into existence at the Big Bang, and all the all nature came into existence. So, did the Big Bang create mathematics in nature?
You would
If
have
it
to
did,
ask a
where can I
physicist.
find
I'm
it?
not a physicist. Like, why are you asking me?
Well, it's safe to say though that like your abstraction of manifolds, like it's just an idealization. It's not a real it's not there's no empirical evidence of this. It's not a reality. It's just a mathematical construct. And that's what he's trying to tell you. Like where is this in reality other than in your idea? Because that's the only place, that's how you said it's in your brain. That's the only place that exists is as a concept, and you're not like, I don't know, maybe you don't understand that because you're
No, hold
also
on.
a
Yeah,
biased
I
theorist.
get that. I was getting to it before you guys interrupted me. So, like,
Oh, my bad, go ahead.
you said it's in my brain, right? Like, it exists in my brain.
Your mind, I would say.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
it
an
exists in my
idealization.
mind. Okay,
Yeah, it's
fine.
transcendental. It's not. It's not physical.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But like, the brain has access to the transcendental.
Well, that's debatable.
Sure, we can debate that. But you agree, if it exists in my mind, which is connected to my existence in reality.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. So if we could mathematically, like, make leprechauns at the end of rainbows exist, do they actually exist? Even though if we could mathematically do it, because that's just an ideal. And then what he's trying to get to you at is that it's not reality, though. There's no empirical evidence that's saying the world has to be a globe if it's just a mathematical construct. You understand that?
Yeah, I wasn't arguing that. Why are you guys telling me that?
Okay, my bad. I
No,
misunderstood.
you're
My bad.
coming up with mathematical concepts and saying the Earth has to be one of these mathematical concepts. Says who? It doesn't have to be in line with any mathematical concept, period. And if you claim it does, you have to show that it actually is connected to that, right? Through empirical evidence, not just assertion.
No, exactly. Again, you keep interrupting me. So you keep saying the dichotomy you have set up is not correct, but then you don't offer what you're doing is
I
called
offered assertion.
non-constructive
I said it
argument.
have to be one of those two.
Right, you said it doesn't have to be, and you offered nothing. This is called a non-constructive argument.
No, I did. I don't have to offer an alternative to your false premise. Why do I have to? Listen. You said it has to be either compact or non-compact. Yes, says who?
That's just like the law of the excluded middle. So you're denying that?
But listen. You're working within a mathematical framework and not in reality. You're jumping from here's this mathematical abstract world. It's like saying I imagine that Narnia exists, and in Narnia there's no talking humans. Okay, the humans are either no sign language or they talk by blinking, but they can't vocalize. And I'm like, dude, that's not true. I'm a human. I'm talking right now. You're having an abstract idea called Narnia, where those two things are true. Like they're a true dichotomy within that mental framework. But they don't. That mental framework doesn't exist in reality. And you're saying, well, dude, you have to come up with some reason why my ideas don't exist in reality. I don't need a reason. They're your imagination.
Yeah, if that's your argument, that like if whatever evidence or argument I present,
Have
you're going to say that's incorrect because that's not reality, but then you present nothing for your argument, then what
I
exactly?
did present. Listen, really simple. I did present evidence for my argument. Was mathematics created at the Big Bang?
But why are we going to the Big Bang?
Because for mathematics to be part of reality, they would have had to be created when when reality was created.
Maybe it's forged
They have
inside
to
time.
exist in nature, right? There has to be some experiment. There has to be some empirical thing I can go and I can find mathematics. Should be able to take a microscope and look at my phone and look, oh, there's the math right there. But that's not the case, and you know it's not the case. Okay? That means math is not reality. Right? What exists in reality is matter and energy, typically. And there's
Well, no, that doesn't exist
metaphysical
either.
properties.
Those are abstractions.
The words themselves are abstractions, but there is actual physical
What?
matter.
Yeah, he wants to
No,
say that a bunch of number fives are cluttering up his attic. You know, because they're like bats. So he's got to get the exterminator because he's got too many fives up in his attic.
yeah, so you have empirical evidence for matter and energy?
Yeah, they're the words we give to substance, right? Do I
No,
empirical
those are
evidence for matter and
abstractions.
energy?
Words are
Yeah, I do.
abstractions.
Well, energy is kind of an abstraction. So, like, these are words we give to things, names we give to things, right? Which are also compactifications. But the words themselves don't exist other than in our mind, right? If I say matter, the word matter isn't the matter itself.
Let me ask you a question. Is an apple matter? Yes or no?
I'm gonna ask you what you mean by apple.
Doc, is an apple matter or no?
Well, that's a false dichotomy. An apple is an apple.
Okay, the way we understand matter to be, would apple fall under the label of what is a form of matter? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so apples are not matter. What is matter to you?
I guess that's a question for Indio.
It's a category.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Getting somewhere.
all right. So then, can apple be in the category of matter? Yes or no?
That's an Indio
Doc,
question
I'm
again.
asking.
Like, you should ask him.
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you.
No, he told me nothing exists unless it's like in my mind, right?
No, I did
You're
not
not
say that.
listening.
No, I did not. That's a crazy strong man, dude.
Yeah, you're not listening, dude.
So if you have matter, and we're going to call that an apple, and then you eat it, and it gives you energy, these are things that we can probably label under this is empirical evidence because it's in our reality. I was really tired. I ate food. It gave me energy. I was like, it woke me up. Now I could go to work because this lunch break, like I really needed to eat something because I was really low on energy. And now I got energy. And these words fall under the line that we can use in reality. But when you talk about mathematical constructs, like where does that fall into reality?
But you didn't present any evidence. You just told me a story. You could just be like a character in Narnia.
All right. So when are you going to answer the question? Because you're evading answering.
Well,
Can
because
you
you guys have
respond to what he's?
denied the
Can
existence
you
of reality.
Yeah. Can you respond to what he said though? I want to hear you respond once.
I've been responding this entire time.
No. Did you hear what he said? He asked you a question. You didn't respond to that. You just
He asked if the
evaded.
category of apples can be contained in the category of matter as like a subset, which I would say is a mathematical abstraction. And reasoning, as Indio has been reasoning so far, the answer would be no, because those are
So
abstractions.
apples are math now? So
Now words, now the
okay.
language is math too. Now it's crazy.
we got I'm gonna go eat some twos real quick. I'll be back, guys.
So I just want to point out this fact. He's doing all this just to avoid one thing: showing the empirical evidence of this triangle he said exists.
That's what I'm waiting
Right.
for.
Is there a way that you can bring empirical evidence of your claim by any chance?
No, I never claimed any of that. I presented a logical argument.
I feel like it was a non sequitur.
You said
It's a non sequitur. You didn't connect it to reality, dude. You didn't connect it to the Earth. You said Earth has the properties of these mathematics. Okay, show us.
Right, with the property of compactness and
Yes, but a
not
manifold is
infinity.
just one way to describe the Earth, yeah? It's just a description. And the statement logically doesn't
Mhm.
follow the properties of a manifold itself. A manifold doesn't inherently dictate a specific real world object, as Indio said. So, unless you can supply something else, such as empirical evidence, like direct measurements of drop over distance, it's non sequitur.
So those measurements will be using numbers, yeah?
What measurements? You haven't given us them.
No,
Yeah,
exactly,
that's fine that
because
they
you
use
guys don't believe
numbers.
in numbers. So I was
No, we
arguing
do.
topologically.
Sorry, we
Listen,
do believe in math. Sorry. We do believe in math and we do believe in measurement. That's why we're asking you for the measurements.
No. You don't believe in measurements. So I gave you a
Yes,
topological
hold
argument.
on.
dude.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we do use measurements all the time.
So you agree the number one exists?
No,
No? Then what are you measuring on your measurement devices?
it's conceptual, right? The inch doesn't exist in itself apart from on the ruler or the tape. It's a convention, isn't it? We agree upon the length of an inch. But you go out into the reality, there's not
Mhm.
inches all over the floor. Not got to trip over an inch now, am I?
No, you can't trip over numbers. They're abstractions.
Brilliant. So we figured that out then. So have you got any measurements of over 180 degrees in your triangles?
No, I
Or is
only
that,
presented
or is
you
that just
abstractions.
conceptual? Yeah, I don't want abstractions. I want measurements now of physical reality. You made the claim that these triangles would measure over 180 degrees. Have you got the direct measurements of them doing so?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Good. Can we have those, please?
Yeah, all you have to do is go to Google and then go to the U.S. Geological Survey site and download the data.
That's me doing something. What would I find in this data? What measurements have been made? Run me through it.
Oh, right. They have survey information for most of the continental United States over large areas. Collated data.
Method.
Oh, I don't really care about the method. It's just
Oh, I
numbers.
do. I want to know what was done and how they did it. What did they do?
Oh, you can read up on it. I mean, I'm not the expert.
Have you read up on it?
No, I trust what they did.
What did
Don't
they
know
do?
what they did.
What did they do?
They used mathematics to gather data on the shape of the Earth.
How did they gather the data? What methods did they use of measurement?
Oh, I mean, that's not my expertise, so I wouldn't know.
Do you know when you peruse this document, or you're just hoping that something happened?
No. I know it exists.
Okay, what did they do?
They measured
How? With what?
with mathematics.
No, you don't
They
measure with
measured with
mathematics. Fucking hell. What devices were used?
Oh, I don't know. Like
Like,
what measuring devices?
okay, so like for instance, let me tell you something. So like way years ago, I remember when I first got into the union, we learned the old saying when they say the rule of thumb, right? That it literally meant that they used to measure things with the width of their thumb, and then like they would like it was like an application, if you will. Like they would say, "Oh, that's the rule of thumb." So they literally used to. That's way back in the day. Like I learned that in school years ago, right? When I first got into the union. But what we're trying to tell you is now when you're trying to bring a mathematical concept, we're saying, how are you doing this? Where's your empirical evidence that these measurements were taken to come up with this spherical excess? When Indio originally told you when you're setting up a theodolite and you have a straight line of sight, LOS, to the target that you're shooting, you will never have quote unquote spherical access because you cannot take a shot to something you cannot see. And the only way to get that spherical access is to where you can no longer see it. So that's why I said that, like like the only way you do that is mathematically. When you put something at an object far enough away, and you're gonna add into that formula this curve that you just threw in there, doesn't mean it's there, but then mathematically you create that. So now we're back to you created this. It's an ideology, if you will. It's idealization, but it's not reality. Do you understand that?
That I was the one that told you all of math is idealization. So you're just repeating what I said.
So let me get this straight on what your evidence is. It's a website that contains documents that you never read, that you have no idea what they contain, but you believe that in there they measured the Earth as a globe, even though you've never read them. Why do you think that in those documents it says that it measured the Earth as a globe and that they measured these triangles when you've actually never looked at the documents? You don't even know if the documents even claim that.
No, I don't know
Someone else
that. I'm
told you
assuming
that,
that.
right? So somebody else told you that these documents say XYZ. Trust me, I read
No,
them.
nobody told me any of that. I
Read them?
used logic to infer that.
How? Like what logic? Walk us through it.
It's called the theory of manifolds.
Jesus, no, but that doesn't tell you what's in the document.
We did a full circle.
doesn't tell you what's in the document.
No pun intended.
Yeah, you use a spherical logic. It's infinite circular logic.
Pun intended.
Well done, guys. Yeah, it's a book, Theory of Manifolds. Everybody can download it. You can learn about intrinsic
I think
properties
you
of
should
manifolds.
go to survey information and read that. That's what I think.
Yeah, and then you can apply that to the survey data and reach the same conclusions as me. It's very simple.
No, you didn't No, you didn't reach any conclusions. You had an idea, you already believed it, and now you're trying to backfill your idea with bullshit.
I believe that's an unfair characterization of what I did, but
No, because you don't know you don't know what the empirical data is that supposedly backs up your idea that the Earth is like your manifold, right? You don't have any evidence of that. You just believe that out there somewhere there's evidence to support it, based upon what you said was an inference. But there's no basis for that inference because you don't know what the document says in the first place, right? If you don't know what the document says, it could say anything. It could say you're a fucking retard, and you don't know.
yeah, no, it could definitely say that. But I'm certain there's numbers in there, and it doesn't say I'm a retard.
It's certain there's numbers.
Well, I mean, if the numbers added up to you're a retard, would it be true?
What would the numbers add up to?
If it added up to you're a retard, would it be true?
Would that be? It would be logically true, yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude. You need help, man.
I don't understand why you're exasperated. I'm just explaining to you how.
You just need help, man. Because you think mathematics is reality. It's not, dude. And it's easy to prove it's not. There's no inches on the floor. I mean, he said it. You can't trip over an inch. And arbitrary units of measure are just comparisons. So measurements are just comparison of one thing to some other thing. Fundamentally, that's what they are. You're just comparing one thing to some other thing. Right? What is the proportion of this to that? That's the fundamental.
Yeah, I never said any of what you're saying. Like, yes, I agree. Mathematics is an idealization of reality.
Okay. So how do we get, right, from the mathematical ideals to reality, show that they're connected, and there's some link between those logically, physically, that connects them?
Oh no, that's axiomatic. That's called faith.
Okay. So you you came here to convert us to your faith? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not here to convince you of anything. That's a fool's errand, obviously.
Well, I mean, you just said why. Well, you just said it was based. Your ideas are based upon faith. So, like, you would have to convince us to have faith, right, in whatever your ideals are. You said it was faith based, not me.
Yeah, axioms are based on faith.
Hey, Doc, do you have evidence other than the manifold that the Earth is the globe? Other than that,
and the geological survey data? No, I don't have anything.
You don't know what the geological survey data is, and it doesn't show what you think it shows. Do you know why?
No, I am certain it shows what I think it shows.
Wrong. You're wrong. Tell me what the reduction of the horizontal direction is then.
No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you don't know what that is. It doesn't show what you think it shows. And I already told you why. So say I had an orange, right? And I stuck 3 toothpicks in it. Those toothpicks represent a surveying instrument. And let's say I connect those surveying instruments with a line of sight, but instead of it being a line of sight, it's going to be a piece of string. So I'm going to tie it around one toothpick. I'm going to run it. And I'm going to tie it around another toothpick. I'm going to run it to the other toothpick. And I'm going to make a little triangle out of this string. Is that a planar triangle or is that a spherical triangle? The string tied to the toothpicks.
And it's on the surface?
No, the toothpicks.
He doesn't get it, Indio.
Into the orange, bro. It's a tooth. They're sticking into the orange, right? They're sticking out of the orange. I connected them with a piece of string, piece of thread. What's that triangle? Is that a 180-degree triangle?
No.
No.
Wow.
Wow, bro, we called your bluff, and all you had was like a too high. That's all you had, bro. Like that's all you had, bro. I don't think that's
So think
possible.
about it again. I take an orange, I stick toothpicks in them just so a piece of the toothpick sticking out of the surface. I connect them with this piece of string around each of the 3 points of the triangle. You think that triangle is greater than 180 degrees?
Yeah, that was my argument.
I suggest you go buy a piece of a box of toothpicks and some thread.
Dude, he's lost.
Do this and buy a protractor too, and actually test this shit.
No, that's a great. The orange one is a great demonstration of
Yeah,
that you're wrong.
triangle of a plane
with a positive
That's a
curvature.
No, it's not
positive.
positive curvature, dude. Because the toothpicks, right? They're not on the surface of the orange; they're off the surface, right?
No, you don't understand. We're doing math, and that you're demonstrating something in reality, which you agree is separate from mathematics.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then we idealize the
He
experiment.
doesn't get that.
But
He
the
doesn't
thing is,
get it.
they did the geological survey in reality.
Okay, so
telling you why in
what's
reality,
the argument here? What are you saying?
and I'm telling you why in reality you can't measure greater than 180-degree triangles because you're not actually measuring the surface itself. You're measuring lines of sight off the surface, right? Because the theodolite has an elevation off the surface of the earth, and you're making observations using straight lines of sight, and those can only equal triangles of 180 degrees because the lines of sight aren't curved.
Okay. Why is that argument though? Because if you remember,
Because
in the
that's
first episode,
reality.
I'm going to tell you why it's an argument.
No,
Because
that's not
you
reality. We're
claimed in
still
the
idealizing.
geodetic surveying in the documents that they measured triangles of 108 greater than 180 degrees. No, they did not because it's fucking impossible. The reason, okay, they'll have in the table a triangle greater than 180 degrees because after they do the measurement, they perform some mathematics called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the direction mathematically based upon a reference ellipsoid, which is an abstract mathematical model of what it would be if they projected their measurements onto the surface of a reference ellipsoid.
Exactly.
It's not what they're measuring in reality.
So, what are they measuring in reality?
The
A
fucking
flat Earth.
triangle.
No, we agreed math doesn't exist. That was Indio's argument.
No, we measured a triangle with 180 degrees in it. That's what we actually did.
But the triangle doesn't exist. It's in your mind.
No, you can't get away. You can't get away with it.
No, you're starting to get abort
Yeah.
from fucking reality.
Yeah, he's not going to get away with actually saying that, making a straw man. Nice try though.
Indio said it's a line.
It would have to be a line because that's the only way you're going. Okay, have you? Let me ask this: have you ever set up a theodolite?
But I've said several times. I don't even know what that is.
Wow. Okay, I'm just gonna put myself on mute.
Doesn't even know what a theodolite is, but this would have been a device that had measured the triangles within your document that you wanted us to go and get.
Okay, that's great. You guys seem to know what this is.
This is why I asked you just some very basic questions earlier about what they did, how they did it, and you didn't know. It's why should we be talking to you about this, mate?
Well,
don't know,
but your friend invited me up, so
That's cool.
Okay,
But it just shows that
great.
you're not ready for this conversation. You need to do a little more research, man. At least come better equipped. That's all.
You know what? It might be good that you actually hear this because maybe it will make you realize that the book you read that told you what you thought was reality was now just a concept that isn't proof, it's not empirical evidence in reality. So maybe that's just what you needed. Maybe it'll help. I don't know.
oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's good info.
For sure. because I don't know what else is going to help you at this point. So a theodolite, original position to see another object in a distance, and then you would create that as a straight line, and then you would take that point.
Well, hold up.
Go
What's
ahead.
this thing that you're talking about?
Theodolite?
No, the straight line.
Yeah, that straight line. So like when you if you set up a telescope,
This exists in reality?
Yes, this measurement does exist in reality, believe it or not. That's what
No,
you're
the
pulling
line.
from.
You said it's a straight line.
Oh, well, it would be a line of sight. So it would be I guess how would I say this? The line
Straight.
doesn't exist, but it could though. It could exist if you took a string, right? It could
But
exist.
what properties does the line have?
Straight.
Straight.
Yeah. So do you
Well,
understand what?
hold on.
No, we're not holding on. We're not holding on.
Hold on.
You're trying to dilute whatever's being said to you because you don't understand. You've already admitted that you don't understand what device is being used. So how are you now asking him questions as you're trying to investigate more about the thing that you don't know about? This is
Because
crazy.
now you're talking about mathematics, which like straight lines and they have properties.
So what? So what? Can he finish what
Talking
he was
about
telling you?
geometry.
Can
Sorry,
he finish what he was telling you though? I don't know if you're gonna allow him to, because that's why you have the mic. We could easily mute you or put you down as a listener.
Oh, go ahead. Explain to me what the straight line is.
Okay, so when I set up a theodolite and in my crosshairs, I could hit a target. And what we're doing is we're establishing that from my position, I'm transferring my elevation from that telescope, from the crosshair, all the way to another point. Now there's going to be this invisible conceptual line, okay, for just to help you out. We could do a string if you want, just to help you, right? Like training wheels. But we're just going to say there's an imaginary line, and then I'm going to mark that position, okay? We're going to call that position B, from A to B. Now we're going to go from B to C. And we're going to do another shot from another theodolite at position B and then shoot it to position C. And then we're going to take position C and come back to A, where we started. We created a triangle above the surface, just like Indio told you. If we took 3 toothpicks into an orange and we tied this thread, to the toothpicks, they are going to be still having to be line of sight. Means it's going to be a straight line to it. If you were to put 3 toothpicks on an orange and that string is curving, that cannot exist in reality, because that means if you were one of those toothpicks, you would not be able to see the other toothpicks if that line is curving. So that's why we're telling you that's false. Doesn't work in reality. Because in reality, we do see that and we do create a line of sight. We do have to create a triangle, which is going to equal 180. Does that make sense now? You get it?
But then you used some kind of math, I believe, to compute the actual distance from point A to point B.
You're missing the forest for the trees right now, brother.
Yep.
Yes, we involve some mathematics to make measurements, yes.
Oh, wow. I mean,
Yeah, he's
I thought
making
you guys
that a
didn't believe
point.
in that.
Yeah, you see, there he goes. I guess you guys don't believe in it. Nobody here said math isn't something in existence. You can use math, but it's a convention. It doesn't exist in physical reality. How are you not getting this? You don't see the number 5 running around outside. There's no number 7s flying overhead. Math is not reality. It's a convention that was made. It was invented. It's like a language. Okay. It's useful for communication. So you can tell somebody with math how big something is. But telling them how big something is with math doesn't mean that math itself exists in reality. It's not a byproduct of reality. Doesn't exist in and of itself.
Hold on. So
what?
But your brain exists, right?
Oh God.
So what, dude? We're not talking about my brain. We're talking about numbers. You don't like numbers? Do they exist in reality? Do you go outside and see them in nature somewhere?
I
Do
tend to
they?
trip over eights. I trip
So
over eights
just to
all the
clarify,
time.
just
No,
so I understand.
we're doing the clarification right now. Do you see any numbers in nature? We're clarifying right now. Do you see numbers in nature? Answer,
Yeah, of
please.
course. I see numbers all the time.
Where do you see numbers in nature, dude?
You ever been like in an elevator?
No, that's not
No,
nature.
it's
Oh
not
my
nature.
god.
That is not
Okay.
nature.
That's not nature.
He's
Where do
talking
you
about
So
now?
elevators.
Once again, when you go outside, where do you see numbers at?
I hope I hope the
on like I don't know,
listeners
like stop signs and
Oh,
I hope the
speed
Alex,
limits.
listeners
but
I hope the listeners are
sorry.
getting a kick out of this, by the way.
When we say in nature, you've given us two man-made things outside in the physical and natural world, not in an elevator, not in a car, not in a speedometer, not in something that man's created, something that's natural. Can you point to a number 6 in the physical and natural world?
So man is not natural. I don't understand.
No, man's not that. No,
Oh my god.
no.
All right. Hold on, just real quick. Is there any other Globers that would love to come up and story tell and tell us the story why it's a globe? Is there anybody else that would love to come up? Not to like disrespect you, Doc, but I feel like there's a lot of listeners. There might be somebody else that wants to join the conversation. I don't want people to feel like they can't join it. Please request. We'll bring you up. We'll go from there. Or otherwise, we'll just keep trying to drill into Doc's mind that numbers, we can't trip over them when we go onto the field.
Yeah.
So I want to point something out. If you look in the jumbotron, they calling you this retarded, but you look in the jumbotron. I actually did this little demonstration with the orange. If you look in the jumbotron, you can see that it's a 180-degree triangle.
That's a great image. Nicely done.
Now, can you comprehend that the one image to the right, when it's bending over the surface, do you realize that that toothpick at the surface would not be able to see the other two toothpicks? Yes or no?
What do you mean? Clearly the string is connecting them.
No. Not that. See, that's where your mathematical idealization comes in. You're saying like, no, they touch. But when you're in the real world, buddy, okay, you have to, when you're setting up a theodolite and you're shooting an object, you have to see it. It that's what's going to create the triangle when you take that measurement to it. So when you have this on the right side, right, he has two pictures. One where the strings are creating a 180. On the second one, that's where you come in and say, "Oh, that's greater than 180." But that you would never be able to accomplish in reality, only theoretically, only conceptually, only mathematically. Hence, it's not reality because this is you cannot reproduce that on the field. You get that?
Why can't I reproduce that on the field?
Because you can't see the object. Okay, let me say this.
Wow.
It's crazy that he
You
doesn't
don't
get
have
this,
a
but I know
direct
the
line of
list
sight. That's it. You don't have a direct
exactly.
straight line of sight to the target. You have a target that you're trying to.
It's behind the
Yeah, but
curvature.
so you took the string, and you didn't have a direct line of sight either when you were
Hang on. He's
doing
giving
this.
an example, dude. You're either conflating this all on purpose or you're just not understanding, yeah? Well, like it was described, you're looking through what's like a telescope, yeah, with a crosshair in it, or a, and then you're aiming at a target. So we need a direct line of sight. A theodolite is set up on a tripod above the surface of the Earth, yeah? So when this is done in reality, it's done above the surface with a direct line of sight. The example on the right that he's giving with the string is showing that it's not possible because you don't have a direct line of sight. Of course, we can curve a string around a ball, yeah? But it's going to be behind your geometric horizon, therefore no line of sight. After they've measured they're plane triangles, then they perform what Indio said, their primary calculations back into a presupposed mathematical model to acquire their spherical triangles. The first instance, they're still measuring plane triangles.
I'll look into this theodolite business, but this line thing is throwing me off.
Really.
Yeah, really. I'll look into this theodolite business. You have really nothing to offer right now in the way of this argument that you put forward. There really isn't
Well,
anything. You don't
you guys
understand
are
it,
using
man.
mathematical concepts, which you admit
No,
is
no. Line of
line.
sight. Listen, line of sight, and what APOC just walked through patiently, walk you through, is how you're gonna make your measurement. You're doing it from one theodolite to another with the line of sight directly. So the triangle that's made off of those three lines of sight, when you're connecting all those points, right, A, B, and C, then you're gonna have a triangle there with the angles equal to 180 degrees. That's just what you're getting.
But the number doesn't exist.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
No, you guys are saying the number, the measurement doesn't exist in
Well,
nature.
Dude, are
is
you
there a
on
language?
something?
Is there a
Honestly,
language
I'm kind of guessing that you could be on something. Because nobody here has said that numbers don't exist. We said they're not in reality. You don't go outside of nature and see the number 5 walking around. Yeah? Do you get it now? I need your confirmation before somebody else jumps in. Do you get it, sir?
No, you're gonna have to explain it
No.
in
Okay, so
simpler
where
terms.
can you see any numbers doing anything outside? Are they flying, walking, running? What are numbers
that
doing outside? Go ahead and answer.
What are numbers doing outside? Nothing.
Yeah. Well, where are they? Where can I go find one?
Like like you already said, it's speedometer, speed
No. We're
sign.
not talking about something man-made. I want to know in nature, where are they? Not something someone's made.
But
It's
they
safe.
exist in your head.
Okay, so they're not outside somewhere. They're not in reality. They're a construct, a convention.
But you admit they exist in your
Do
head.
you get it? Do you get it now? Do you get
I
it now?
mean, do you get it? They
No,
exist in your head.
I'm asking you. So what? We're not saying they don't exist in your head. We're saying they don't exist outside of your head.
Well, okay, this is great. We can do some logic here. So
Wait. No. Did you understand though? Because you've
yeah, I
strawmanned us like
understand.
4 times.
I don't think you understand.
No, I do. You don't. You're strawmanned us 4 times, saying that we think numbers don't exist. You said it 4 times. It's irritating.
So you agree they exist?
They're a convention, dude. It's a
No.
it's like a
Do they
language.
exist or not?
It's like a language. When you invent a language, say you made a secret language, that made up language that you just made up, all it is a way for you to communicate with someone else. It might be a different language or a secret one, but it's still a language. And it doesn't exist in reality, but you can make it up in your own mind. Just like numbers.
So the mind doesn't exist in reality.
Maybe you don't understand what like
Are
we
you
mean.
okay, dude? Hold on,
He's
Yeah.
APOC.
getting
Hold on.
confused on the word reality.
Are you okay?
So where's the mind? Because I'm trying to understand where the mind is now.
The mind is what we call, when we start to think about something, we use our mind to think about it, right? That's what we say. This just the idea of what a mind is not something in physical reality.
But it's like a space.
No, it's not. Listen, dude, it's really simple, right?
There's a space between your ears.
Yeah. When you think when you think of something, right? The thought process by which you thought of that thing is what we refer to as using your mind. When you think of something, using your mind. Now, you can't point to it in physical reality. When you say I thought of something and I was to tell you, okay, show me the evidence that you thought of something. How are you going to do that?
That I thought of something?
Yeah, show me the evidence you thought of something.
Well, you just write it down on paper.
Yeah, so you have to put it into something else outside of your head, right? Right?
To show it to you, yes.
Yes. So then how can I empirically say that numbers exist unless you put it out into reality?
So if I write the number 2 on a piece of paper,
then you've wrote something down on a piece of paper. Now I can see it. But before it only existed in your mind. Yes?
yes, that's right.
Okay. So it's not something that was invented or created from anything in the physical and natural world. It is just something that you can think about and you wrote it down. Now, if I don't understand the language, you put a number 2 down, I don't know what you're writing down. It looks like a bunch of squiggly lines. But if you teach me, then I will learn and then I know what you're talking about. I understand the language. But I have to go through a process. You have to teach me what that means. And then I'll learn. But all of this happens in your mind. And then you put it forth out into reality. And then you can teach somebody about it. But it is not a byproduct of reality, dude. You don't see in nature anywhere numbers existing. And that's what we're saying. So stop straw manning us and saying that we're not saying that numbers don't exist. Do you get it now?
Where does your mind exist?
Do you get it? Yes or no?
Someone else.
Anything
No, I
past
still don't
one
get
block
it.
of globe.
Someone else. He's
This
time
guy's
wasting. Surely.
fucking
Yeah. If you don't get it by
Protos.
now, I don't think you're ever going to get it, dude.
Hey,
Seriously.
I sent him down for a second. Let's just do some house cleaning real quick. Shout out to everybody that's joining and still here listening to this crazy conversation. We have 14 people on YouTube. Shout out to you guys tuned in, listening in. Please, if you could just like and share if possible. I am Apocryphon Alpha Veritas, the host. We have Indio, Jedi, AJ, Heretic on the panel. Anybody who feels wants to join the conversation, please request. We'll bring you up. And if you guys haven't yet, please give the spaces a like and share. And if we want to bring them back up to like keep this, dumpster fire going, cool. Or if someone else wants to join the conversation, let me know.
Yeah, just to add to what Apocryphon's said there, guys. You guys are going to have the chance to get up here and actually speak, yeah? Tell your story. Tell us why you believe it's a globe, uninterrupted. If you've come in late, this back and forth only started. We didn't have any other speakers to come up at the time, but this isn't the format of back and forth, so don't be worried about coming up and debating. You don't have to debate. Just come forth and tell us why you believe the Earth's a globe.
Yeah,
Are
it's
there any
basically just
Globers in here?
a time filler. So
Yeah, are there any Globers in here?
yeah, so if you do think the Earth is a globe, yeah, we do extend that courtesy to you to come up here. Mind you, and I mean that guy was an exception, but like most people that come in here are just cordial. That guy is something else, man. He's a broken toy. How about that?
he just can't grasp like what maybe I don't know, maybe he's just trolling us. I don't know at this point. I don't know.
I think he probably tangled himself up with philosophy, which is what I think happened. He's so deep in
Maybe,
philosophical ideas that he's just all tangled up.
but you know what, that's kind of like what the globe is. It's nothing but a mathematical construct, philosophical ideology. Like that's all it is. It's not proof, evidence in
It's
real
filled.
world.
It's filled with contradictions too. By the way,
Absolutely,
nobody
absolutely.
ever investigated that. If you have never asked yourself the question, if you know if the Earth is a globe, I think it would be kind of you owe it to yourself. Come up here and see if you can tell us how the Earth is a globe. We're not gonna APOC was saying we're not gonna debate you, but we'll let you finish telling us how it's a globe, and then afterwards we'll critique it and see if
Uninterrupted. Please raise your hand or request if there's any Globers. I don't even know if there's Globers in here right now, to be honest, because everyone's kind of quiet. Maybe they just want to listen. And I don't want anybody to feel like they don't want to join because we're gonna like pounce on them, like the way we were talking to Doc over there. That's not what we're trying to do. We want to hear. We want to get it out. We want to let you get it out, and then let us critique what you just said logically.
We've also got a comment from Prometheus in the chat that says that was intellectually incoherent understanding of a descriptive mathematical system that had nothing to do with anything. Where low IQ club and all the way at the bottom. The guy has to look up a topic before you go talk about it like you even know anything. I feel bad.
Absolutely.
So he's feeling bad
Yeah,
for you, dude.
I agree with that. So we got a couple quests here. We have a few people that joined. Carl, go ahead. The floor is yours. I'm going to mute up, and then next we have Highland after that. So go ahead, Carl. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, who thinks it's flat?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I mean, everyone here think it's flat, right?
I wouldn't say everybody, but
we don't. The panel, the ones that are up here, we don't think that the Earth is flat. We know that it is. So we're asking if you have a story to tell about the Earth being a globe. The floor is yours. Give us some evidence of how you can present to us how the Earth is a globe, if you do think it's a globe. And the floor is yours. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, I think it's easy to think that it's a globe, right? But like when you think about it more like logically, I think what got me, there's a lot of evidence to think that okay, yeah, maybe it is a globe, right? But I think what like got my opinion to switch was when I saw this sounds kind of crazy, but when you saw GoPro came out with that camera, right? That would like sit over your head and kind of make everything seem curved. I'm like, damn, that's kind of odd. Like, all it is perspective, right? And then you take away that perspective and you take logic into like everything that's going on around you, and you're like, man, everything kind of seems flat, right? I don't know. That's just kind of like how I kind of came up with. I always thought it was a globe, right? Just because that's what we're taught. And then the more I kind of applied logic to it, like, okay, this, that, and the other, and then eventually it's like, dude, like it's kind of, it seems like it's flat. That's kind of me, but I'll let you respond, I guess.
Thanks for that, man.
oh, yeah, for sure. We were looking for anybody that has the globe evidence. Thank you, Carl, for sharing that, and we agree, obviously. Highland, do you have that globe evidence that we're looking for, that we've been looking for years now? Go ahead. Floor is yours. I'll mute up.
No, I'm just wondering, I'm bouncing around spaces. I got another half an hour before I go to bed. And it says flat earth, and I'm like, what are you guys talking about?
Well, we're at the moment, we're kind of letting people who think that the Earth is a globe kind of take stage and have the mic so they can tell us how they know that the Earth is a globe. And we're letting the audience listen to how everybody has an opinion or an idea of what they think about the Earth being a globe, but nobody has any evidence that it's a globe. And I think that's very peculiar, and I want to display that for everybody. So that's why we do these kind of forums, so that you guys can actually listen to other people who think the Earth's a globe actually never give evidence that it actually is a globe. But of course,
Wouldn't all these new satellites coming up prove whether the Earth is? I'm objective. Like I said, I gotta
sure.
go to bed, and I'm so tired from work, you can't imagine. Someone said, "Oh, you're drunk." I said, "No, you don't understand what it is like to work 2.5 shifts straight."
Yeah, you need some
Well,
rest, man.
well, if
Yeah,
I ran into you
and
on the street, yeah, if we were just walking up the street and we ran into each other face to face and we got onto this topic and you were going to give me some sort of evidence to support why you had that belief that the Earth
so
was
I'm
a globe, what
wondering.
would you
So
put forward?
no, I come into the space and I'm like, they're talking about flat and round. Wouldn't the satellites prove that the Earth is round?
No, they're not giving you evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's already after the fact. Because to launch a satellite, you have to understand that there's some orbital mechanics in how they display the idea to you and me that they're actually going around the surface of the Earth. So they're traversing the surface of the Earth at a high altitude. So in low Earth orbit, that's what these satellites are doing. So the Earth already is a globe when they launch these satellites. So it's after the fact. So satellites are used as a derivative argument for the Earth being a globe, but the Earth has to be a globe prior to the satellite launch in order for the idea of what they think satellites are and where they, in the location where they are in the vacuum of space, low Earth orbit. So it's begging the question off the rip. So you have to go from a standpoint of actually just understanding whether or not the Earth's surface has been measured to have any curvature. That's the place where you need to start at, Highlander. You got to start there. How did we figure out that the Earth is a globe? And then, if you want to talk about the advent of technology, which leans credence to how you might think, a satellite is existing outside of the Earth as a globe, then that would be an argument after the fact you've established how the Earth is a globe. So you get what I'm saying? A satellite would be a derivative argument of like you trying to say, well, I know the Earth's a globe, therefore I have a satellite that orbits it. You get what I mean?
It sounds like a time situation here. It does. It sounds like a time situation. I am so tired.
Well, it's funny
Oh,
you
that's
talk
fine.
about satellites. So earlier today, I actually called Intelsat, right? Intelsat, and I try to get a hold of somebody, and I said, hey, I want to do a video on YouTube and try to show how the satellites at their distances and the way they operate. If you can get back to me, send me some information about it. I'm still waiting for them to contact me back, but I want to actually speak to somebody at Intelsat in regards to their satellites that they have up in the sky. But funny thing is that every time you talk about elevation or angles to things in the sky, you're going to be dealing with the flat Earth, because to get an angle, you're going to have always two straight lines. Do you understand that?
I'm a former nuclear submariner. I understand a lot.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, then you know exactly what we're talking about. We know that if you take an angle, it's going to be two straight lines, right?
Yep.
There you go. All right. I'll go ahead and mute up.
Yep. So, like as I was saying, that is a derivative argument. So you have to establish the premise, which is the Earth already being a geometric shape. So we start there, Islander. We don't start with the satellite. That's begging the question, saying that a satellite exists in an orbit around the Earth as a globe. Hopefully that makes sense, bro. Like that's where we start.
Yeah, for
I
real. So we got,
found this to be a very interesting room. Very
Excellent.
interesting.
well, hey,
Well,
we hope you
if
come back.
well, not only that, but if you don't have to go to bed right away, you could just go down as a listener and just kind of keep us on as a podcast. Maybe you know
Yeah,
uh,
listen to the arguments that are
you
being
want.
displayed, so you
Drop
can
me
learn.
down as a listener. I don't take any of this personally. I've been on so many spaces it doesn't matter. I don't
No, no,
take it.
and feel free. And if you want to chime in, with your expertise and your knowledge, if you want to share, feel free to. We're not even going to drop you down as a listener because we have room right
It's
now.
mainly about sharks and dolphins for me. It really is.
Okay, all right.
Protecting Mother Earth and sharks and dolphins, and that's kind of my expertise. I work with San Diego. Yeah,
So
yep.
when you're on the ocean, do you think that water is curving away from you, or do you realize that water always finds itself to be level in its containment?
I find water to be Mother Earth. Might sound corny, but
Oh, it's
like
Yeah,
I
he's
good.
said,
he's not
you
ready.
guys
He's
cannot
not ready
believe
for
how
this.
tired I am. You really
No
That's
can't.
worries,
fine.
no worries. We
He's
have
not ready.
Carl
You're
who's
fine.
next. We have Carl who's no worries. We have Carl who's next. Carl, go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
Oh, it's back to me.
Yeah, he was already speaking.
Oh, my bad. I thought I didn't hear him. My bad. Carl spoke already. What did he say?
Yeah, he
What did he?
spoke. Yeah, he said that he's basically a flat earther.
Oh, my bad. My bad. So let's go with TM then. Let's go TM. I guess you're next.
Oh, I'm good. I'm just listening in, guys.
Oh, I thought you
I
wanted
didn't
to
even
say
realize
something.
that I hit the mic button.
Yeah, that's
No
fine.
worries.
So we're
Anybody else that wants to join, please request and we'll bring you up. We saw some new people jump in, so if you want to jump in, feel free to.
yeah. The whole point of this kind of like these spaces that we do is so that you can realize whether or not somebody can actually stand for giving us, however they articulate the point of how they know the Earth's a globe. It's all for your benefit. So if you're listening in right now, I think what's going to happen is you can actually understand the mindset of someone who believes the Earth is a globe. And far be it from us to tell you that the Earth is flat. When they try to articulate the point of how the Earth's a globe, that will give you more evidence that the Earth is flat than us convincing you that it's flat. Because
That's
you're going to be
100.
more astonished to hear how they don't have a response to any evidence for the Earth being a globe. And it's going to be like, to you, like, that is amazing. Why can't somebody come up here and just tell them like it is of how the Earth is a globe with the geometry, of the size of an oblate spheroid? Now, that's why we're inviting people up here, so you guys can have a listen as to like why nobody can do that. And we're not going to interrupt them. We're going to give them the floor. Just we want you to listen to like the things that we've been listening to for years.
If
So
I could get everybody to like maybe respond, if you believe that the Earth is a globe, give a thumbs down. That way, I could invite you to come up and speak. Or if everybody here is under the understanding that it's not a globe, then I understand why you wouldn't come up to argue that it's a globe. Any globers out there? Thumbs down anywhere? I'm looking. I'll wait. I know there's a delay sometimes.
I can point out a few on
Well,
there for
I guess
you.
we're waiting. So, does anybody that thinks the Earth is flat, do y'all think that there's like actually like ice caps around the entire perimeter, or what do you guys think about that?
No.
Like as far as the perimeter.
No, there's actually evidence that there's some shores, if you will, along Antarctica. Um, but it's no different than there's a spot in Vegas, right? This hotel that created a beach, and you'll see that one side of it is all walled up and the water fills that container, that ditch, that hole that they created, but it does flatten out at the shore. So yes, obviously there is places where that water does still come to an end, just as God said. He stretches the
yeah.
waters to their
So
ends.
let's
So
let's let's kind of get into the mindset of making sure that no claims are being made, because once you make a claim, you're going to have to substantiate the claim. So what we will say is that the investigation of that is not like thoroughly able to be possible. Like nobody can go into the perimeter. Like let's say these ideas of a AE map, with the ice ring that surrounds the Earth. Like that idea, if somebody was to actually attempt to go do it, it's not like logistically possible. You can't just go freely traverse the Earth as you please. As you may or may not know, traveling the surface of the Earth, there's restrictions to where you can go logistically. Of course, if you're traveling on a boat, there's restrictions. If you're traveling on a plane, there's restrictions. You're traveling in your car, there's restrictions. So everywhere you go is not free travel. So keep that in mind when you have these questions that you're asking, because in the real world, there's certain limitations to where you can go. And of course, if you want to go to a place that you're restricted to, you have to have permission. You probably have to see why you can't go and things like this, right? So that question is kind of you have to investigate a little bit into it as to the reason why we can't freely explore to find out more information about the Earth that we live on, so that we can answer those questions that you said, Carl.
Right,
I
that's
think
what
it's
makes it more interesting, right? You know what I mean?
yeah, it is an interesting question, but at the same time, logistically, there's not a lot of places we can go freely to to find out that information. Does that make sense?
Oh no, I get it. I was just kind of like throwing it out there, you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's why I responded this way, because we do get that question a lot. But at least I want to meet you where you understand we can't just
oh no,
go
I
and
get it.
say, okay, I know it's a shore or I know it's an ice wall or whatever, because they can't verify what is the perimeter if there is one. You know what I mean? So
either way, no matter how you look at it, still water is contained in its in reality. There is a end, if you will. Obviously, we can't go beyond that and freely explore, like Alpha said, but we do understand that water will always fill its container and always has this property that it's always going to be level, flat, horizontal, horizon,
that's right. And that's why
level.
we're asking people that think that the Earth is a globe to come up here and I guess justify the Earth being a globe. That's why right now is your time to actually see if you're able to do that. I mean, I think it's fair for you to come up here and say, look, this is how I know the Earth's a globe, and just go through your idea or evidence or however you want to say it. But just I think it's an exercise for you to kind of put that out there, right? And then you'll find out whether or not it can stand up to any of the critique that we have. So
And you know what, Alpha? The funny thing is this, right? Like probably 99% of the time when a Glober jumps into their proof of the Earth's shape, uh, they always tend to look up and start to talk about things that are above us. They always miss that, they
yeah, I
miss the
know.
mark. They always want to talk about things, the sun, the moon, the stars, the wandering stars,
A lot
aka
of people don't know
planets.
that. Whenever the Glober starts talking, they're like, you know what? I know the Earth is a globe because I looked up at the stars. And I'm like, dude, you're sky gazing. You're not looking at the Earth
Right,
anymore. I think the
right.
Earth is what's important, right? If you're saying that it's curving like a ball, well, the surface has to be curving, but you're not keeping your eyes on the surface. You're actually going away from the surface and looking up at the sky, like APOC saying. Like, we get a lot of that information, and they're saying like, well, I'm looking at the stars, and you see, when I look at the star trails and the way it spins in the southern hemisphere and then the northern hemisphere, then I know it's a globe. And it's like that logic is you can't. There's no correlation. You can't draw from what you see in the sky to give me geometry on the Earth. It doesn't follow.
And you'll have Globers that can tell you. And we ask them, okay, so if you look at the ceiling, can you map out the floor? And they're like, yeah. And it's like, wow, like you do not even understand your own ideology at this point, because because when you look up and see things the way they are in their place, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the ground that you're looking upon. It's really weird.
So we got TM as a speaker, but have you been around in other like flat Earth forums, or is this the only one that you've been around, or
Oh
what's
no,
the?
we hold our own spaces throughout the week.
Oh,
Main one is Flat Earth Fridays with Sacred. Indio's been there.
Oh yeah, for
oh,
sure.
you're part of the. You're part of
And
it. Level Heads group. Okay.
yes, sir. Yeah, I
Yeah, I'm
just like to
following
come
you,
on here.
TM. I know I seen you in those groups too. And by the way, bro, you guys flat smack people, bro. I love when you guys do that shit, bro. Like you guys hold
Hell
it
yeah.
down. No doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a sacred thing, man. We learned a lot from each other. So it's a
For
tight
sure.
group.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Yeah, if anybody else is out there and you're kind of curious about, you can, and plus you can probably ask us some questions in the meantime. But the format is just kind of keeping it to Globers coming up and letting us know how they think the Earth's a globe. And we say
Yeah, give it.
Globers as if like other people know what we mean, but people who think the Earth is a globe. I'll put it that way. That's what a Glober is. When I say that word, that's what I mean.
Yeah, give us that story. We want to hear it so we could dissect it. Any Globers? Maybe
I
not right
think
now.
Mark, what is that? Mark in Melbourne. I think he's a Glober.
Oh
Retarded,
man,
retarded
please.
PhD. He's a Grover. Who else
Ra-
down there?
Yeah, we talked to Doc earlier.
Oh, you
Yeah,
did.
he's stuck in he's stuck on tripping on twos and sevens in his reality. So we had a
He
we
Yeah,
calls
had a
himself a PhD in logics and math.
yeah, yeah. He's a strange one. That one. He's a nod duck for sure.
Oh yeah, you meet a lot of them. There's a lot of weird ones earlier today popping in.
Yeah, it's not even the like staunch Glober who really believes that the Earth is a globe. It's weird people, just like weird. Like, how are
Yes.
you? He strawmanned us like 4 times, and we said that math isn't real. I'm like, dude, we're not saying that. Like, four times he strawmanned us. It's
Yeah,
like,
like it can just be used to make anything appear to be anything.
yeah, and it's all about like I guess optics. He's just trying to make it sound like we're not saying that math is real. No, nobody ever said that. It's a language. It's useful, right? But we're saying is when you're talking about numbers, numbers don't exist in the physical and natural world outside of our a process of thinking about what they are and how we can use them. So you don't go outside and see the number 5 running around. Like it's not you don't numbers don't exist that way. They exist in your mind. So
Exactly. I
yeah.
broke somebody
So we had
once when I asked them if they had 5 apples in real life, and they gave me 6. Can they have -1 apples left? It was Peter. It broke
oh
Peter.
yeah,
Ended
Peter,
up
what did he
blocking
oh
me
say?
yeah,
after.
We love destroying Peter. Yeah, we destroyed him the other day. Hey, there's 14 viewers on YouTube. Hey, thank you so much. And if you guys want to join the conversation here, please join us here. And if you're a Glober over there listening, feel free to step up. We want to hear it, no doubt.
Yeah, don't forget to check in on some of the other episodes that we've done already. We're on episode 10 right now, Globe Storytelling Time. But we were doing, episodes previous to this, and they're also worth a listen. So yeah, just go to my profile, and they're all there in sequential order. So if you guys want to look at those and have a feast for your mind, and they're pretty long too, because each one that we do is like 7 or 8 hours, probably a little bit more than that.
Yeah, we go long. Yeah.
So it's probably worth a kind of a listen on a podcast if you're driving somewhere. Yeah, I would use them that way.
Yeah, we've come across some funny people, some funny characters here on X for sure.
Yeah, you'll get some weirdos following you, tagging you. A lot of them. They're all
Who's that one German guy that gets really upset?
Oh, Sydney?
Oh,
Sydney.
The Polish dude?
Yeah.
Sorry, not Polish. He's
Is he Polish? I thought it was German.
That dude flips out, bro.
I guess he's German. He sounds German.
Yeah, he goes pretty crazy, man, when he can't.
He gets angry.
Oh, we got a clip of him coming into a space because we were just talking about World War II and stuff. Came in screaming, "You're Nazis! You're evil!" What the hell is going on? Yo, he lost it.
That sounds like him.
I haven't seen him in a while though.
He came into the space yesterday, but I don't think he said anything. I saw him in here. He didn't come up as a speaker. It was like as a listener.
Yeah, he tends to just come in and like take your recordings and try to clip you up if you say anything.
But you figure that's probably the only thing they have left is gimmicks. All they got are their tactics of how they're gonna muddy the water or poison the well or just make it look like you don't know what you're talking about, like with editing on clips and stuff. And it's you just get to the point where you don't really care anymore. Like because they don't have the evidence. That's the only thing they have to resort to is doing those kinds of
straw
things.
man and taking you out of context, misrepresenting you. It's sad.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Carl. I see your hand raised up. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, so what is your opinion on how so the earth is flat, right? What's your opinion on how the actual shape underneath is? You think it's like a cone base? Because the water's got to go somewhere, right? Or at least there's got to be something underneath, quote unquote, the main layer, right? So do you think it's all the same depth, or do you think it's like a cone? What's your opinion?
Yeah. So the opinion would just be basically us not replacing something that's been removed. So the thing removed was the idea that, as you go down into the earth, it turns into like these layers, right? The crust, the mantle, the core, the inner core,
Right.
that sort of thing. So when we say we don't know, that's us telling you like there's no way for us to know that information, whether you accept that or not. We don't have to replace the thing that was taken down. So the thing that's taken down is this conceptual idea that as you dig down deeper into the crust, you're going to find different layers of the earth. So we would ask kind of the thing that needs to be asked is how do you know that particular model can exist if nobody's ever verified it? The idea that,
to add on to that, they've only dug 7.8 miles down in Russia. They were wrong with every prediction on the way down too.
Stopped. Yeah.
So what do you think, Carl?
No, I mean I agree, right? We only know what we know, and to say that we know farther than that when there's nothing's been explored, that's just ignorance to me, right? We're just
that makes sense, right? That makes sense because how are you going to then say that what's farther than what we've already known? Like TM was saying, something that we've already done, like as a humanity. Like if people have been to a certain depth and there's no way that there's no verification of anything farther than where they could possibly have gone, then there's no way to say what's beyond that. Only, of course, educated guesses and theories and ideas and
Unless it was like actually measurable in some capacity, but
sure.
has to been though, right? Like,
Well,
Well,
I'm gonna lend the globe a little credence in the fact that they give some sort of explanation, but the idea that it's not feasible to think about it this way because first, number one, it has to be no blade spheroid, and the idea has to be the uh, S&P waves. I don't know if you heard of those S&P. So they're permeating throughout the globe, and then you got like these resonant sounds going straight through the earth and coming out the other side, and the vibrational effects are felt from other stations that can monitor like seismic activity. So you have like these ideas that they're trying to get the notion that you can know that as it's going through the earth, like an occasion of like an earthquake or something, that it goes through the earth and then it comes out in certain areas where seismic activity is being recorded.
you,
You get what I'm saying, Carl? Like that's their
yeah,
explanation, but there's no evidence that the earth is a globe for that to be the case. If you
you know, earlier, Alpha, earlier in Discord, I forgot who it was, but somebody said volcanoes prove that the Earth is a globe, and I forgot who it was, but they made a really good point. They said that all that magma and all that lava, like, it's at the surface, and there's not like a tunnel that shoots all the way down to the center of this globe that they believe they're on. And I was like, that's a good point, because everything about it is just it's surface. Like, even with volcanoes, that we're dealing with that reality. There's not like this like pipeline that goes all the way to the core that spouts out this magma, lava,
yeah.
whatever they.
So
Yeah.
if you think about it, Carl, they haven't verified in any way anything past where people have dug down into. So I think the
right,
Kola
right,
super deep borehole in Russia was one attempt. I think there was actually a Chinese oil tanker or a drilling rig that went down a little farther than that, but not by much. But it went down a little farther than the Kola super deep. So there has been attempts to actually pierce this layer of earth and see how far we can go. But upon your investigation, which I would submit to you to go ahead and try and figure out what's the furthest down that anyone has ever dug, you're going to find out the information for yourself. There's nothing that solidifies the point that this idea of a, if you don't know the candy, I'm going to use it. It's like a gobstopper. If you ever cut a gobstopper in half, you can see like it's got layers, it's like a sphere,
right, right.
and it's got layers in it. So there's no idea that this model of a gobstopper Earth, they have these layers exist. The only thing it exists in is in your mind, given to you by either academia or some other source. But there's no way to verify that. So we're working within these like models, and we're I guess working
Right,
backwards
right.
from like what we know on the surface is what APOC was saying. All we got is surface information, man. That's about as good as we can get. I mean, you can go a little further down into the earth, but to get like this knowledge base of like what's really down there as far as we can go, there's no way. Nobody has that. So I mean,
You know, I get it 100%.
and that's why we ask the question. So most of what we do here is critical thinking, right? We apply how we can know something by demonstration, validation, evidence, falsification. We talk about empiricism a lot because that's a great way that we're going to put forward some evidence, right? When you demonstrate something and you say this is what happens all the time. So um, in the case for gas pressure, right? If you want to talk about how gas pressure is achieved, right? You need to have a confined space for the gas, and then you fill that space, and all of a sudden you start seeing that the more air you put into a certain location, you start to create pressure against the walls of that container. I mean, that's obvious, right? You don't have to think about it. You can see the practical demonstration displaying this. But when you show somebody that this is gas pressure in essence, right? How it manifests is like you have to keep applying pressure, and you can see, the walls being kind of pushed out. Like in the case for gas pressure, if you want to use an example like a balloon, so when you blow a balloon, you can see the walls of that balloon start to expand. So what happens here is that we understand this principle of gas pressure. The more pressure you exert inside of a small area, you're going to have a higher pressure, right? But what happens is you have a pressure differential from what's inside of the balloon to the outside of the balloon. So you have a vast pressure differential. So the pressure that's inside the balloon will be different than what's pressure on the outside. So when you let go of that nozzle, whether you put air in, what's going to happen to the air inside of the balloon with that pressure differential, Carl? I mean, just practically, you can know, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's
So
common, right?
yeah, it's common sense. So the air rushes out into the available space, and it rushes out into any and all directions. So
Entropy.
it's gonna have its expansion into the available space. Now this is obvious, right? We understand this. It's a law of nature. It happens always. You have a hot cup of coffee. You set it on your countertop. If you don't touch it or if you forget about it, when you come back about 30 minutes later to an hour and you get your cup of coffee, it won't be hot anymore. It will have cooled off. So it starts to get almost the same temperature as the temperature that the room is. So it becomes room temperature. So that's the thing.
Second
That's
law of thermodynamics. Yeah.
that's entropy in action, right? We start understanding that these laws cannot be negated. The coffee's not going to get hotter as you leave it on the countertop. It's going to get cooler. So hot to cold, high pressure to low pressure,
Right.
just in the demonstration of the balloon. So you can realize something very simple, that the laws of nature are described fundamentally in a very specific way that we can all agree on. Like, we don't have to disagree on that. But in the case for the Earth being a globe, it starts to become like this whole magical place where gas pressure is being held down by gravitational force, right? It's pushed down into the Earth with the bending and warping of space time. And you start to ask questions about gas pressure, like, wait a minute. So my understanding is that if you have gas pressure, that gas pressure has to be in a confined space in order for there to be sustained gas pressure. Now, you can have pressure, of course, with a gas, and you can put pressure, like if you have that same nozzle in the balloon and you have your hand in front of that nozzle, when you let go of the nozzle and you have your hand in front of it, you're going to feel pressure, air pressure, come out of that balloon and push against your hand, right? That's still air pressure and it doesn't have to be contained, but it won't be sustained. You won't have the consistent air pressure on your hand pushing against your hand. It will just dissipate, and then it will be the same pressure as, of course, the air that you're breathing outside at 14 psi. So you won't have that sustained, contained gas pressure. It will be something that's not going to have a way to talk about how we have gas pressure in a confined environment. So hopefully that makes sense. And I could go a little bit longer, but what do you think?
Yep.
Before I jump in, I wanted to kind of chime in on the P waves and S waves, but let's get these hands taken care of. TM, you had your hand first, and then Doc, you're second. So go ahead, TM.
I just want to mention we were talking about depth because they claim that the Earth's radius is 3,959 miles. That's from the center of the Earth to the surface of the Earth. If we've only gone 7.8 miles, how can we determine that other 3,952 miles? How do we determine that? How can we say we know for sure what's down there? It's insane.
Exactly, and that kind of goes along with what I was going to say right now. But before I say that, let's go ahead, Doc. Say what you guys say.
I heard you guys mentioned the atmosphere and the weight of the gases being pulled down by gravity and all that. You might not know this, but the atmosphere is evaporating into space.
That's the claim. Again, you're not going to have a system that's open to where there's this releasing of gases without all of us not being able to breathe at this point. Because if, just like that balloon, if you have an opening, everything's going to, through the second law of thermodynamics, as it's going to rush to fill its available space. That's not what happens on Earth. Although there's claims, I get it, Doc. There's claims, but that's the falsehood that we're trying to point out to people. So let me just say this real quick about P waves and S waves. When you look at these diagrams and stuff, the way they show them, they always shoot down and then they go in an arc and shoot up at a distance away from that epic center, if you will, of that vibration that's being calculated or should I say recorded and measured. But that doesn't mean it has to be a globe. You could have that same principle over a planar Earth, because when there's a vibration in one place and they feel it somewhere else, it's just kind of the way these vibrations travel. They go on an arc. They go down and they travel across and then they come back up. It doesn't have to be a globe. And I know that that does get misconstrued, if you will, and say, "Oh, it has to be a globe," because the way we measure it, it's there's an earthquake in in Japan, and then they feel it way over on the other side. Well, that's just because that vibration traveled in that arc the way they literally will show you in a diagram. But unfortunately, for the falsehood of it, they put it on a globe. They put it on a sphere. But if you were to just flatten that out, you're going to see that those P waves and S waves, they have a certain arc to them. And the reason why, if something was a shake here in your local city, and then you feel it, states away from your position, thousands of miles away, that's because that vibration, that shock, it went down and it arced to a position to where it's going to make like a loop, if you will. That's why they're registering that way. But go ahead, go ahead and say what you gotta say. Doc, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I don't care about the waves. Whatever you said sounds about right. The atmosphere, though, the evaporation, you guys don't believe in that?
100%, it can't be that, because again, if the system is open, then that means, because of the natural laws of how it works, that would fill the available space. So that means all the gas would escape through that hole that you think is there. But it doesn't happen that way. So when they're saying like, "Oh, we can measure it, and we know that certain gases very slightly they're escaping," no, that's not a reality. It can't be, because you can't have a this claim with no proof. By the way, like, show me the proof that these gases are escaping. Nobody can. They just tell you it is. Go ahead.
Well, you have boiled a pot of water, though, and you have noticed that the water evaporates.
In your house, which is a container, yes or no?
The kettle is an open container.
No, but your house is containing it, yes or no?
Well, the atmosphere is containing it, if you want to say it that way.
Well,
He's not. He doesn't answer the question you're
Gas
asking him.
pressure requires containment, dude.
exactly. He's not getting it. So,
We
so
can
if you if
demonstrate that.
so if
He,
you have a pot on the stove and you add temperature to it, and the liquid, right, the water becomes a gas and it goes up, but it's still contained. Like your house, it's your kitchen itself is the container in this case, which is then allowing this pressure differential to even exist. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
No, this has nothing to do with pressure. Like, even before you get to the pressure, the water exists in the container. So in your flat Earth model, it exists also in a container, and the sun is beating down on it and evaporating it.
And being
But,
contained.
but it's still in a containment. Otherwise, all the gases would escape into that void, right? That space, if you will, and that means all the oxygen would leave with it. Do you think only that vapor of water is going to leave, or what about the oxygen? What about everything else? All the gases in what you're breathing. You're able to talk right now because there's a container that allows you to do that. You understand?
Yeah, that's all fine, man. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying if the sun, you agree, is heating up the water, and
Still
it's heating up
contained.
the atmosphere in general.
Still contained.
Yeah,
So
no, that's fine.
okay. So all right. Well, welcome to flat Earth.
No, I'm using your model. That's
yeah,
fine.
we don't have a model. We don't want him on flat Earth. He could stay in a globe Earth.
So you agree, you admit water evaporates.
Yeah, so what, dude? What does that have to do? I'm gonna take over this conversation. What does it have to do with anything?
Because you're getting to the pressure part without actually addressing the root cause of why the atmosphere is escaping into space.
What do you mean the root cause of why the atmosphere is escaping into space? What are you talking
The
about?
root cause is that the sun is beaming down on your container.
On your container.
Well, your container.
Yeah? What do you mean by that?
Your model, right, of the water being contained in
What
some
model?
kind of container.
What model?
The one you guys keep talking about.
Yeah, which it's not a model.
Okay, whatever it is, you agree it's a container
Sure.
that contains the water,
And?
and the sun is beaming down on it.
So what? Thank you, Captain Obvious. So what?
Great, great. And what happens when the sun beams down on a container?
What do you mean? You keep saying what happens when the sun beams
He
down on a
he, he
container.
he's
Are you
he's
talking
he's
about the water?
incorporating his heliocentrism of a sun being 93 million miles away, heating up the water, and then
Oh
it
no, that's
raises
irrelevant. That's
I think you're.
irrelevant. You're
I think
making
you're
up.
giving him. I think
None of
you're
that
giving
has
him too
anything to
much
do with what
credit,
I'm
man.
saying.
You're giving
That's
him
the
way too
problem.
much credit. Like
Go
he can't think
May
that
I?
far ahead.
May
ahead,
I?
go ahead,
Go
Flash.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you normally go up to strangers and ask them about claims they didn't make?
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's your problem.
I mean, I don't think that's a problem. I'm trying to explain to you guys that water evaporates.
You don't know. You are like so incoherent, dude. When you say things, like just make it concise. What are you talking about?
What's the incoherent about the sun beaming down on water?
You're trying to say that within your model, we didn't never presented a model to you, did we?
No, you did. You were talking about gas pressure and containers, which is a model.
And what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Because a pressurized container, when it's heated up, when energy is added to it, tends to expand whatever is contained in it.
What do you mean expand?
When you add energy into the container, right? It heats up.
Yes.
And how do you measure heat?
What do you mean? How do you measure heat? Can you just get to what you're? Just get to the point that you want to make, because it doesn't sound like you're making any sense.
The heat is the measurement of how quickly matter in the container is moving.
So you admit there's a container?
Yeah, of course.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, what is he arguing for? Because he's
I don't know. He's agreeing with us.
That's not what we're arguing. You're not addressing the main point that I'm making.
He's living by his Twitter name.
You prove.
I honestly, man,
point, bro.
Está loco, man. He's crazy. The guy's like, he's trying to say something, and he's over here like agreeing with us on Flat Earth.
He proved our point.
Ad hominems, and like it has nothing to do with what I said.
It's not an ad hominem. We're saying you're agreeing with us. That's not an ad hominem, bro.
No, you were calling me crazy or whatever. That's an ad hominem. Address the point.
Okay.
No, I said when you speak, you sound like you're off your rocker. But then you
that's an ad hominem. You're not addressing the logic of the argument.
No, this isn't ad hominem. It's an assessment of what you're doing right now.
You're addressing the person instead of the argument.
No, I'm addressing you as a person making the argument that you're crazy, dude. You're batshit crazy when you speak.
That's not addressing the argument in any way, shape, or form.
No, this is an assessment. Like if I was to ad hom you, if I was to say if I was to say an ad hom, I would just clearly call you a dumbass or some idiot name or something just because. I'm not saying because. I'm saying in spite of your argument. This is why I'm saying you're batshit crazy. Because when you're talking,
so
you don't
what
make
is the
any
counter
sense.
argument? That's
and
just
then
calling me crazy.
Listen, dude, check this out. And on top of that, you agree with the Apocryphon and me that there's a container. Well done. Like that's all we were talking about. So you're just stating the obvious now. Well, don't you know what energy or heat does to water? Like we all know this. You're just telling us the obvious, and you just agreed with us that there's a container. So
the problem is that you're filling in blanks where we didn't make claims. You're filling in those blanks that you have something in your mind right now that you're not portraying. Like you've got some sort of idea in your mind that we're not giving you the claim of that idea. you are filling it in yourself. So that's our critique of your side of
Agreed.
the argument.
That's agreed. Yep.
That has nothing to do with the argument I presented.
Yeah, but we didn't make any of those claims, so you need to at least shed some light on what you mean by
Yep.
whatever your argument is, because you're going off the rails where we didn't make claims and you're filling in those blanks yourself.
So, regardless of what your container is, I don't really care about any of that. That you can imagine
Do
it
you,
however you want it.
hey Doc, do you know what a coker is?
I don't know what that is now.
Okay. A coker is usually found in refineries, okay? And what these cokers do is they add temperature, they change the temperature and they heat up a particular product, right? That they're going to sell. And the byproduct of that particular element that they put in there creates another one. And then they add a temperature to that one, and then it creates another byproduct. And it literally creates a gradient within the coker. But the main point here is that a coker is contained all the way to the top. That's the only way that you can have the gradient to begin with. That's the only way you can measure the pressure to begin with. And when you add these temperatures, it literally changes the chemical makeup of this particular element to have a byproduct. So that is equivalent to the earth that we live upon because there's a container to begin with. If there was anything escaping, like if you put a hole into that coker, then you wouldn't have any of those levels because all of those things would escape out the top of the coker into the sky. And that's what we're trying to tell you. You cannot have this um, world reality have a
Mhm.
hole in the top of us because if
No,
once
I
it
didn't
starts
say
to
that. There's
escape,
no hole. There's no hole. Nobody said anything about holes.
okay, so then how is this thing escaping? How are gases escaping out of this gradient that's already presented by the
Well, you
container?
can
By
just
the
do
way,
what Flatsy said. You can fill in however you want. You agree the atmosphere does have gradients because of temperature differences and
and because
different
there's a
gases.
Yeah.
container,
So what?
Right,
So
yeah,
what?
because it's a container. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
And
what?
again, you agree with us. Oh my God,
Yeah. So
again, you
what?
agree with us.
yeah,
Okay,
totally, totally. I agree with
All right.
everything you said. And when you heat up this container, like in the coker, what happens to the container itself? What happens to the gases inside of it?
what they do is they create a byproduct when you add temperature, but and they're going to create a gradient. But again, the antecedent to that is a container.
Yeah.
If you took away the top of a coker, you will have none of those levels. All
Yeah,
of
why
those
are you
gas
fixated on this container? I don't understand. It's what.
Because you need to contain it for gas pressure.
because that's the antecedent to it. That's what creates that gradient. That's what creates the byproduct in itself.
Anti,
As you
anti,
heat it up, yeah, exactly. As you heat it up, you create the gradients, and either the pressure increases or the gases escape.
a pop,
No, go
anti.
ahead.
It's antecedent, not
Anti-
antecedent.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little tipsy right now. My bad.
Do you work in a coker unit?
No, but I worked in refineries. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Matter of fact, we did a turnaround. We worked 24/7 for a whole month. The turnarounds are usually 30
Oh, I know what
days.
they are. I got you.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
You in
And matter of
Southeast
fact,
Texas?
no, I'm in California. I got my RSO card. You know what RSO is?
We got a TWIC card.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The twigs on the docks. That's you're on the ports. Yeah, I got you,
Yeah,
brother. Yeah, I feel you. We got to get that too as iron workers. Yeah, we got you.
I hear you. That's all I
Yeah.
wanted to say.
Matter of fact, to get my RSO card, I
Yep.
had to take that class, and that's how I learned about the cokers because they tell you they literally break it down. And matter of fact, the director or the teacher, he literally said that the coker is equivalent to like the way it works on Earth. If you could picture a gradient on Earth, and then that's why you have these levels. And
Yep.
I was like, bro, that's flat Earth all day, bro. Like straight up, bro.
Yep. That's
At
cool. I just
least
haven't heard anybody else mention coker units or whatnot or coker.
Yeah,
just anywhere. So I figured
I use that because that's my real world application that I could implement my knowledge of, because I lived that, right? I know that, I understand it. I had to learn it. And that principle is very, very relevant to this discussion, because when you have somebody saying, "Oh yeah, you can just it's gases are escaping," well then guess what? Then you will not have a Coker unit at that point. And if the Coker unit is equivalent to Earth, then obviously there's a containment. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the atmosphere.
Exactly.
No,
Yep.
no. The atmosphere, which is gas, gases don't contain themselves. To have contained gas, you need a container. That would be a physical boundary for the gas to press against.
I would
When the
imagine
gas,
that would be the.
what?
I mean, if you're
Not the
entering
atmosphere.
atmosphere,
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
the
no, but
atmosphere.
it's the same.
right?
No, what Jedi's saying is the same principle. Like that,
Yeah.
like that, like the atmosphere in the sky, this pressure gradient is going to create, this level of where you can measure it, and you have these levels to it, if you will, but still it's contained, and that's the whole
Right.
point.
Right. Yeah. I got you.
Has to be contained, otherwise there's another volume for the gas, and the gas will fill that volume. You will not achieve pressure. You will not achieve gradients if you don't have a fixed volume.
Exactly. That's why I said if you take off the top of the coker, you will not have what they're trying to, create on the refinery.
Right. It'd be
That's
like distilling liquor without having the top.
exactly.
Yeah.
You can't do it. You
You
can't
can't
do
do it.
it. Good point. I love
Yeah.
that. Good point. It's weird that Globers can't grasp that, by the way. It's really weird.
You're not saying anything controversial. Like, why are
We
the
are.
Globers? What's the
We are.
confusion?
We are, because when we say this, it takes away the vacuum of space.
Immediately. That
You
means you
can't have
can't.
gas pressure.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go on, Joe.
you can't have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press against. And if you don't have a physical boundary for the gas to press against, the gas will disperse into the next available volume. If the Earth is an open system without a physical boundary, we will have not achieved gas pressure, and the gas is free to expand into the expanding volume of space. Second law of thermodynamics. Thank you. Bye bye, space vacuum.
Exactly.
I always figured it's something kind of like static electricity and a balloon sticks to your hand. Maybe that's what it's like
No, it's not.
for the
It
atmosphere.
needs to be. It needs to be physical so that the gas can press against the walls of the container. That's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. That's how you define it.
Yeah.
It's
No, I
defined
see
that way.
exactly what you're saying. I totally get it.
Yeah, and for practical purposes, we can demonstrate it that way too.
Yeah.
I guess with the idea that the Earth is a globe, however, and then there's an open system. I mean, you got matter and energy can leave the environment. That means that there's nothing to contain those gases that we have. So they're free to randomly move with perfect elastic collisions off into the available space. If that were the case. But we don't have that. We have contained,
Yeah.
sustained gas pressure on the surface.
Yeah.
So big problems for the Earth being a globe, because now they're going to have to show us how we can have that sustained, contained gas
No, this has
pressure.
nothing to do with the globe.
Oh, it does. This is the medium that your Earth that's spinning flies around with, and that Jupiter is an uncontained ball of gas existing in. You can't have these things because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. The Earth's
There is no
atmosphere
violation
will.
of second law.
We've just explained it. Gas fills space.
Gas fills space. That's correct. Yeah.
Good. So if gas fills space,
Unless
and the
there is a force acting on it.
oh, sorry. No, the description by observation, demonstration, and experiment is that gas expands indefinitely in all directions.
Unless there's a force acting on it.
No, you're misunderstanding. So the observation of gas shows that it moves in random directions indefinitely. There's no,
Unless there's a
oh,
force acting
but
on it.
in the second law of thermodynamics, there is, oh, but unless there's a force acting upon it. A gas expands indefinitely. You're adding this in like it exists. It doesn't exist within the second law. In actual fact, the observation of it in reality doesn't exist. You're making the claim that yes, 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 gas expands, except when it doesn't.
Except when a force is acting on it.
What force
So
are you
show me that then.
referring to right
Okay,
now?
I'll do this. Show me.
Like in the Coker, you had the different levels and gradients of gases at
In a
various
container.
temperatures.
In a container, yeah.
And sure, yeah, the container is irrelevant. I don't know why you keep bringing it up.
No, you're going to need a container to contain gas to keep it there, to have gas pressure.
No, you just need a force.
Hold on, my friend.
You don't need a boundary.
No, shush. A boundary, a physical boundary for the gas to press against. Yes.
No, you just need a force. You need two forces.
Talking. This is the third time you've interrupted me. So I will get to the end of my statement. You can address me when I finished.
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you. So we're making the positive claim that to achieve pressure, you're going to need a container. You're saying you don't need a container, you just need a force. I want you to show me.
Show you that a force can act on a gaseous material?
Show me that you don't need a container for gas pressure.
You can't.
What do you know about plasma?
No, we're talking about gas. I'm not breathing plasma.
Plasma is a gas.
Yeah, I'm not breathing plasma. I'm breathing oxygen and nitrogen. Keep to the subject. We're talking about gas pressure. Show me that you can have gas pressure without a container, please. Violate that second law.
Oh, you just need to apply a strong enough magnetic field, and it'll work.
You need to apply a strong enough magnetic field. What happens? What do you need to do to the gas?
You need to trap it in the field itself.
How do you do that?
How do you do that? How do you trap a gas in a magnetic field?
Yep.
You ionize it.
Thank you. Am I breathing ionized gas?
Yeah, you are, of course.
No, the ionized gas doesn't. No, this gas isn't ionized, dude. What are you talking about?
What do you think happens when there's a lightning bolt? It ionizes the air.
That's a lightning bolt, dude.
And you can breathe the ionized air, yes.
But it's not ionized now when I'm breathing it, am I?
No, it is.
Dude, I'm going to lose my patience if you're going to be a little bit of a snake and try and wiggle out of this. We're making the claim that you need a container to achieve gas pressure.
That's a false claim. You don't need a container.
Okay, so can you show me scientifically that you don't?
Yeah, go do a tour of CERN.
Show us gas pressure being contained by gravity.
I want you to
that is your force.
No, that's not what I claimed. That's not what I claimed.
Okay.
So what is the force acting upon it when you say a force acting on it? What is your force acting on the gases?
He claimed magnetic
forces.
That's not a magnetic field.
Magnetic field creates a barrier, and that's basically a container.
We're talking about oxygen and nitrogen. We're talking about the gas that we breathe. Not something that you've added an electric charge to ionize the gas.
This is really simple. Can you show us anything in Boyle's law or Charles' law?
Come on, dude. Show me that you can stop entropy.
In Boyle's? Yeah, they use the same equations for ionized gases. It's the same ones.
Do we have them in containers?
Yes.
No, you don't need a container to have pressure.
You don't need. What's the definition of pressure?
Wow.
Hold on. What's the definition of gas pressure?
Well, it's relative, right? It depends on your temperature units and your volume, and
what's volume?
Yeah.
Good. So you're going to need a container then.
No. You need a finite extent of space. You don't need a container.
A finite extent. What's the definition of gas pressure? You didn't give it. What is it?
I don't know. It's
the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Let me explain to him. By definition, gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by gas molecules per unit area on the walls of its container or any surface with which it comes into contact. This pressure results from the collisions of gas molecules with surfaces and it can be influenced by factors such as temperature, volume, and the number of gas molecules present. That's the definition.
Oh, fantastic. You noticed how you didn't mention any containers.
He did.
What? That was in the
The
second.
force that the
Let me
gas
let me
exerts.
hold on, Jedi. Let me say it
Say
again.
it again.
He didn't hear it. Gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by gas molecules per unit area on the walls of its container or any surface with which it comes into contact.
Or any surface with which it comes into contact with.
Yes,
So physical boundary there.
which would be a
So
physical boundary. Exactly.
And the physical boundary is the surface of the planet.
Okay, but that's not containment. That's just one surface.
No, the definition
When
said or. It's
excuse,
either a
excuse
container
me,
or pressure
excuse me,
against a
excuse me,
surface.
So is the
excuse me,
surface of the ground
excuse
the
me.
sky? Go ahead, Jedi.
When the gas molecule hits the ground, rebounds and goes upwards, what makes it come back?
Yeah, something makes it come back.
Yeah, what?
Oh, I don't know what it is, but
Okay. I just want to point this out to you. After a gas has hit something and rebounded in another direction, it expands indefinitely. It doesn't come back unless it has a physical interaction with another gas molecule, something solid, or the walls of its container. No physical interaction. The
no, you
gas
said
molecule does. I
another
haven't
molecule.
finished. I haven't finished. If there's no physical interaction, the gas molecule will not change its vector.
Completely in agreement, yes.
Good. So if you've got an open system with nothing physical to press against, the gas will disperse indefinitely.
That is correct.
Good. So bye space vacuum then.
You're breathing because the gases around you are not escaping because they are bouncing off the container. You get that?
No, I totally get what you're saying. There's no problem here. But the pressure that you're measuring is against the surface, which is your definition. You already read that out loud. And you don't need a container. You just need a surface to measure the pressure, which
No,
the
you need
surface
the
of the earth is
volume.
enough.
PV equals nRT. PV, that's pressure and volume. Pressure is solved by force over area. The volume is the size of the container.
Okay, yeah,
Mic
sure.
drop.
Do you know
Mic
what?
drop.
Hold on. Do you know what a tire is?
Yes, I know what a tire is.
Good. So the consequence of putting gas into that fixed volume is the gas is under pressure. If you've got higher pressure in the tire and lower atmospheric pressure outside, when your girlfriend gets pissed off with you and slashes your tires, the high pressure
Oh, I don't have a
disperses.
girlfriend, so that's a bad example.
Good, no problem. But the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment, won't it?
Unless it hits something which would force it back, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It has to physically hit something to make it come back. So when you say that the surface of the Earth is a container, no, that's just one surface that's going to change its direction. When the gas moves up 90 degrees vertically, doesn't have any other collisions with any other gas molecules, the gas is going to keep expanding into the available volume. We would not be breathing.
No, the gas does expand, but then it comes back down.
Show me.
Show you what? The air you're breathing? You already admitted that.
Dude, I'm asking you to show me gas pressure without a container. You've got the belief that up there is an available volume for gas to fill, but it's not going to fill it, right?
No, it
That's
does
your
fill it.
claim.
What are you talking
It
about?
does. It does fill it.
The atmosphere is full of gas, yeah.
What? The vacuum of space?
No, the atmosphere has layers.
Yes.
He's just trolling
And
you at this
And,
point.
there's a gradient of temperature differentials and
and,
densities of various gases.
awesome. And to have all of this, you need what?
Pressure.
You need a force acting on it.
No, you need a container. Why do you keep
You
saying
need a
force all of a
force.
sudden? No, you
What is a
need a
container? What is
container.
the wall of the container doing to the gases?
It's stopping the gases
And how does it do
expanding
that?
because the container is physically changing.
What's the word that you would use
Why
to
are you
describe?
talking, dude? You keep
What would
asking me
be the word?
questions.
dude, you keep asking me questions. I keep trying to answer, but then you keep coming along with another question. Do you want me to answer, or do you just want to fundy mute me?
What is a definition of a container for
A
a
physical
gas?
boundary for gas to press against.
Okay, great. That's very good. A physical
Yeah.
boundary. And what does a physical boundary do to the gas particle?
It has an elastic collision.
That's a force. The
Ah,
gas is.
fantastic. Excellent. Okay, great.
Yeah, good. Awesome. So you're going to need a container then?
Oh, no. You were
No,
almost
no,
there.
no.
You were almost there.
No. It creates a force. What the gas is physically interacting with the solid boundary and changing its vector after that elastic collision.
But you
Awesome.
did agree.
That's a closed system we're describing, isn't it? Closed system.
Yeah, in your model, it's a closed system, yeah.
No, in the models of the second law with regards to thermodynamics, the three systems, isolated, closed, and open. To have gas pressure, you need a closed system because if it's open, the gas is free to fill the next available volume. That would be the vacuum of space you think we're spinning around in?
Oh, the boundaries are they're fake. You don't understand how thermodynamics measures these things. It's whether the system is closed or open is just a matter of perspective. You can
No,
draw a boundary and call that a closed system, and then model the inputs and outputs as if they were acting with the outside environment. There is no such thing as a completely isolated closed system in thermodynamics. Everything
no,
in
there's no such
thermodynamics
thing as an
is
isolated
relative.
system. Excuse me. Isolated and closed systems are not the same thing. Isolated systems are hypothetical. They don't exist in the natural world. A hypothetical isolated system lets no matter or energy transfer, unlike a closed system which lets energy transfer like heat, but doesn't let physical matter transfer like gas. Whereas in an open system, energy and physical matter can leave the system. If the Earth is an open system, the gas would fuck off.
And the gas is fucking off, yeah.
Good. And we wouldn't be breathing because we wouldn't have achieved pressure.
It's not a binary process.
It
It's
is.
not
What's
either,
pressure?
huh?
What's pressure?
The collision of gases or anything really against a surface.
Awesome. Do you need containment for pressure like the tire?
I thought we went past this. We don't need we are using the words right. So you have a
No,
gas particle.
you have a misunderstanding. But I'm using the words correctly. It's like you don't want to understand. It's weird.
Just real quick, some house cleaning, Jedi. Shout out to the 22 listeners on YouTube. Please
Gas
feel free
pressure
to
is
join
defined as
us.
the force that gases exert upon the walls of its container. If you increase the size of the container and keep the same amount of gas in there, gas pressure will go down. If you heat the gas up, gas pressure will go up. If you remove the walls of the container, the gas will freely expand indefinitely into the next available volume.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jedi, did you hear? Did you hear APOC?
No, I didn't. I
No,
had to leave again.
yeah,
Do apologize.
yeah, he might. No worries, no worries.
I'm just making sure that he can hear APOC. All right.
He might have to
He
drop
can't
and come
hear
back.
him.
Yeah, he might have to drop and come back. That happens sometimes. Just real quick house cleaning. Thank you to all the viewers on YouTube. Please feel free to join us. Any Globers that just joined, I see there's some new people, and if you want to raise your hand, request, you want to join the conversation, request, will bring you up, and if you want to chime in, please feel free to, and please give the space a like, maybe even share, and post it on your wall or your Twitter or whatever you call it. But my bad, Jedi. Did Jedi come back?
He's
Yeah.
listening right now. He's a listener. But
Yeah,
yeah,
go
if
ahead and
you,
request, Jedi.
Pull him up.
I would say that all you guys have to do is just retweet out this space so that we can get some more listeners in here, possibly some more people who want to interact with the conversation. But definitely an interesting one. We've been having a conversation with this guy in the chat. His name is Retarded AI or something. But honestly, like
It's
he's not.
Dr. Retarded AI.
Yeah, I don't really care at this point. So Yeah, he's basically a guy who's just trying to spin everybody's wheels in here, and he's not really about truth or anything. He's just
If there's any new Globers that want to
crazy.
join in, please feel free to jump
Yeah,
in the
please,
conversation.
anybody else but that guy.
We're like,
Anybody.
please,
We'll
we're
take
begging you.
anybody.
We're begging you, please raise your hand and talk about today's
I don't
temperature,
care if you want to talk
weather.
about how you decorated your cake today. Like, I think anything would be better than talking to that one. He doesn't like he's off in his own world, like the way he thinks about stuff. Wow, you know.
All right.
Hopefully nobody
Anybody
else
else?
comes up like that. Man. I probably jinxed us, man. Like
Yeah.
that guy's awful. Like
Shout out to the 30 listeners and those that are on the outside. Your 4 other listeners out there, whoever you are, thank you for joining. Oh, I forgot, as I normally do, I forgot to tag Elon. So let me do that real quick. I like to tag him. Let me see here what we do.
yeah, we're asking the question, and it seems like we got some new people. So y'all come on up, man. Raise your hand. And while I dubbed this space globe storytelling time, so if you think the Earth's a globe, go ahead and tell us your story. We'll just sit back, listen to you as you go through why you tell us why the Earth is a globe, and afterwards we'll give a little critique to it and see if you did well to kind of did a little due diligence to giving us evidence as to how you know it's a globe. So I think it's kind of a fun exercise, at least for you as a listener, to come in, take part, and see if you're able to articulate your point as to how you know it's a globe. I think it's kind of cool, but let's see what you guys think.
Fingers crossed.
Anyway, Jedi, you're back.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry if I was speaking through your way, Pop Man. I generally couldn't hear everything you were saying, mate.
No, yeah, no, I know. It's a as they say, the glitches of X. So no worries. We got Archimedes. Is Archimedes in the building? Go ahead, brother. Go ahead and share what you got to say. Oh, he's connecting, so he's not hearing me.
Yeah, he doesn't hear
Archimedes,
you.
Archimedes, you have the floor. Please feel free to take that.
Yeah, okay. So my brother thinks the earth is flat. Okay. Been going back and forth on this for years. And it just doesn't make any sense to me how you could possibly think the earth is flat. Like,
All right, let's put
like,
it this way. Yeah,
can you not see that, like, the other planets are round
yeah,
and
let's put it.
spherical and you know what I mean?
Yeah, Archimedes, let's do a little kind of like what I was saying before. Let's kind of test the metal of your understanding, right? So we're gonna sit back. You go ahead and tell us how you know that the Earth is a globe, and like a little presentation style, the best way you can. Like, let's say I was somebody on the street and I asked you, "Hey, can you tell me how the Earth's a globe?" I know it's silly, but indulge me. Like, go ahead and see if you're able to articulate a point of how you know the Earth's a globe, just like the way you were doing now, a little bit like that, but just go like a presentation. Like if you're gonna just tell me if that's possible, if you can do it. Like that's what I'm saying. If you're able to.
Okay, so
All right.
take the eclipse, right? We have a lunar eclipse, we have a solar eclipse. All right. It, I just don't understand how, if the sun is above the flat surface of the earth, how is it not just
All right. I'll get.
daytime?
Yeah, Archimedes.
It does not make sense to me.
Archimedes. I gotta just like remind you.
Yeah, I would rather just listen to y'all because
Yeah, but
it's
hold on, because I think it's important for everybody to understand that people that think just like you, for them to actually listen to you, go through how you know it's a globe, not how it's flat Earth. Like pretend like none of this conversation of flat Earth existed, and you were just gonna tell somebody how you know the Earth's a globe.
okay. I
Like
got you. So
just do that. I want people to hear you actually just come from a place of knowing that the Earth is a globe. And I'll step back so you can go ahead.
You don't.
I guess I'll do my best. So we have. I just look at it like this. It's like rocket science, right? We go up and like Elon Musk. Okay, put it this way: he is launching a rocket in outer space and setting up these Starlink uh, satellites, which obviously work, right? They're able to track them, and they all go a specific path over the Earth. Like, I would love to see, like, and you can clearly see how they track over a sphere, and they're always going to be positioned correctly, and they float in a logical format so that they can have maximum coverage. Okay, in a if the Earth is flat, like the shape of the
try
path
not
would
to,
be totally opposite, right?
try not to go into the Earth is flat. We just want to hear your presentation the
Okay,
best you can that
so
it's a globe.
so
Please continue.
I'm just looking at the modern, like in the most modern times, like that's the simplest explanation I can give. Like I
All
don't
right.
think
So I just real quick, Archimedes, I put in the nest right above us. If you want to go ahead and press play, it's going to show you how it's the what's called the ISS path of travel, but it could also be satellites that you're trying to exhibit here. But
did
it
you
does
drop something?
have to
Did you drop something in the notes?
in
Is
the
that what you're saying?
in the nest above us,
Goodness,
the
yeah.
jumbotron.
But let's
If you want,
before we go into that back and forth, APOC. Before we do that, I just want him to actually state how he knows it's a globe, and then we'll kind of critique about any information there after he, because I don't know if he was done. So I just want him to finish, like,
Yeah,
just telling us.
Okay,
I'd like him.
I
I'd
guess.
like Archimedes to clarify a bit further, yeah, because you keep going into look, this just doesn't make sense on a flat Earth, yeah.
Well, so
Just imagine this.
I grew up like I was a mathematician, right? And you study Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, and the radius of the Earth is approximately 4,000 miles, give or take. Like all the math just works out. Everything that I've ever studied or researched my entire life, and I pretty much trust mathematics and physics. Not quote unquote science, but like real, empirical math, like shit you can measure. You know what I mean? I've never. Plus,
you're
like when you're like, okay, we have these live video feeds from SpaceX when they went to outer space. You can clearly see the curvature of the Earth.
you're next, Nikki. Hang tight, Nikki. You're
Yeah,
next.
just hang tight a little
So,
bit. It's
yeah,
all
I
good.
mean, I guess I would like to hear other people. Like, I'm not trying to. I mean, I just joined this because I thought the conversation was interesting.
It is, it is. But
And
I think what's even more interesting, Archimedes, is the fact that we're gonna let people like such as yourself kind of tell us what they know about the Earth being a globe. Now, mind you, do the best you can out tell everybody else, not just you, Archimedes. Just mind you, try not to get into, but this can't work on a flat Earth, or this isn't not flat. Like, try to keep flat Earth aside. Like, just for now, just give us all your evidence of how you know the Earth to be a globe. We want to listen to you guys articulate the point of how you know it's a globe. So go ahead. I think we have Nicole up next, but just hang tight, Archimedes. We'll get back to you and your points. Go ahead, Nicole.
So, one way in which I would say the Earth is a globe is that the mere act of questioning whether or not the Earth is the globe could have you drinking a vial of hemlock. In 470 BC, that's recorded history. Socrates, a Greek guy, was born. He liked to talk about, I think, philosophy and stuff. They tell you about him in Western education because he's a philosopher guy. And then basically he was doing some philosophy, and suddenly he was charged with two crimes: impiety and corrupting the youth.
All right.
So
All right,
suddenly,
let's see if we can get this back on track. I think we've gone off the rails here, off the beaten path. I think what we need here is evidence that the Earth is a globe. So you have to tell us that and not get into some type of color commentary
okay,
of what
I got
you're.
it, I got it.
Well, I don't know if you got it. That's why I'm actually going through the reason why this needs to be said. Like I didn't think it needed to be said, but now that we're redirecting you back to the past, now that you know, all we're asking for is how you can articulate a point of how you know the Earth's a globe, a geometric shape, if you will. Go ahead, please.
I think with the scopes of glass that are built in Greek society that are recorded in Greek, which is a
so no way that you're gonna detail how you know the Earth's a globe. Is that right?
No, that's what I would say, because it goes back to like the start of observing the stars. Like that's the beginning of how we later came to know the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. Once again, and listen, and the only reason I'm saying this is because looking at something other than the Earth is not going to get us there. It's not going to win the day. I think so. For anybody detailing to us that the Earth is a globe, I think they need to stick to the Earth that's beneath their feet and not a star in the Pleiades system. So if you can do so, please, sir, kind sir, just let's talk about the thing that's underneath our feet, right? Let's just go there. I think that would be best. Please continue.
I can't prove that. Nobody can. Nobody knows.
Oh, excellent. Well, at least for the people who are listening, you heard somebody here who's somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe, can't do it. Now, Archimedes did a good attempt at least to kind of come through and did his best. So I guess
Morgan as well. We have Morgan that's also on waiting to speak.
Oh, Morgan, welcome. We can go to Morgan next before we get back to Archimedes. Morgan, if you're there.
Oh, so yeah, I'm here.
Yep. Same question. If you were listening,
how do I know the Earth is?
Yeah. If we same question,
How do I
just
know?
stick to the facts and what you can detail to us about the Earth being a geometric shape. Yep.
Well, a spherical shape has we have two poles, so we have the Arctic Circle and Antarctica. And we know that our globe tilts on an axis and wobbles slightly to a different degree. And we can predict that with seasons, and we also know that with 30 days of, or what is it, a month of sunlight versus a month of darkness, and then that in the summer solstice and in the winter solstice, and then it swaps and goes to the North Pole and the South Pole. They swap, and they both have different seasons like that. So we know. I mean, we've known it for 2,000 years that the Earth is a globe. Over 2,000 years. Those two things right there are pretty. I mean, you can sail around our Antarctica. I mean, that's. What else do you guys need?
Oh, I'll tell you.
Go to the
bottom. I'll
bottom.
tell you, Morgan. So basically, we're looking for the Earth being geometric shape, which is an oblate spheroid, to be able to be somehow directly measured. And if you're saying that we have to kind of assume that by people traveling over the surface that it's a globe by proxy of traveling, we can't get there. Once again, we need to understand.
No, it's charted. I mean, it's all charted.
Yeah, that's great. Distances that people travel over the surface are not actually measuring any surface curvature. They're just going from point A to point B. So when
we're not talking about curvature. No. Hold on. We're talking about how we know the Earth is.
Yeah. Okay. So you think the Earth as a globe doesn't have any curvature when they travel over the surface?
We're not. No. It's relative. Relative.
Yeah, but what I'm asking you is that when somebody's traveling over the surface of the Earth, are they traveling over curvature of the Earth or are they traveling over a globe? Like, what is the difference between those two?
Okay, say that question.
Yeah,
again.
What is the difference between me telling you that I'm looking?
What is the difference?
Yeah, the difference between curvature of the Earth and somebody traveling over a globe, and if it's just traveling over the curvature of the Earth. What's the difference between what I'm asking you? Why is there, to you, a distinction between those two?
That's a stupid question.
Well, I'm asking you because it seems like you had
No, that's a stupid question. Come on. Okay,
so what are you saying?
Just say you don't understand it.
Hold on.
It's not a stupid question. Just say you don't understand it.
Sure, I'm with it.
You're talking about how a globe looks spherical while you're traveling, and then if you were traveling above the Earth, why it looked like it was curved. Is that
no? What I'm asking you is that hold on, Morgan. That's not it. You haven't got it. So if you're traveling,
the question isn't really
yeah.
clear.
So let me
Think
make
about
it a little bit more clear. So if you're traveling from point A to point B on any part of the surface of the Earth, right? We got that. If you're traveling from point A to point B, I'm asking the question: how does one know that they're traveling over the curve of the Earth? Because the Earth is a globe, right? It's an oblate spheroid. How does one know that they're traveling over the curve of the Earth? You get it now?
Well, that's pretty
Okay.
simple. You go up.
Yeah, go ahead.
You go up.
Yes,
All
you
right.
go up.
You go up, and you know what? If you want to talk about planes, that's a really good.
Well, did you
proof.
stop in the middle of what you're?
Deflection.
Did he stop
Deflection.
in the? I heard him only say
Let's
go
talk.
up. I didn't hear you.
Let's go to flights. Hey, let's go to
Well,
flights.
you
No,
want to go
no,
to
let's go
flights?
back to the points you made, yeah, because in the first place, we just asked for how you knew it was a globe, yeah, your story, and you
That was one.
hang on.
I have a couple.
You made some. You made your points.
Hold on.
Hold on, let me finish talking. Yeah, you made your point. So you said you know that the Earth is a globe because you know it has poles. You know that it tilts. You know because of seasons, and that we can also travel. So Alpha's trying to address traveling on the surface, I believe. Alpha, correct?
That's correct, AJ.
Okay, so let's just finish off with
And as
that.
you go up
Traveling
and
on
you
the
go down,
surface, yeah, and how we know.
I'm
Hang
answering the
on,
question.
and
You
how we
answered the
know
question.
that traveling on the surface shows any type of evidence that we're on the globe. But then we can go up, yeah. Then we can talk about whatever you want.
Well, have you seen flight paths?
Yeah, you're.
Have you seen
So basically,
flight
AJ's
paths?
trying to redirect you back to this very specific question that I was asking.
The very specific question that
Yes.
you're asking is okay. So are you saying that we can only measure it by going outside and
No,
walking?
I'm asking because you're saying that traveling over the surface, like people did a long time ago, right?
Travel. Hold on. Let's go back to the question. Traveling over the
Yes.
surface.
Okay, so
Okay. How are we? Hold on. How are we traveling over?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one that brought it up.
No. You tell me. It's
No,
your question.
it's my question to you because you
Morgan,
brought up traveling.
Morgan,
Okay, am
you
I flying?
hang on,
Okay, am I flying over
Morgan,
the surface?
you stated.
Hold on.
No,
Am I flying
Morgan,
over the
you
surface?
actually stated that we can sail around Antarctica.
Yes.
Okay, so we're sailing on the surface. So how is that showing that we're on a globe?
Okay, so I live in San Diego, California, on the Pacific Ocean. Okay. How come when I'm on the shore and I watch sailboats sail away, they disappear from
Oh,
the
you're
bottom
asking
of
You
us a
asked this
question?
earlier, and we gave
Yeah,
you a
hold on,
demo on
wait
the
a
other
second.
space.
Wait a second, gentlemen.
Oh,
One second.
wait,
Morgan.
hold on.
No, here we go.
Hold on.
This is
Morgan,
awesome.
you're
Someone-
asking. No,
someone's
this isn't
here
awesome yet
earlier.
because he's asking us a question. We don't want him to ask us a question. This is a presentation.
He was asking me how I sail.
Morgan,
No,
we're asking.
How would I know
sailing,
this curvature?
Brother, hold on. Now I'm gonna have to get control.
mute it.
Just relax. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute everybody. So check this out. It's very simple. The only thing I'm asking is with his mode of travel, which is sailing, which AG just pointed out. How does he know he's traveling over the surface? And then he proceeded to ask us a question. But he had a question on the table, which is how does he know when he's sailing that he knows he's traveling over the curved surface of a globe? So that question needs to be answered, not ask us another question. Do you understand? It's not getting good until he answers that question. We're waiting on that. All right. I've unmuted. Watch out for the double mute, though.
Do you mean that you think you're gonna like just fall, or
No,
what? What do
Andrea.
you mean?
No,
Hold on.
That's not
Andrea,
it.
you
That's
can
not it.
speak shortly if you can just.
Him not knowing doesn't matter that he's not on. Him not knowing about the curvature or how the ocean works while he's sailing doesn't change the shape of the globe.
Okay,
Do you get
Morgan,
to see
hang
the
on,
sunset?
Andrea, please stop, Morgan. I think you're really misunderstanding. Yeah, so if you have a look at the title, we've got globe storytelling time. Yeah, so we are asking you for your evidence of how you would know that you're living on this sphere. If I was just to run into you as a stranger on the street, that how you could explain to me, you know this fact, yeah? Like, for example, listen, Morgan, I know it's a sphere because I see boats that sail over the horizon. I've seen these photographs or pictures from space, yeah, etc., like that. So the claims again that you made was that you know it has poles, you know that it tilts, you know that we have seasons, and you know that we can sail around Antarctica. Now you've given that forward as an evidence that you know we're living on the globe. So how is sailing on the surface of the ocean giving you any evidence to support that belief that you're on that globe? I mean, if I was to run into you on the street, I'd be asking you the same question.
Well, how about this? How about watching the sunset and noticing that it doesn't change size whatsoever?
He's you're
So we know.
diverting from the
Hold on,
question
but hold on,
again.
hold. Can I finish? Gosh, you guys, as soon as
Morgan,
I
you're
talk, you
diverting.
cut me
You're
off.
missing the point. You're going off to sunsets.
He
We're
just
still
Tell him
asked
the
me a
sailing.
question.
bathtub
How would I
story,
know?
bro.
Yeah.
Tell him the
My
What?
bathtub
question
What?
was, Morgan, my
How?
question was, how
While I'm
does
sailing.
sailing around Antarctica, as you stated, give me any evidence that I'm living on a globe?
Answer,
Okay.
please.
Well, if you go in the right season, you'll notice that you're in daylight the whole time.
Have you done this?
Okay.
Have you
Okay.
done this?
How is that possible on a flat
Have,
Earth?
have
Tell
you
me.
done? Have you done this?
Hang on, Jedi. Sorry, Jedi,
No.
I don't want to interrupt, but
No.
Morgan,
You notice when
stop,
you
please.
sail around.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
I
I
need to
just
stop you,
answered the
Morgan, because
question.
you've misunderstood again. Okay. You
No,
have
I just answered the
misunderstood. We're
question.
asking for your evidence, not what you believe is or is not going to work on a flat Earth. Again, it's just when no,
I
hang
just
on.
told you.
You
I
rounded
just
out
told
your
you.
whole
It's
statement.
charted water.
You rounded out your whole statement that this could not possibly happen the way the sun takes its path on a flat Earth. Yeah. And again, we weren't talking about the sun. We are talking about you sailing on the ocean, traveling on the ocean. It's going to give us some sort of indicator that we're living on a flat surface. So we don't want you to finish.
Proves the sun's
We
not
don't want you to
local.
finish. Hang
It
on. It's not
proves the
about
sun's not
proving
local.
the sun is not local because again, you're trying to Morgan,
Absolutely
you're
it does.
trying to disprove flat
Absolutely
Earth.
does.
We're not trying to disprove flat Earth. We just want to hear your direct evidence on how you know it's a globe, not disproving flat Earth, not talking about what would or wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Like I said, if I ran into you on the street and you asked me,
Okay.
how do you know that we're living on a globe? Well, I would have to think about it and say, well, you know what? When I was standing on the beach, I seen a boat sail over the horizon. I've witnessed some pictures from space, and these things make me believe that I am on a globe. It actually has nothing to do with flat Earth, yeah. So we're just
Might
asking
I
you
ask why
again.
all of the other planets are round and the sun is
No,
round and
no.
the moon is
Again,
round? Why are
you're
they all round?
misunderstanding as well in the middle of my conversation, trying to explain. So please just listen. So Morgan, if you'd like to have another go,
Of course.
okay, we're trying to
Yeah,
clarify how
I will. I
sailing
will.
around
Besides,
Antarctica is going to
show me.
show that you're on a globe without
Absolutely.
flat Earth.
Absolutely. That'll show. Sailing. Okay, do you want me to show another way? I mean, absolutely sailing around Antarctica and noticing 24-hour sun will absolutely show, and the globe predicts it perfectly.
Oh my God, you don't even,
Absolutely 100. And we can chart it, and the waters in the
you're
course of it.
spiraling, dude.
All right. So I think what we can do is, I guess he just has his
I don't
head
know.
filled with.
One of them. They leave from Australia.
Yeah, that's
One
great.
of the races
Yeah,
leaves from
that's great.
Australia.
It sounds like now it's just you.
Now, number two.
No, there isn't no
is the
number two.
sunset.
Like
Okay, I live in California.
All right.
What about sunsets? I can prove that the sun's not local.
No,
The sunset.
just a second. I'm gonna have to mute the space for a second. All right. So you've done enough to tell us that you just believe that the Earth is a globe. There has been no evidence. We're asking for you to tell us in any way that you can that there's evidence that backs up the information, the assumption that you live on an Earth that's a globe. So all you're telling us is these claims that you think you live on a globe because of all these things you're telling us. But there's no evidence that you're telling us that the Earth is a globe via any of these things you said. So there's no way that we're getting globe from that. It's just that you're telling us, well, the sun rises, therefore the Earth's a globe. Well, the boat sails, therefore the Earth is a globe. Like you're not making the connection. We don't know how the curvature is being derived geometrically from the story that you said because people are sailing, or you see a sunset or anything like that. You need to make the connection of how geometry is derived from that. So I'm going to let Andrea kind of go ahead and tell us how the Earth is a globe via any of the information that maybe you can tell us. So go ahead. Watch out with the double mute. It happens. But go ahead.
Yeah, that triggers. Yeah. I lived through watching gravity transform weather and tides, and I can't. I lived through NASA. I lived through baseball. I lived through it. I know the flat earthers are cool. Like they taught me about bathtub water and all that. So I really I'm kind of just like, absorbing you all. Oh, my friends here. My friends here. Here, babe. Take my phone.
Hey guys, sorry, I just thought I'd pipe in a bit.
Welcome.
I mean, one of the thank you very much, my friend. One of the most obvious things is depending on your latitude, like north south, you will notice if you're in the UK, for example, or if you go onto the equator, there will be a significant difference in the rate of the sunrise or sunset.
Yep.
Now, that alone, like, nullifies any argument that the Earth is a sphere.
So you
Because
understand that latitude and longitude is derived from a plane surface, yes or no? Because you're
sorry,
dealing with angles. You're dealing with angles to Polaris and to the celestial objects, and you're going to create an angle to them, which would consist of two straight lines. So you have a baseline, and then from that 90-degree position, you're going to get an angle to that. So that's why
no, no,
latitude and
no,
Yeah,
longitude are
but you're
no,
talking about
I don't
non-Euclidean geometry
know.
now because it is a two-dimensional surface on the Earth, but it's curved over a three-dimensional object.
The equator, the rotational speed of the Earth is approximately 1,011 miles per hour. In the UK,
that's the story.
the degree of latitude you are at, it is between 575, something like that, and it's the same exactly underneath the equator in the southern
Are
hemisphere.
are you dealing with angles?
Oh wow, babe, I can't hear.
Angular velocity, I think, is what he's talking about.
Are you dealing with angles?
Well, it's not an angle; it's a sphere. Why do you
Oh
need
no no
angle?
no no no! Hold on. Are you dealing with angles to where you are looking at celestial objects above you to create your latitude and longitude? Are you talking about angle, a degree?
Wait, what, bro?
I don't think he gets. I don't think he
Again.
gets what you're saying,
I,
Apod.
I don't think he does. I don't think so either.
Yeah. So
Um,
and let me just tell the gentleman. Are you still there, sir?
Yeah, sir. Are you still there?
I don't want to be.
I don't want to be. No, I'm just saying. So this was your explanation of how you know that the Earth is a globe by this method that you just described.
Well, what do you think it's not? Are you a
No.
flat Earth?
I'm. Yeah.
It's upon you to disprove, not us to prove.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. So if I could just talk to him for just a second. So all of this is right
So,
now is for
hang on.
anybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe. For you to give
Ah,
us your evidence of how you can produce a geometry, right? Like the Earth being a globe of a certain size, and you telling us how you know that. So it's just you telling us how that's true. And if you're going to use this method to do that, I want to know, is this your method? You're going to show us that the Earth is a globe. The method that you just outlined.
sorry, I didn't know if I was speaking to a scientist or an idiot. So, are you somebody who thinks that the Earth is flat?
Irrelevant. If there's no evidence that you can produce right now that the Earth is a globe via your method, that it seems like you're not able to do that. So I'm actually asking anybody who can. So I don't know where you're coming from, but if you're not able to do that, that's fine. We'll ask the next person. So can you do it? I'm asking. Is it possible
I,
that you can
The
muster up the
next.
fortitude to do it?
So. Okay. So we had a whatever it's called, chapter 0, combustion. All the elements almost died. almost, but they didn't. They
What
they
the
recycled.
fuck?
They recycled
And
360.
Andrea, do we
Hmm.
mind if we go back to your friend for a moment?
No,
Because when he first came in, he was speaking really well, but I think Archimedes jumped in over the top and it all went really badly. And I think that
yeah.
maybe the host
So
got blamed for that. But he was talking about the what
the whole
direction the sun rises relies on your latitude. Yeah, was that what you said, sir?
Yeah, sorry. The speed of the sunrise and sunset. Yes, it does.
It depends on your latitude. Yes,
Yes, yes.
cool, no worries. So, do you know how that latitude was derived in the first instance?
I do not.
Oh, well, that was from elevation angles to Polaris. Jedi, you take over if you like, mate. Go. You're
Yeah,
good
we
at
should let
this.
Jedi take this one.
Well, yeah, as soon as you invoke a latitude on the surface of the Earth, you're invoking a coordinate system. This coordinate system is measured by utilization of
I don't think
Polaris,
it's
and that would be an angle measurement. So, for example, if I was
yeah,
out at sea
like whatever.
and
Oh
thank you.
no.
If I was out
Yeah,
at if I was out at sea and I had a sextant,
Hey,
I could measure an angle of Polaris above the horizon. Let's say it's 45
I had to go
degrees. If I
rescue.
was to measure this angle 45
maybe.
degrees, my latitude would be 45 degrees. That measurement is an angle, it's an elevation angle taken from a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is the Earth.
Sounded like he was in the middle of something, so he probably won't be able to rebut what you said, brother.
That's all right, mate. I heard the woman interjecting a little
I,
bit there
I
as well.
muted
So
their mic so you could get that out. They might have to unmute.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Have you ever looked into like your bathtub where you've got suds in the bathtub? Have you ever noticed the
do you know?
bubbles in the bath?
Hmm.
Have you
Yeah.
noticed that the larger bubble in the bath will attract the smaller bubbles?
What? Because of mass attracting mass.
No, because of
Right.
this is quite deep. I don't know if you'll understand, but if you imagine
Fuck
that
off.
things sitting in a massive space time bends space time, so things fall into that. Now you will notice that the larger bubble attracts the smaller ones because it projects more on the surface tension of the water.
Okay, that water, is it laying horizontally in the bath?
Well, no, it's ever so slightly curved because,
Is it? Have you got a measurement of
Absolutely,
that?
it's absolutely ever so
Sorry,
slightly clear.
of
He's
course,
absolutely right.
Oh,
sorry,
jeez,
sorry.
Louise.
Excuse me.
even a flat pond is not flat.
Excuse me.
I mean,
A flat pond
over a
is not
mile,
flat, is it?
the Earth like the Earth
Right.
bounds
Excuse me.
by seven
Excuse
and a
me.
quarter
Excuse me.
mile.
Excuse me. Excuse
Hello.
me. You said a flat pond isn't flat. Have you got a measurement of a flat pond not being flat?
Well, scientifically, no, it's not.
No, scientifically, no, it's not. This isn't even a scientific question. I'm asking you to measure the surface of water. That's not an a cause and effect hypothesis, now is it?
No, but it's a good example of how gravity works. If you can extend your
Do
imagination to that
do
point.
excuse me, excuse me. Can you measure the surface of the water to show that it displays convexity, that it's curved? Can you do that, please?
Well, over the surface of an ocean, you could.
Could you? Okay, then. Can you provide that
Well,
measurement, please?
people have done it over land. I'm not going to walk out there with a couple of sticks now.
Who did it? Who did it?
Okay, so people have done it
Remember who
over
did
land.
it?
What
I
method
can't
have they
remember who
done?
did it. So that means that your
What
hypothesis is
method?
that absolutely true. If you look into
What
science
method?
more than bullshit, you would get there.
Excuse me. Excuse me. What method did he use?
The guy, and I can't remember the name, they used time
Yeah,
Eratosthenes.
difference, 2 sticks.
two sticks. What did they do?
They did something. Go on YouTube, Google it.
What? No,
They
dude.
did something.
I'm asking you. Hold on. I'm asking you because you're the one who's giving this in evidence.
I'm
I've
not
been talking about Aristophanes for the
just
last 10 years. I know exactly what was done. It's interesting that you don't.
Well, I do. He
Another,
in Alexandria, he put up a stick during the
another,
summer solstice.
Ahmed,
another thing is
can you just
if you
hold
if
on 5 seconds, Ahmed, and you can chat again, but just let
if
Andrea
you
here
had
finish.
a meteorite with a circumference of more than 200, like what is it, 200 kilometers? It's either 20 or 200 kilometers, babe. But that will become round because the gravity of the mass will squish it into a round shape.
Like a tire.
Not like
Good.
really, but yeah.
Okay.
Oh, what?
All right. So this is really weird. I
I'm
appreciate
loving
your
it.
story about what
I'm
gravity.
freaking loving it.
Yeah, I appreciate your story about what gravity does. We can get to gravity in a minute. I'm still asking you
I'd
for a
rather get
direct
onto gravity
measurement.
now and understand why the moon is flat also and why Jupiter is flat.
No
Everything's
one. All right,
flat.
dude. All right,
He's
dude. Two
jumping.
seconds. No, no one here has said the moon is
Well,
flat.
so
Now, if
why
you
would
want,
why
if you
so
want,
Dark.
why wouldn't it be?
excuse me,
I think the moon's
excuse me.
dark on one side of the moon. Do you guys
These
think the moon's
people are
dark?
fucking terrible.
I think
Sorry, Jedi. It's
the moon-
they have a whole
Comical.
conversation between themselves and they forgot about you.
because I
Hold on, I had to mute the space. All right, so I'm sorry. It's just a little comical. My bad. And just to get things back on track. All right, so Jedi's talking to Andrea or Andrea's boyfriend or husband or whoever, right? So I guess he wants to pick up there from that conversation. I'm just gonna unmute. Watch out for the double mute. So here you go.
I won't.
I just have to apologise for putting you forward there, Jedi. Sorry, mate.
I promise that I won't talk about the dark side of the moon or the gravity of it. I'm gonna give it back to my husband. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I think what's really interesting is that everybody listening right now is getting a taste of what it sounds like for somebody to actually have the floor to speak about how they think the Earth's a globe and what evidence they have to precede that. It seems like there's nothing really in the way of direct measurement of Earth's curvature, which Jedi was really asking about and wasn't given. So, yeah, if you're listening right now, you want to come up and maybe take a turn, and you guys can tell us how you know the Earth's a geometric shape. Go ahead. Other than that, Jedi, if you want to continue.
I don't know how far I
Yeah.
get, dude. This guy was jumping all over the place.
I don't know, Apoc. Do we have anybody else that wants to come up? Maybe somebody else wanted to come up.
No.
Nobody yet.
Well,
We're,
I
No.
by
still
the
do
way,
have
but
I still have
yeah,
notes on Morgan if we want to answer. If some of the flat earthers want to
yeah.
answer Morgan's.
Just real quick. Yeah, we do want to go back to Morgan, but just make a quick plug for the space, guys. If you're in here, you want to continue having a great discussion. All you got to do is retweet the space so that we can get more people in here and possibly get more conversations going. So if you don't mind right now, drop us a follow. Myself, APOC, AJ, Flatsy Klein, Jedi, TM, and just shoot us a follow, and then perhaps we can generate some more activity in here. Yeah, drop some hearts,
Think of
like the space, and we're inviting everybody to have this conversation because I mean, obviously, it's an interesting one, right? I mean, very least. But yeah, we do like it to get a little kind of interesting. So for you guys who are thinking about coming up here, all you got to do is present the best way that you can in the presentation style of how you know the Earth's a globe. That's basically all there is to it. It should be easy, right? In 2024. Oh,
he
there you
is.
have it.
He's just resetting the space, babe.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing. My bad. But go ahead.
But 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 yeah, my man's like, I want to still talk to those
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah, we're
like to
still
speak.
here.
I'd like to speak about gravity. Really.
I want to speak about music, records. But
Wrong,
here,
wrong space.
take it. Take my phone.
Yeah,
So
other
no
than that,
proof
we
yet,
could
huh?
talk to Morgan, I guess, AJ, if you want. Yeah, some notes on Morgan. Perhaps you wanted to.
More, real quick, Morgan. You talked about flights of airplanes. I posted up in the nest the data that's taken from a software of how planes, the way they travel, and usually you look at these flight trackers from a bird's eye view. But the thing that I posted is something that was shown a long time ago one of these programs, they show the view of the planes traveling from the side view. And if you look at it, they go up, they go across, they go down. There's nothing curving about it. And this is the data that's literally being represented, um, for our amusement at this point, because we can actually show how things go up, they go across, they go down. In this case, planes. What do you think about that, Morgan? How do you feel about this data that's taken from this app?
Yeah,
How do you feel
yeah,
about
it's
that?
amazing. Sorry, may I just hop in here? Right, so sorry, I had some flying lessons quite a while ago, and my instructor said, "Look, you know when you see the globe and the trajectory of the aircraft going from let's let's say London to California, it looks like it's going up and down, okay? But if you actually draw that on a globe, right, or you take a globe and you draw a straight line between London and California, right? So if you look and then you turn the globe, it looks like it's going up and down because that's the curvature. Try it. Try it on an apple. Try it on an apple.
Okay.
Maybe you're
Honest.
not.
Okay.
Maybe you don't understand what I posted. But what I posted is the raw data of the elevation, pitch, yaw, and roll of the planes, and they literally show them going horizontal to the plane. Horizontal, by the way, you cannot find on the surface of the Earth. There's no horizontals on the surface of a sphere. It's only over a planar surface. So, Morgan, go ahead. You're the one that I addressed, so go ahead.
Okay. So, besides what you're saying about any kind of data that you've shared, we're talking about actual flight paths. Now, if you're talking about flight paths on a flat Earth, which I think you are, a lot of airlines that fly only in the southern hemisphere completely debunk any kind of flat Earth. They never cross the northern
Really? Do
hemisphere.
you have a flight
Now
that travels that
we're
has
talking
flown
about
north to south in a straight line? Do we have that?
look
None of them
up
exist.
QA Qantas flights from Santiago, Chile to Australia. You can book a flight right now.
Everything that APOC just said to you just went straight over your head, didn't it?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No,
Literally through
doesn't. Hold
one
on.
ear and
We're
out the
talking
other.
about. Okay, first off, if you were to map the flights that you're talking about on the flat
Mm-hmm.
Earth, none of the miles match up.
Exactly.
None of the miles match up. Not
Sorry,
none
what
of them.
map?
And not
What
only
map?
that, but some of the flight patterns you guys try to
What
show
map?
say that
Whoop,
certain
whoop, whoop,
flights
whoop,
have to
whoop, whoop.
cross the northern hemisphere in order to get to Australia.
What map?
It's not
What,
true. It's complete. It doesn't
what
work.
map are you
And
using?
if you look now, look up. Go ahead.
What map are you using?
Come on. Let's. You
He's
guys want
asking
some
you a question.
So
Hold
you
on,
so you,
Buck. He's asking you a question like 3 or 4 times, Morgan. You're not hearing him. Can you hear Jedi?
What map are you using?
What is the question? What map am I using?
Yes.
What map am I using?
You said,
I'm looking at
excuse,
airlines that sell
excuse me,
tickets that fly
excuse
in the
me,
southern hemisphere
excuse
only.
me, Morgan. So when you say it wouldn't
Yeah.
work on a flat Earth, what map are you using?
What map are you
No,
using?
you're saying it doesn't work. You're making the claim it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you what map you're using when you make the claim it's not working. Which map?
I'm what everyone else used, the map of the globe.
So the map of the globe.
That
Yeah,
everyone else
I'm
There are
used.
looking at airline
different there are
tickets.
different
Can we
maps of the globe
but
for different purposes.
Okay, let me clear it up.
What projection? Wait, well, hold on.
Morgan,
What projection are you guys using?
Morgan.
What
It doesn't
projection of
matter
the
what
globe? What
projection,
projection of the globe are you guys
Morgan.
using?
It's not about what projection of the globe we're using. You've made a claim that these flights won't or can't work on a flat Earth map. Okay,
Absolutely.
so what
Absolutely.
flat Earth map are you presenting these flights on that they do not work?
Gosh, what is the one that you guys use?
We
This
don't.
archaic map that you guys use. A
We don't.
freaking what is it? It's a projection.
It's a
It's the
projection.
I forget the name of it.
So what
What
you're
the
claiming?
AE?
Oh, sorry. Go, Jedi. I'll let you cook.
Hold on. I can get it for you guys. I can
Sorry,
get
are
it.
you talking about the AE azimuth or equidistant map?
There we go. There
Yeah,
you
that's a
go. Yeah,
globe
is
map.
that what you guys are using? Is that what you're using for
No,
the map?
that's a globe map. That's a
Okay.
that's a pole. Sorry,
Where's the flat
Morgan.
Earth? Where is the flat Earth map for me to track these flights
Oh, okay,
that you know?
cool then. So you appreciate that the
Map is
map
the
that you
map.
used. Excuse me, young lady. Shush. So you appreciate, young man, that when you say that these flights don't work on a flat map, I've just educated that you're using a global projection. So they haven't worked on your false dichotomy, then, have they?
They've. This is talking about what you guys
No,
use as
that's what
flights.
you used.
No, this is what you
No, I
guys use.
don't
I've
use
looked at
it.
all the YouTube
Sorry,
videos.
us guys,
Okay,
that's a
yeah, okay,
stereotyping
you
fallacy.
don't.
No, don't
Hold
tell
on.
me to hold on.
You're not the only
You
flat
know,
earther
every
in the world,
second you
sir.
two argue, the Jews are playing you
Hold
like
on.
fiddles.
Just
Okay,
wondering, you,
sir,
how,
you're
how
not the only
many
flat
of
earther in the
you?
world. You guys use the projection of the
Sorry, dude.
globe, and you
Sorry,
know it.
dude. How many of you guys have tried astral projection or remote viewing?
Oh my.
Has nothing to do with
All
the
right,
shape
we're
of the
getting
earth,
way off
brother.
topic here,
So
guys.
listen,
Morgan, let me
I
clarify
posted,
something for you.
I,
Morgan, please. Now, I understand what you're stating, that some flat earthers are going to claim a projection. Now, nobody here has claimed any type of projection, and I would state to any flat earther that is claiming a projection of the globe as a representation of the flat earth map that they would be wrong, as they have no way,
Because you have
hang
no
on, as
consensus.
they
The
have
end.
no
You
way of
We're
absolutely
at the end.
verifying,
you have absolutely
Morgan,
no consensus.
okay?
Is it a rect?
We have no way of verifying that map. And again, it is a projection of the globe. So
What map?
any map that you have been presented as a flat earth map that you're stating does not work is in fact just a globe projection. So you're stating that your own globe projection is not going to work for these flight paths.
We don't measure those flight
You
paths on
just
that
said that we
globe
love
projection.
our
You have
globe.
actually just done that by stating that a no
No,
flat earth
you
map.
guys do.
You
I've
stated that
seen the
no flat earth.
videos. You guys draw straight
Morgan,
lines on a flat map.
and
Hold
is
on,
that map
let
a
me
globe
finish. You draw straight
representation?
lines,
You
and it
explain the
does not
math,
work.
brother. Could you please
And you
explain
know
that
it.
Morgan,
rectangular
Andrea,
or
please stop. Morgan,
no?
these
I'm not
maps
gonna
that are
stop.
being
Listen to me,
presented
right?
with these straight lines by some so-called flat earthers, right? Are those maps ultimately a projection of the globe?
I think you know the answer to that question. Why are you asking
But
me?
you just called it a globe, bro.
I'm asking you.
The projection
I'm
of.
asking you because you keep on claiming that these are flat Earth maps because you've seen flat earthers use them. I'm explaining that regardless of whether the flat earther uses them or not, the maps that you're claiming do not work are globe projections.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you're claiming
Yeah.
is your globe projections cannot work with flight paths.
No, I'm claiming the flight paths that you guys
Like a
draw on that projection don't work.
No one's drawn
Ah,
any
damn.
flight path on any projection.
Oh my gosh,
And
I
the
can share
projection
so
regardless,
many
the
YouTube. I can
projection
share. Oh my
regardless,
gosh, come on, sir.
the
You're blinded. You're being
projection that has been
blinded.
drawn by someone speculating regardless is on
Landed.
a globe projection. And like I stated, I would correct anyone who
Yeah, the
speculates.
map is just used as a reference, as a visual to give you the path, what the path would look like. That's all it is.
No,
We don't
because
make
the paths
claims of
don't.
distances or
No,
landmass sizes with
no,
that map. Do not tell
no.
me
You guys,
no.
come on. This
That's
it's
what it's
very
used for.
dishonest for
It's
you
used as a
guys.
visual.
It's you guys
If
very
you want to
dishonest for you
strawman
guys to
it
do
and
that.
misrepresent our
So
position, that's on you,
Morgan,
but I'll point it
real,
out.
gravity when it
real quick,
kills the engines
What
travel around.
real, real,
what map are you? Hold on, you
Real
guys haven't. This guy, hold on. Who was talking to me? This guy hasn't even admitted what map you guys are using
Oh,
yet.
we don't.
Okay, Morgan, I posted in the nest above us flight data, okay? And you're
Your
gonna
flight
see.
data
Okay,
means
hold on.
absolutely not, dude.
So it
Do you
what
want
is
me to
proof?
post
What
proof to
is
you that you can fly? How about you fly to Antarctica right now?
You don't understand what he's giving you, do you? He's giving you,
Flight data
yeah.
that he's
What
giving me
he's
is
giving
showing you
you. Excuse
absolutely
me.
nothing about the shape
Excuse
of the
me.
Earth.
What he's doing is providing you. Excuse
Absolutely
me.
nothing.
Thank you. Don't be scared. Just let me talk. If you're not scared, then this won't hurt. What he's providing you is the pitch data for an aircraft which flies horizontally, keeping its altitude parallel with the horizontal reference below. Aircrafts fly horizontally. What the pitch data doesn't show is the pitch of the aircraft pitching downwards to negotiate a curve at 2,700 feet every minute. The aircraft is,
That's ridiculous claim that you even say that you're not a
excuse
pilot. You
me,
know it.
that's what the pitch, excuse me,
Yeah, you should excuse
excuse me,
yourself.
that's what the data shows.
What
The
I'm a
data?
one,
pilot.
excuse me,
I
No, you're.
posted it.
None
I
of you are
excuse
What do
pilots.
me,
you mean I'm not?
None of you.
I
excuse
had
me.
to fly
Go
a
look up
plane.
Qantas. Go explain a flight in the southern hemisphere that
Yeah,
doesn't cross the northern
no
hemisphere.
problem
Go
at
do
all.
it.
There's
Wasn't
What
no flights that
maintains,
cross
Go
over.
no
explain it.
problem.
There's no north to south circumnavigation
My goodness
ever
me.
done ever to
he's
date.
not getting it. He's not getting that the post that I made in the nest,
You
it's
can literally
showing.
sail around Antarctica from
No,
Oh
they
Australia.
my god, he
don't.
keeps changing it, bro.
when you die,
He's moving
Yes,
the
they
goalpost.
float
do.
off
Go.
into
Well, you can sail it
Okay, so
yourself.
give us the data, give us the information. Back your words with
Dude, go to the
evidence. I'm
comment
not going to
section
go
here. Go
anywhere.
to the
You're
comment
making a
section.
claim. It is on you to provide the
Go.
receipts.
Go there. I posted. I posted
Provide your
the
receipts to
the
your claims.
circumnavig.
Otherwise, all you
I
have
posted the
is
circumnavigation
unverified
around.
claims. You don't have anything to back your
I
position. You're talking from a
posted.
state of
I
spiraling
posted the circumnavigation
and
around the
denial, dude.
southern pole from
Hey,
Australia.
I got
You're
really close
denying.
to the edge recently and absorbed so much
You guys are
sustainable
completely
energy from a flat.
not listening to me.
All right, that's me getting control of the space. You guys are spiraling out of control. Can we get one coherent person? For goodness sake.
Well, your whole panel is the coherent one.
You can literally go sail around the South Pole, dude. Go look it
Boris,
up.
you can legally go and sail around the
You're
South
gaslighting,
Pole.
dude. You're
What
simply
latitude?
gaslighting.
Sorry, question. Excuse me. Question. What latitude are you sailing around?
What latitude? Let's figure it out right now.
If you
Hold on.
could, that
Let me get at my map.
if you could, that'd be great.
did the airplane whirlpool to a cold front, warm front in the Pacific or the Atlantic?
You
Just
need to go and take
asking.
your meds, probably.
65 degrees south
Okay.
latitude.
How was latitude measured?
How is latitude?
You
You
gotta
know it's
ask
up
the
to
guy
you.
on the
You know that.
U-boat.
Hello?
How do we? How?
How is latitude
Yeah.
measured?
How do we get the latitude and
In,
longitude
de-
system?
in degree in
So,
degrees going from north to
okay.
south.
So they will be angle measurements, wouldn't they?
Uh, you would think so, right?
Yes.
You take a
So,
sphere,
excuse
you
me,
draw a
And
line.
demonstration.
I don't know.
Funny?
Excuse me.
Isn't that funny on the
Excuse me.
projection that the map that
Excuse
the angles
me.
get wider? Isn't that kind of
Excuse
funny?
me. We're talking.
That's why Australia looks so wide.
Excuse me. We're talking about how latitude was derived, the coordinate system that we're going to use for the navigation bit. So
Hey
you said,
guys, I've got a quick question for you. How many minutes are in an hour? I'll repeat that. How
no one
many
wants to talk
are
to you.
in
If it's
1
not about
hour?
the flat Earth, then we don't want to talk to you.
Because you hate polar latitudes.
Not at all. I'm just asking the question. I'm wondering if anybody.
You guys all hate polar. You hate polar latitudes. You probably hate penguins
I
too.
You
don't
hate
hate them,
flat
my
earthers.
friend.
That's why you're
Love
in here
innovation.
trolling them.
You probably hate
So,
penguins.
does anybody know how many minutes are in 1 hour?
60
Does
minutes.
anybody
So, yeah.
know why
No,
we had
It's actually 56 minutes and 4 seconds. Go Google it. Get back to me.
Oh, that's what you say at Big Ben, exactly. And that's also why we had to bomb your King Hotel David in British Palestine and force you weaklings
All
out
right,
of the
guys.
Middle East.
Just doing a little house cleaning. Get rid of some people. All right, we don't need that person. Who else don't we need? All right. I don't know why you get muted either, AJ. I think you're a co-host. You shouldn't get muted. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just about to stop it myself, actually. Sorry, Alpha. You just beat me to it. But I think Andrea can probably step down as well because a lot of the interruptions coming from Andrea.
Right. Yeah, we'll do that.
Copy that.
All right. All right. Who else we have in here? Just good old Morgan and Archimedes.
Well, we do have Morgan's claims here still, yeah, to begin with. We know that the Earth has poles. We know that the Earth tilts. We know because of seasons. So that's his answer for the tilt. Right? And we can sail. Now we've covered the sailing, we've covered the air. I think that the audience can make a decision based on what they've heard. How do we know that the Earth has poles and hemispheres? Morgan?
Because of the seasons and because there's 30 days of night at one pole and 30 days of dark at the other, and then it swaps in 6 months.
Do you think that's exclusive to a globe?
Show me how it works on another shape.
The sun
Go
moves
ahead.
above the Earth. It travels through the tropics throughout the seasons.
Show me how it
That's
works
how
on
the
another
seasons are
shape.
made.
Show me
I
how it
just
works on
explained it to
another
you.
shape. Go ahead.
It's a known fact. When the sun is
What's
furthest
a known
away from
fact?
you at noon, it's wintertime around you. When it's closest, it's summertime. That's a known fact.
That's the tilt of the globe.
How do you demonstrate? How do you verify and validate the
Absolutely. In
tilt?
orbit, the sun is further away at
Okay,
certain times.
if you're looking at the sun to verify and validate that the Earth is on an axial tilt, that's not the evidence. That's a fallacy that you're conducting there. You're looking at the sun to determine an aspect of the Earth. That's not how it
Well,
works.
actually, the claim is on you
No,
guys.
it's not. That's a
not how it
positive
works.
claim on you.
It's on
See,
you guys to
no.
prove
See,
the
understand. You need to
opposite.
understand something. Observable reality, what we all observe to happen, is not matching up with what your model explains. It is up to you to back and validate your positive claim. Your positive claim is going
Okay,
against
first off, you're
observed
entitled to your
reality.
opinion, but you're
If you
not
don't
entitled
apply
to know
assumptions of
facts.
your framework to what we naturally observe, you don't have your globe model.
Dude, that doesn't make any. What you just said, that was a bunch of word salad.
It's word salad?
Nothing, dude.
Can you repeat what I said?
No, because no one, dude.
You are applying. I'm gonna repeat it for you. I'm gonna reply it. I'm gonna repeat it for you. You are applying assumptions based on your framework to natural observations that we make of the sky.
You're doing the exact same
No,
thing.
it's not.
No, we're not. We are telling you
Yes.
our model is based on what we naturally observe. We're not applying assumptions.
That's what you just
Occam's
said.
razor.
No, you're not applying assumptions.
We are not.
No,
We see the sun in the sky
you're claiming your
move.
opinion.
That's it.
You're claiming your opinion as fact.
No. I'm not claiming.
You're going
Morgan,
against the entire
it's not my opinion. It's not my opinion. It's what we walk outside and look up and see. It's not an opinion. It's an observable fact.
Okay.
You can't deny an
Okay, let's
observable
go.
fact.
When you go out, observable fact. When you go outside and you look at the sun,
The sun is moving.
Okay.
It's not the Earth moving.
it does.
How come we're not observing the Earth rolling backwards?
Why doesn't the sun change size if it's
It
local?
does.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, it
Why
does.
would it change size? Hold on. Why would it change
it does
size?
not.
Oh, that's baloney, dude. Everybody
Are you
sees
kidding
the
me?
sun at sunrise.
Hold on,
No,
hold
you're
on,
not
hold
gonna
on, hold
hold
on.
on.
Let's
No,
go
we're
back.
gonna mute
Hold
space
on,
because
let's
you
go
don't
back.
understand. When you see the sun at sunrise, it looks bigger than it does when it's at noontime. Everybody has seen the sun bigger. And come on, dude. What's with this? Like, it doesn't change size. It does.
Here's the thing with that, and what all the Globers do. They're attributing physicality to the sun when all we can say is that it's a light in the sky. Within their model, it's a physical object. You know, it's
Yeah,
a
that's
reactor in
fine.
space.
Irrelevant though, because like what we see is observably so. So when we see the sun on the either horizon, it's going to appear to be larger on the horizon. We can see it that way. Can you not see the
I live in the
sun?
ocean. It stays the
Can you
same
not
size.
really?
And
It stays
So
the same
have you seen
size.
the sun look really
Okay,
big?
what is the
Hold
sun?
on, hold
Hey,
on. Have you seen the sun? Hold
then
on,
tell me.
Morgan. Have you seen the sun look really big on the horizon, on either sunrise or sunset?
I've seen it look exactly
No,
the
that's
same
baloney,
size as it
dude.
always has.
Everybody in here knows you're lying. We've all seen it bigger on the horizon. Everybody has it.
I have
Yep.
proof.
And the
I
moon
can take
does
a
the moon
Hold
does
on
the
picture
now.
same thing
Yeah,
too.
the
every
moon
day.
and the sun. So
You can watch this. You
you
can
you
watch this
you
for
mean to tell me
yourself.
at noontime the sun's the same size that it is when it's on the horizon? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So when
Yep.
you see a
Yep.
big orange sunset, that doesn't look different when it's up at noontime?
Of course it
Then
does.
that's what we're saying.
Looking different doesn't mean
This that's
anything,
it looks like
dude.
a different size, doesn't it?
It's not
Okay.
just that
My
either. Hold on.
God.
It's not just that
when you
either.
look through a camera and it's blurry,
Okay, hold on.
does that look different than how it really
It's
When you
is?
measure
not
it through a
just
solar filter,
Come on,
sorry,
dude.
when you measure,
You're smarter than that. Don't be.
excuse
Come on.
me,
This is
You
fucking my
guys, you
daughter.
guys are like
Morgan,
4 or 5 against
when you
one with
measure the
Morgan,
sun's
and don't
angle
let
slightly
anyone
with a solar
else
filter,
chime
you'll
in.
notice that it
Yeah,
changes
hang
angular
on. I just want
size.
to sorry, can I interject for a second? Morgan, you keep asking us questions about the flat earth, yeah? So we just wanted to clarify your claims. And the question was, how can we know the earth has poles? Yeah, how do we know this? Now, we just want you to state how you know these things to be true, not start asking everybody else questions on how would this work on a flat earth. Remember, this is about you guys explaining to us how the globe works, how you know it's a globe. So when a clarifying question is answered, it's to clarify your statement, how you know this to be a fact, not to turn around and ask us, well, how would it work any other way on a flat earth? This is it's taking
Okay.
it's turning into a big debate.
Hold on. It's predicted perfectly to a T on our sphere, on our globe.
That's exactly
The
right. Like
seasons, the
in
time,
flight,
the time.
we have
Not only the
gyroscopes.
seasons, the time. We know when the North Pole will be dark and when the South Pole will be light, and we know
You know
when
where
the
that
North
comes
Pole will be
from?
light and the South Pole
Do you know
will
where
be
that
Exactly.
dark.
comes from? That comes from the celestial.
100%.
All right, I'm gonna have to mute the space because the guy just keeps going. That comes from the celestial sphere. Now that's a conceptual tool that's been used ever since the 6th century BC. Now you need to get up with the times and figure this out because you don't realize that. That's where that came from. And I said 6th century BC when they knew that the earth wasn't a globe. It was flat. And their model, the idea, the conceptual model of the celestial sphere, you can look this up yourself right now. Go to Google and type the celestial sphere. You're going to find out that our vision looks like everything converges to the eye line. So when you see the sun coming up on the horizon, it's using that same conceptual model of the celestial sphere when you look at anything in a degree of view in the sky. So I want you right now, Morgan, to look up the celestial sphere. That answers all your questions of how we can see everything in the sky. Now, everything appears to be concentric to the observer. That means that radially, from the person's perspective, when they see anything in the sky, to them, they seem like they're the center of the universe. It seems that when they make their observations, right, your friend that lives 1,000 miles away from you, you can call them up. The moon will be at a specific angle of degree in the sky to them, as it will be different to you. That's because radially you see the everything converging to your eye line. That's called convergence, and that's how you view this everything in the sky. Just letting you know that you're mixing up a little bit that you don't understand, but the celestial sphere answers all your questions as to where stars are going to be, the predictable way of knowing where eclipses will happen. That's a Saros cycle. There's a lot to do with how things have already been understood to be viewed as, and you're taking this specific conceptual tool from the celestial sphere, which is used in astronomy and celestial navigation. So you have to realize that you're only talking about something that we already understand that can happen on a flat and stationary Earth. So we're looking at the sky, has nothing to do with the ground that you're on. So celestial sphere.
Okay.
All right. So I think we've covered that topic. Now, this one again is for the flat earthers because, again, remember, we have the globe evidence being presented, and then we have the flat earthers having the opportunity to answer what was presented. Yeah. So the next claim is that obviously the Earth tilts because of seasons. Does any of the flat earthers in here have anything to speak about in regards to the Earth tilting due to seasons?
Yeah, in order for the Earth to be tilting, the presupposition or begging the question fallacy of the Earth being a globe that's tilting would have to be in place, and that would have to be established prior to the derivative information of knowing that something's tilted for that to be the case. So you have to be begging the question in order for you to get into a topic about what something's tilting.
Stop regurgitating AI, dude. You're sitting there regurgitating AI, and you brought up a really good point about the moon. How come in the southern hemisphere people see the bottom?
Regurgitating AI, dude.
northern-
I'm actually speaking off the. I'm speaking off the
Listen to you.
dome, brother.
You're speaking off
Yeah,
the cusp.
I'm
Okay,
not using
Morgan.
anything. I'm not looking at a script.
You sound more
Morgan.
generic
I'm not looking at a
than
script. I'm
China
not doing
import.
anything of that sort.
You sound more generic than Chinese
Morgan,
imports, dude.
stop, please. Yeah, and give the other person the opportunity to answer. We don't want this to turn into a debate. Yeah, you had your opportunity in the beginning to present your evidences, and now, like I said, we're going to refine. We're going to go through those. We're
And
going
you
to just
guys
have a
haven't
go
disputed
through
one
those
of them.
evidences.
You haven't disputed one of
Okay,
them.
It's crazy
That's
how
fine.
Alpha speaks and it hurts his ego.
Okay, Morgan, I'm just going to need you to control yourself. Just keep yourself on mute until Alpha's finished. Yeah. Otherwise, I will have to move you down. So, Alpha, if you can just finish where you're at, please, because you did get cut off.
Yeah, so basically he's trying to say that we haven't refuted any of his points. I went thoroughly to refute the point that he's saying that this can only happen on a terrestrial sphere, when I told him that everything that his understanding is built upon, astronomy and celestial navigation, is derived from the celestial sphere. And unbeknownst to him, because he doesn't realize it, he has never looked into it, but once he does look into it, he's going to realize that the understanding ever since the 6th century BC, right? The Chaldeans have been doing this a long time ago. So their post-dictions of what they've seen in the sky, the cyclical nature of the heavens, right? All this has been cataloged ever since the ancient times. So for you to understand that, you need to actually pour yourself over the research and look into this. But what happens is you fill your head with all this nonsense of this globe mythos, and you come in here and thinking that we're reading off some kind of script. You fail to realize you've never done your research. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're probably only coming off of Discovery Channel thinking that you know what you're talking about. This subject that we're talking about, it's very deep, it's intricate. There's many different avenues to it. Most of us have studied for years, so we don't need to look at a script. We can just tell you plainly from all the research that all the research we've done. So if that's for you, but we have refuted everything because you think you live on a globe. You haven't substantiated in any way. We're only telling you that the observations you're making have been done by people who think or knew that they weren't living on a globe in the 6th century BC. Of course, they were all understanding that what they see in the sky and how it's observed to them can be replicated in a specific model called the celestial sphere, but you can do it in a little diorama that can show an arcing over their heads, like the way the sun appears to look like it arcs over the sky, stuff like that. But it's an appearance of how vision works over the the earth that you're looking upon. So I don't think you understand what convergence is. I don't think you understand what perspective is. And so you don't know all of these things. As things move away from you, they get smaller. Apparently, the angle of view,
Oh,
the angle of
absolutely.
view, yeah,
Perspective.
the angle
Yes.
of view that
Yes,
you
you brought up
have from the
perspective.
ground up,
The sun does never get smaller.
Okay, that's incorrect. Because
Go
that's
watch the
incorrect. Hold on a
sunset on
second.
a
That's
body of
incorrect.
water.
Because you said that the sun doesn't
No,
get smaller, but in dry climates, it's been known to have going down to a small pinprick.
dry climates. Come on, dude. I live on the Pacific Ocean in
Yeah.
California.
So, have you ever seen the sun? We
I
have. There's. Listen. Like, here's
had
the
you even
problem that
do
you
you
have.
know
You
what
know
a
what?
solar filter? Do you know what a solar
You
filter
think
is?
that you know a lot of this
Do you know
topic.
what a solar
You think you
filter
know a
is?
lot about this topic, but you don't even know this. Scratching the surface from what we know of the research. We've seen.
Have you heard of
Yeah,
the
hold on,
Dunning
hold on
Kruger?
a
Have you heard
second.
of the
Yeah,
Dunning
I know
Kruger
you're
effect?
gonna try to use a little gimmicks, but you fail to realize right now that all the research that we've done collectively can probably like undo anything that you might think is the Earth being your evidence of the Earth being a globe. But yes, the Earth has shown to be going down to a small pinprick as it goes away from you. It
No,
has been shown to do that.
no, it
We
doesn't.
have the video evidence of
No,
it.
it's a lie.
I don't care if you think
You're
it's a
lying.
lie. It's been observed. So for you to say,
It's
so for you
absolutely.
to say it's a lie and it's been
It's
observed and we
absolutely a
have
lie.
video records of it, we can show you that's the case. We don't need to be standing here telling
Do
you
it.
till we're blue in the
Post it.
face that it's true.
Post it. Go ahead and post it.
Oh, I got some. I'll post it up top for you. Don't worry.
Thank you, Tim.
And put it with the solar filter. Go ahead and search it with
Yeah.
the
So
solar
here's
filter
the thing.
on the
Here's the thing that
camera.
you're not realizing though, and even staunch globers will admit
Uh-huh.
the sun does change size and it varies from horizon to horizon. It does, even with their idea that there's a solar filter being used and all this thing. So you're not really speaking from a place of knowledge. You're just saying something.
You're
You're
lying.
saying something because you want to
You're
disprove the
lying.
fact that the Earth is a flat stationary
Have you
plane.
ever heard of the term gaslighting? You're gaslighting
No,
me.
I think
You're
you don't
telling
want to
me what
look
I
at the
see with my own
evidence,
eyes isn't
Morgan.
true.
I think you don't want to look at the evidence, and you're being very obtuse
No,
right now.
you're. That's pretty funny.
Oh, it's not
that
funny.
you're
This
saying
is
that because
it's apparently true
you're talking to
because
yourself.
of the way you're presenting the Earth being a globe. You say this is how it is, and that's just the way it is. And
You
you've
brought up
never
perspective, and
you've
you
never
said
researched this
you
topic.
brought up perspective. This
All
is
right,
a
let's
really good
look into this. Let's
argument.
hold on a
This is a
second,
great
Morgan. I'm
argument.
gonna go ahead. I'm gonna engage you now because I think you need this. All right, so I need you to tell me. There's three pillars that prop up the Earth being a globe. I'm gonna give you the three questions. And I haven't done this in a while because I haven't needed to. All right, so but you seem like one that I think this should be needed right here at the moment. So the first question I'm gonna ask you, I want to see if you're able to answer it. Three pillars that prop up the Earth being a globe. Number one. Has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? Now, if you don't know what that means, I can explain it. If you don't know what it means, I will tell you. Drop over distance. Has anybody ever measured that?
Over a small distance, pretty close.
Okay, who?
How about our Navy for one?
Who?
Are you an American? Are you a United States
Who
citizen?
has measured the drop over distance, Morgan?
Our Navy.
Who?
When they fire their weapons over the ocean.
The drop over distance
That's all
measurement.
mine.
Let me put it to you this way because I don't think you know. I don't think
Go
you
look it
really
up.
you really don't understand what I'm talking about. So I'll just tell you. Tell you.
You're trying to bring up 8 inches per
No,
square.
I'm trying to tell you that if it was measured, so the surface being a globe, right, with a curving surface, you'd be able to measure that. Now, if that's true, the measurement would be apparent to everybody. We could all make this measurement, which means that
Guys,
which means that with a tangential line on top of a curved surface, any amount of curve that would drop away from that tangential line, we'd be able to say that's how much the Earth is dropping away at a distance. So drop over the distance is very important. So
guys in the Navy have confirmed over 30 miles away. They have already concluded that even their commanders are like, yo, or whatever, their superiors have been like that we can't, that doesn't even make sense mathematically. They've even done that based upon their height in the
let me
ship.
just
Go
walk
ahead.
them through the three questions because when I do the three questions, I would appreciate if everybody just to hang tight for just a moment.
Ballistics. You don't know ballistics.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
let me just because he gets sidetracked. So just for the three questions, gentlemen, ladies, just please let me walk through them real quick with him, okay? Just for that, and then you guys can come back in. All right, so Morgan, I want you to focus. I'm asking for drop over distance measurement, and so if that has been done at any time in history, I need you to go ahead and tell me who's done that.
Off the top of my head, who's done that? Who's measured
the drop over distance?
The curvature
the
of the
drop
Earth?
over
the drop
distance.
over distance. You tell me.
No, sir. You tell me. So first question.
What?
Listen, I'll put
Well, it
it,
doesn't
Morgan.
matter.
I'll put it to you this way. I'll give you this.
Me.
Morgan, I'll give you this.
This is a rhetorical
Morgan, I'll
question.
give
This
it
is
to
a
you like
rhetorical
this.
question.
If you don't know the
You don't want me
no,
to answer
if
it.
you
It's a
don't know
rhetorical
it,
question,
if you
dude.
don't
Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
if you don't know it,
Your question has
yeah,
nothing
drop
to do
over
with the shape of
distance
the
would
Earth.
be the consequent of the Earth being a geometric shape.
Nothing to do with the shape of the
Yeah, it
Earth.
absolutely does. An oblate spheroid, the consequent of it being an oblate spheroid would be such that the surface would be convexing. So you could measure a drop over the distance because the Earth's surface has a convex surface. So you could tell me how much Earth is curving away from you at a distance. Drop over the distance. It's the consequent of a geometric shape being an oblate spheroid. Do you
2
know that
feet per
information?
mile. 2 feet per mile.
Somebody drop him, please. Put him as a speaker.
Okay.
Put Archimedes as speaker. Thank you, sir. Morgan, drop over distance.
Pillar. What's your second pillar
Do you
question?
do?
Because that
I
has
will. I will continue. I will continue.
Nothing you said proves a flat Earth.
I will continue.
Nothing you said
Yeah,
proves a flat
you
Earth.
haven't given me the evidence that you know the Earth is a globe by way of measurement
Doesn't
of
matter.
the drop over. It does matter.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. And you need to realize. You need to realize you're not giving me the answer.
Not knowing it.
You need to realize you're not giving me the
and
answer.
I not knowing it has nothing. Doesn't change.
Yeah,
Doesn't make the Earth
it
flat.
does make it not a
But-
globe because the three pillars that make it a globe needs to be the curvature that exists on the surface, which you're not telling me how it's been measured, and I'm looking at you right now. Why? And if you don't know that it's been measured, say I don't know. I need to hear that.
I'm allowed. Yeah.
Okay, you don't know. Okay. Second question. Axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. Let me just preface it this way. The axial rotation would be that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Allegedly, there's somebody that's already.
Oh,
hold on a second. Hold on.
Morgan,
Let me get through the.
Where
did you?
Can I
Dude,
just
you need to
interject?
just
Get
wait.
that number.
Alpha, can I interject for a second?
Wait.
Where did you
Morgan,
get that number?
you need to please mute while the other person's speaking. Yeah, you just continually butt in over the top and speak over the top of what Alpha's saying, and it's making it very difficult for the rest of the audience. If you just please put yourself on mute,
okay, sure,
and then speak one at a time, that would be awesome.
All right. So axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. What is being asked here is that they're telling us that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. This is the globe story. So I'm asking you because people think that the Earth is spinning. Now, if that is absolutely true, then I want you to tell me who's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth, the spin of the Earth, to be at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Do you know if anybody's ever measured that, or would the answer be I don't know?
Nobody claims that the Earth spins at 1,000 miles
at
per
the
hour.
equator. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No one
yes.
claims
Look
that.
it up.
It's taught in mainstream science.
Look it
You
up.
don't measure
Type
the
it
revolution.
in.
The Earth
Type it in
spins
your
one
Google right now.
revolution in
Type it into your Google.
24
Type it
hours.
into your Google
Okay.
right now.
Well, oh, so you're gonna
Are you
use
gonna type
Google
it
as
into
fact?
Google? Yes or no?
Are you gonna use Google
It's
as
not
fact?
my
I will.
fact.
I'll
This
use.
is what they're telling people that
Oh.
the Earth is spinning.
Oh.
Oh, the Earth
Okay.
is spinning. That according to the narrative that the Earth is a globe, everybody believes that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. This is not coming from me. This is coming from mainstream. So mainstream is telling.
Okay, doesn't make the Earth flat.
Are you going to be able to answer the question if you know how axial rotation has been measured? Yes or no?
Yeah, they're pretty goddamn accurate.
Yeah, you can say accurate all you want, but who's done it?
Google Earth has.
Google Earth has measured the spin of the Earth.
I'm pretty sure they NASA, frick, all the Chinese space agents. How many space
I don't
agencies
care.
are
I
there?
need the
Russians
method.
probably have,
I need the
Chinese
method
have.
by which Earth.
You need
the method by which
you need the method
the
for me
method
right
by
now
which
when
the
it's out
Earth
there for you to
has
go
been
find.
known to be spinning
So
on its axis.
You can Google.
No,
you
it's
can
not about
Google
me
how
Googling.
fast the Earth spins,
Sorry.
but you can't Google
Yeah.
anything else.
So you need to tell me how
okay.
you know. You need to tell me how you know that the Earth is
Interesting.
spinning on its axis. How do you know?
It's the seasons.
Dude. All right.
Dude.
If the Earth is
Okay,
spinning
you
on its
tell me
axis,
this.
Morgan, how has it been measured to be spinning on
How?
its axis? Morgan.
The seasons
You
at the
can't keep
poles,
saying a
dude.
claim. That's your claim. Seasons at the pole.
Oh my God, it's
Yeah.
fact.
The Earth
It's
is
fact.
allegedly spinning.
Fly to
How do they
Antarctica.
know this?
Spinning.
Yes, axial rotation.
One revolution in 24 hours.
Who cares?
Hey,
I'm asking how you know.
Go to a park.
How do you know?
Go to a park and sit on
How
a
do you know?
merry-go-round and spin it one revolution in
Dude, you're
24
all
hours.
over the place. You're a hot mess, bro. I'm asking for you to tell me
okay.
the demonstration of your knowledge of how you know they've measured the spin of the Earth. Who's done it?
Numerous
Who?
agencies. I just named 4 of them.
You named something, but you didn't give me the method, which I'm asking for. That's what I'm asking for, the method. Don't give me names. I need the method.
You're going to have to ask them.
Okay, so you don't
They'll give
know,
you the method.
is your answer.
Neither do you.
I don't care.
Neither
I'm asking you for the globe tenants, 3 of them.
Okay, doesn't make the number 2 doesn't make the Earth
Okay, so
flat.
do you know?
Third
Yes
question.
or no? Asking you, do you know?
Yeah, I know that the Earth does one revolution.
Yeah,
in
how do you
24
know
hours. Oh my God! What time is it?
I
right
don't
now? It's
care. I'm asking
12:34.
for the
Where are you-
method. I'm
where are
asking
you?
for the method. How you discovered that?
Because of time and the seasons and the
That's a
tides
claim.
and the
Those are all
moon.
claims. Yeah, those
No,
are all
these are
claims.
all predictions that we function on
Okay,
every
what did you
single
observe?
day. What did I observe? What do you mean? What did
You've observed something, didn't you? If the
changing.
Earth is spinning on its
I
axis, what did you observe?
The sun
Okay,
setting.
okay,
time
the sun
changing,
setting. Tell me
seasons
how you
changing.
know that the Earth is moving with the sun setting. Tell me.
Well, you brought up perspective.
How do you
So
know
we
the
know
Earth
it's
is
not
moving when
local.
you see a
We
sunset?
know because there's no
No,
possible
that's
way
not it.
for the
No, it's
sun
not
to be
about no
smaller.
possible way.
Yes.
I need you to tell me how the Earth is moving by seeing a sunset. Tell me directly. How do you know it's moving by seeing a sunset?
Okay, when you have a ball.
We don't have a ball.
Mass, like
we don't have a ball. We're asking. No, we don't have a ball. No, we don't have a ball.
The sun is a ball.
We do not have a ball.
Yeah.
We're asking. You didn't. You
the
failed
sun.
on the curvature. You
What
failed
is
on
the
the
sun?
curvature question.
You want me to explain?
Yeah, no, I don't
to
want
you
your
in layman's
explanation. I want the
terms
method.
How I know the sun rotates, or the moon and the Earth rotates around the sun. That's what you want me to explain.
No, I didn't ask
That's
for
what you
all
want me to
that.
do, right?
I've only asked for the Earth spinning on its axis. That's the only thing I'm asking about right now.
About 23 degrees.
Okay,
Yeah.
how do you know it's spinning on its axis? You said sunsets.
No, I said seasons for the axis.
Okay, so how is the sun spinning on its axis because of seasons?
Because we know where the poles tilt towards the sun as we
Are
rotate.
you assuming that the Earth is a globe so you can have poles and tilt? Are you assuming that the Earth is a globe tilting on its
it works.
Dude, I'm asking a question, answer it. Are you assuming?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm not assuming. I know it's a consensus.
No, I don't care about consensus. How many people think that the Earth
You don't care.
How many people think the Earth is on its axis tilting is irrelevant? I want to know how you know that's true.
It's observable.
What is?
The seasons.
So what? I see seasons happen.
The 30 days of sun.
Yeah, but what does that tell you? Listen, dude, Morgan. You know what? You're so much filled with all this information that you think that the Earth is already a globe that you fail to realize you don't know how to describe. You do not know how to describe. No, we're not holding on. We're not holding on.
Hold on. It's way easier.
No, it's not. I've asked for axial rotation measurements. I want you to tell me how it's been measured to be spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and why that's even being told to people. Why is it being told, and why do people even think it can be measured?
Okay.
Do you know? Yes or no? We're gonna move on to the third point because I need to know if you know or not.
Okay. What's the not? I can tell you, but you gonna wait or no?
I'm gonna wait till you tell me, but go ahead. It better be something about the Earth spinning on its axis.
Spinning on its axis. Yes, we know.
No, we don't.
Yep. Okay, we know that there's 24 hours in a day, and that half of the Earth is light and half of the Earth
How do you know that?
Dark. How do you know that? Well, where do you
I don't care. I'm asking you a question.
Do you know how time zones work?
You don't listen. I'm asking. Just tell me specifically how you know.
Do you know how because the sun comes up? Okay, right, and the Earth is rotating around.
You're
the sun,
assuming it's rotating. You're assuming it's rotating.
It works perfectly.
You're assuming it's rotating.
Perfectly to a T.
You're assuming it's rotating. I'm gonna keep saying it until you realize you're
No,
assuming it's rotating.
you're assuming it doesn't.
I don't have to assume. I see the sun move across the sky from east to west.
You're assuming it
Every
doesn't.
single day. I look at the sun.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter what.
yeah,
Doesn't
it
matter
does. It
what you
matters because our
see.
observations matter.
Okay.
When we look at the sky, look. Let me tell you
So
something.
your
Yeah,
observation. So you're turning your observation into
it
a
is a
fact.
fact. The sun moves across the sky from east to west. Answer my question.
And you know what? It doesn't get
Does the
smaller.
sun move across the sky
It
from east to
stays the
west?
same exact
Answer.
size.
Does the sun move across the sky east to west?
Depends on where you
Does
are
it
in the
move
globe.
from east to west across your sky, Morgan?
Depends.
Who
on
cares where you are? It's
on
going to
the
move east to west.
is.
Answer the question. Does the sun move across the sky east to west?
Yes.
Okay. So it moves across the sky east to west.
Relatively, yeah.
No, you can't say
Relatively,
that
yes.
because that's the only thing that's called a base axiom. We start there. So we start from where what we can observe. Our observation is that the sun moves across the sky from east to west, from our horizon to the other horizon, from east to west. That's what we witness every single day. The sun moving across the
And
sky.
on the West Coast,
So
as the season
doesn't matter. We're
goes
not
and
talking
changes
about that
towards
yet.
the end
We're
of the
not
year,
talking about
it
that
goes
yet.
more
Stop.
towards the
Stop. We're not talking about that yet.
northwest. It's
No,
predictable.
we're not talking about that yet.
We can do it to a T.
So we see the sun move across the sky east to west. What you need to realize is where do we take it from us observing the sun move across the sky from east to west? Because we see the sun moving.
Okay, what's
my
your
point is,
So
when
what?
do you start thinking that the earth is moving and not the sun?
Oh my
No,
God.
he's not going to help you. You're a liar.
Okay, first off, perspective is a really good way to know.
Really? Tell me what in perspective tells you
Yeah.
that you don't see the sun moving, but that the earth is actually moving. Tell me what in perspective helps you
Okay.
realize that.
I'll tell you why right now. Because it doesn't change size whatsoever, which means that we're much smaller than the sun, and we're probably
How do you know?
rotating
You're making
around
all these assumptions,
into it.
dude. These are all assumptions.
Dude,
You don't know any
this
of
is
this.
the consensus.
No, who cares about
Oh, we do.
consensus? 100 people can say that all of this is correct, and every single one of them can be
It's
wrong.
observable. It's observable. Watching it set below the horizon.
Set below the
is
horizon?
enough.
Wait a minute. What's below the? What do you
Yes.
mean set below the horizon? You've never witnessed the sun set below the horizon. You've only seen it set at the horizon, Morgan.
Okay, and you're telling me I've never watched the sun go from the bottom all the way to the top below the ocean.
Below the ocean. What are you talking about below the ocean? You've never seen the sun go below the ocean. You're getting comical now. Listen, and we're off the beaten path. First of all, you right now have not established how the base axiom where we see the sun move across the sky from east to west, how we know we don't see the sun moving when that's what everybody witnesses, how we don't see the sun moving and how we know the earth is moving. You haven't established that yet.
Yeah, because it's not local.
That has nothing to do. That's nothing to do with the earth moving.
If the sun was moving above us and going away, coming up over our head and going away at sunset, it would be local. And it would change angular size.
I'm asking how you know that the earth is moving and not the sun.
That's how I know the sun is something we are rotating
Yeah,
around.
but we witnessed the sun move across the sky.
It's a simple observation.
No, you're not simply observing your assumption, dude.
You're observing incorrectly.
I'm observing incorrectly. So you say that all millions of people that live on this earth, right? Every single body that's been on this earth, right? We've seen the sun move across the sky from east to west. We're all just wrong.
Yeah. The people that think the earth's
so
flat,
we don't witness the sun moving across the sky anymore from east to west.
Well, it doesn't make the earth flat.
I'm not talking about that. We're talking about axial rotation. Morgan, keep up with the conversation. We're talking about axial rotation.
No, I am. If you think that makes the earth flat, then
no, we're talking about the earth spinning, dude. It's your case for you to present how you know the earth is spinning around. Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
Yep. 20 day, half
day, half night. So what? You haven't established how the earth is moving around.
We know exactly the time.
Listen,
we know the days.
I'm gonna let you do this. I'm gonna let you do this because this has pretty much become like circular already, where you can't establish the fact that you know that the sun, or excuse me, that the earth is moving in an axial rotation. No, there's nothing you presented with empirical evidence that the earth is moving, spinning around
So 24 hours
So
in a
what?
day
You didn't
doesn't
establish
matter.
that the Earth is in motion.
Half day,
You
half
didn't
night.
establish.
Okay,
You
where is
didn't
the sun then?
establish that the Earth is in
Hold on.
motion.
Where's the
Who
sun?
cares? You didn't establish that the Earth is in motion, Morgan.
Who
Yeah,
cares?
yeah,
Who
because you
cares?
didn't establish.
You haven't
Look,
established.
let me just do
You
this.
haven't established anything. All you've tried to do is tell me that I'm wrong.
You didn't establish the fact that the Earth is in motion.
Yes, the sunset is proof that our globe rotates around
So
our sun.
the sun moving across the sky, the sun moving across the sky. I have to mute you because I think you're about a few sheets to the wind. So the sun moving across the sky, and we see the sun moving, is evidence that the Earth that doesn't look like it's moving is actually moving. So the thing that's not moving, or it appears that it's not moving to us, is the thing that's actually moving, and the thing that is moving is the thing that's not actually moving. Is that correct, Morgan? Did I get that right? What we see that's moving in the sky is actually not moving. But the thing that we're standing on that doesn't appear to be moving is the thing that's actually moving. Is that true? You waving a white flag? You give up? Because we're about to get.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. So
hold on.
let me just say, is that logic correct? I just stated the logic. The logic is we see the sun moving.
Yeah, your logic is 100%
Really
correct.
We see the sun moving across the sky, but in fact, it's not moving. But the Earth that doesn't appear to be moving under our feet, yet that's what's moving. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And the globe being halfway.
And the globe being.
Absolutely.
You didn't establish the globe. You gave up the first point. You couldn't provide evidence of curvature. Second, axial rotation. Axial rotation, you haven't demonstrated that you know that the Earth is in motion.
You're making this too easy.
No, it's not
you're
easy for you because you're struggling to realize there's no evidence you're producing. You're giving me all your assumptions.
I just told you.
You're
I just
assuming?
told you that half of the globe is dark.
Half of your globe, which you're making an assumption that it's already a globe, Morgan. Dude.
It is a fact.
It's not a fact, dude. You just made it a globe. Well, first of all, the Earth is a globe.
Half the globe. So half the globe.
Half the globe.
Is not dark and half.
So your assumption is half the globe, which is your assumption. It's a globe already. It's a globe, Morgan.
Okay. Let's pretend it's not.
No, we're not going to pretend anything.
Okay.
All we need is empirical evidence.
Let's pretend it's not.
We don't need to pretend.
We don't need to
pretend.
Half of where
we don't need to pretend.
Half of where we live is dark, and half is light.
Okay, so here's the most important part of what I'm going to say. Half of where we live. Have you ever seen? Have you ever seen the Earth? Have you ever seen? Yeah, let's talk about your proof. Have you ever seen half of the Earth, or at least the full Earth, to say what half is?
Close.
Where? If you astral projected out into reality and been able to look down or something, or what am I missing here?
Renditions from space stations.
Renditions from space stations. Really? So renditions from space stations. So whatever they're showing you.
I mean, the ISS, the International Space Station has a 24-hour live.
So
feed.
What, dude? We're talking about how you, as an individual, can empirically find out whether or not the Earth is spinning on its axis. Now you're giving us renditions of somebody else's information given to you via a live feed. Now I'm asking you, Morgan, because it doesn't seem like you're applying yourself. We're using only you and no one else. This comes from you. How do you know the Earth is spinning on its axis? That's what I'm asking you. And you haven't given that. I don't want to hear about some other pictures or videos or whatever.
I told you half of the
and
Earth
I asked you,
dark and half
have you ever seen the whole Earth
light
to say that half of it is being lit and not lit?
We know it for a fact.
No, this is not a fact. This is all assumption based. This is all you telling me.
No amount of gaslighting.
No, this isn't gaslighting. Empirical evidence starts from how you can do it from a primary source. The primary evidence that you, as an individual, can come up with the information to solidify the point that you are the only one that can tell me how the Earth is in motion, and it's not the sun that's in motion. Not looking at live streams from whatever, YouTube or anywhere else, NASA. I want you as a person be able to tell me how the Earth is
I
in
just
motion.
did.
Not appealing.
I
Don't appeal
told
to
you with
videos.
night and day.
Don't appeal to videos.
I just told you night and day. It's
Yeah,
absolute
night
proof.
and day. So we see the sun.
And we
We see the
observe it.
sun.
I
Listen,
observe
dude.
it.
We see the sun move.
I
Yeah, you see the
observe night
sun
and
move
day.
across the sky once again. What are we gonna go from that?
And then it goes away, and then it sets to never be seen.
Okay, so how can you tell me?
And then it comes.
So how can you
back.
tell me that the Earth is moving when we see the sun moving?
Because of when that, how else would
Because
it happen?
the
What other
sun's
shape does it
moving.
happen on?
That's
Tell me.
how. Duh.
Oh, because
Yeah.
the sun's moving.
No,
Really?
yeah, really.
Above the Earth? Above a flat
Well,
plane?
it's not happening over a globe because you haven't produced the evidence that it's
Come
one.
on. You haven't. You can't prove that
Oh, I
whatsoever.
can, but we're gonna do that after this.
All you have to do is go
Yeah,
outside
I
and
can
look
do.
at the
I can
sun.
do, Morgan. I can do that for you.
can't,
But
dude, this is
we're gonna do
ridiculous.
that after this. After what we do here. So the second question, axial rotation. You did not prove it. I'm gonna have to move this along because you didn't provide evidence that the Earth is in motion.
24 hours a day.
No,
one
it doesn't
rotation,
matter.
24
You
hours
can
a day.
assume.
Okay, and
You
I did
can
because of the
assume
polls.
all
No.
you want.
I know 100% fact.
It's not 100%
about
fact
the
because
North and
you
South
said
Pole.
exactly.
Absolutely.
You see the same thing everybody else.
They even predict it. The people who live there can tell you.
What? That they see the sun move across the sky like you do where you live?
No, that they have 30 days of day and
Yeah,
30
and
days
what
of
do they
night.
witness when they see daytime? The sun move across the sky. And what do you see when you see daytime? The sun move across the sky.
If you think the sun moving across the sky makes the Earth
It's
flat,
not about making it
come on,
flat,
come
but
on,
it's what it
come
is
on,
is
dude. You
yeah,
for
what it is, Morgan. It's not about making it flat. It's about making you understand that the idea of a heliocentric globe Earth doesn't exist because we only witness the sun move across the sky from east to west. So that is dispelling of your mythos that you think that we're in a heliocentric, universe. That you think that you're revolving around the sun when we see the sun in motion. We see it moving across the sky from east to west. And so does anybody else that lives in another geographic location. They see the sun move across east to west just like you do. So that's pretty simple. It's basic.
But take what he just said about us. He takes the sun moving in the sky as evidence for the globe.
Well,
isn't that ridiculous?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're ridiculous, dude.
So it's a
you're
double
saying
standard.
just
It's a double standard.
exactly.
So I'm
Yeah,
ridiculous. But
yeah,
you guys
it's a double standard. What you just laid out. It cannot be a flat Earth because the sun moves across the sky, but it can be a globe because the sun moves across the sky, according to you. That's a double standard you set up.
That's
It
a
is.
double standard, really?
So in one instance, the Earth can be a globe because of the sun, and in the other, it cannot be flat because of the sun. It's a double standard. You just applied that. Oh, you didn't know you just did that, Morgan? Well, yeah, you did. You applied a double standard.
Can't really talk because you keep.
Well, you're not muted
me.
now, using your voice, aren't you?
But you keep muting me every time.
No, it's not a point that you're making. You want these wild assumptions.
You guys are making.
Listen, Morgan. The point here is the sun. What you're observing of the sun is not exclusive to the globe model. So it's not an exclusive piece of evidence for the globe. No, it's not.
All right. So here's where
I can prove it with a camera.
No, you prove it with a camera and a filter. We're not talking about looking at the sun anymore. We're talking about.
I can show you.
Yeah, you're runaway train, aren't you? What we're speaking of specifically are three empirical proofs that need to be demonstrated by the globe Earth, which are number one, Earth curvature being provided as in drop over distance. You did not provide it. Number two, axial rotation, the spin of the Earth provided as empirical evidence. You did not provide it. There's no way that we know that the Earth is in motion because from our vantage point and our observations, we see the sun moving across the sky from east to west. The sun is in fact in motion. We see it moving across the sky. The Earth that we're standing on does not appear to be moving. It is stationary. We do not see it in motion. So therefore, our base assumption or our understanding, our axiom, would be that the Earth is indeed still and the sun is in fact in motion. Now, your other base assumptions come off from whatever we see from there. So you're the one that's going to make these assumptions about what the sun is doing and what the Earth is doing based on just what we see on your observations. So the third point is what we're going to talk about now. So get ready for the third point because it's going to be simply this. they're saying that according to everything that we've heard about the Earth being a globe, is that we have the vacuum of space, which is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I are breathing. So if that is true, then how is it possible with the open system of the Earth being a globe, right, uncontained from the vacuum of space, that we have gas pressure on the surface of the Earth? Now, keep in mind, you have to understand what gas pressure is. So, in order for you to dispel the fact that gas pressure can happen on the Earth being a globe, you have to show us gas pressure without a container, because by its very definition, that's the way it's described. So, can you tell us how we can have gas pressure on the surface of the Earth, being a globe as you so think it is, without any containment? Gas pressure without a container, Morgan.
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
It's called gravity in our atmosphere.
Okay, so show
How can
me,
you demonstrate that?
show me gravity being a container for gas pressure.
Gravity holds our atmosphere,
Yeah,
which
wonderful
contains
story. I need a demonstration. I need
our
a
gas.
demonstration of gravity being a container for gas.
You're living on it. Okay, now go from the
Yeah,
bottom of the
don't
mountain.
appeal to
Like,
your
go
living
to
on it. No,
Go
don't
to Mount
appeal to your
Everest.
living on it. So
Go to
a
Mount Everest.
demonstration would be you actually being
Go
able to
to
demonstrate.
Mount Everest. Go to Mount Everest.
All right. So let's get this straight. A demonstration would be something that you're going to show me empirical evidence of what I'm asking for, which is gas pressure without any containment. And if gravity is the container, I want to know how gas pressure is not moving in any direction, held down by gravity. Go.
Okay, go to Mount Everest.
The double mute. Go. Try again.
You
It's a
keep
double.
muting
It's
me.
a
You're
double
muting me.
mute. It happens when I unmute.
Go to Mount Everest. Explain why you lose oxygen when you go to the top of the mountain.
I don't need to explain to you anything. I need you to explain to me.
I just
No, no, no.
did it.
You're
I
asking
just
me a
showed you.
question.
There's no.
You're
Where's the
asking
container?
me
The
a question.
container's the
Dude, you're a
atmosphere.
runaway train. Every single. This is why I mute you, because you're a runaway train. I'm asking you for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, because that would have to be the case for the Earth being a globe in an uncontained environment against the vacuum of space. So you need to demonstrate something that I can look at that's going to show gas pressure without a container.
The lack of oxygen at the top of Mount Everest and all the hikers that experience it.
Mount Everest is not a gas pressure without a container.
The air that you breathe is gas, you
Okay,
moron.
dude, can you show me gas pressure without a container? With no container.
You can absolutely measure the barometric pressure
Awesome.
of the
In
air
order
as
for
you
your claims to be
elevate on
scientific,
Mount
Morgan, you
Everest.
have to
You
be able to
dolt.
demonstrate them. Do you have a scaled
You can
down demonstration
absolutely
of gravity containing gas pressure? Do you
measure
have
the
that?
barometric pressure as you go
Hold
in
on, Jedi, do you want to
elevation.
take control of this last point?
Yeah.
Go
So
for it.
Go.
barometric
Explain it.
pressure. When you
Explain why
say,
we lose
Morgan,
oxygen
excuse
and
me,
put yourself
gas
on
and
mute.
pressure and air pressure.
Morgan, put yourself on
oh
mute,
my God.
please.
And explain and tell me why it gets even worse as we go higher in airplanes. I wonder why
All right.
that is happening.
That's
Let's
awesome.
explain that.
That's awesome. So you're still going to be measuring pressure, whether that's at sea level, up a mountain at 10,000 feet, or in an aeroplane at 35,000 feet. That's still pressure. The definition of pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. We're asking you for a demonstration of pressure without a container. You keep giving us a gradient, which is pressure.
Oh my god, dude, these guys are fucked. The questions are so ridiculous. They got to be fucking
What's
kidding me.
what's the
You don't.
definition of pressure?
What is the
Morgan.
definition of pressure?
Yes.
You're asking me what
Yes.
that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. You
We're
asked me
talking
to
about,
answer a question. I answered the question.
excuse me,
I
Morgan.
answered.
We're talking about the
I answered.
atmosphere. We're talking about the atmosphere, which is pressure. This is the third claim that you can have uncontained gas pressure not dispersing into a vacuum. We're well on subject. What is the definition of pressure?
It's okay. You can Google it.
Can I ask a question?
What's the definition of gas pressure?
You keep saying without a container.
Do you guys?
What does that mean?
Let's hold on. Do you guys know about pressure in the ocean also?
No, we're not going to talk about
We're
that.
talking about gas. We're talking about gas.
So we get more pressure in the
Gas
ocean as we go
pressure.
closer to the center
Focus
of the
on
earth.
what's being said. Track with the dialogue, sir. Gas pressure.
Gas? Okay, yeah.
Track
Gas.
with a
Oxygen
dialogue.
is a gas. Nitrogen, helium, those are all gases. They're
Gas
all
pressure,
measurable.
not water pressure.
Why? Helium, oxygen, hydrogen.
Nitrogen.
Those are all gases. We lose that pressure in elevation as we go higher.
Is the definition of gas pressure?
Gas pressure is the measurement of gas within a certain realm.
No, that's not the definition of gas pressure. Would you like me to
know
give
what,
it to
dude?
you?
The definition of gas pressure doesn't make the Earth.
I feel
You
like
don't know the definition.
you're very intellectually dishonest, yeah, because you knew that the answer there was a volume, yeah? You thought about it, and you had to change the answer.
Okay, volume.
Going to take away your sky vacuum.
Are you telling me we can't measure gas within our atmosphere?
Are you going to tell me what the definition of gas pressure is?
Are you going to tell me that we can't measure
evading.
oxygen
He's
and
evading.
nitrogen levels?
Do it for
He's
you.
evading.
Hold on, tell me.
Do I have to do it for you?
Are you going to tell me that we can't measure oxygen?
He's evading. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. You've got a choice. You can define gas pressure for me, or I can define it for you. Which one?
You want to use the word container, and I told you what the container.
Stop evading.
No. I
told you what the container is.
I want you to define gas pressure. What is it?
Go ahead, make yourself feel smart and explain to everyone what gas pressure is.
I want you to tell me. What is it?
God, dude.
God, faint exasperation. Oh, these people. Ugh. Just tell me what gas pressure is. Define it.
It's a mixture of different gases that are measured.
Measured how? What is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure? What must you have for the gas to pressure? What do you need? In the fucking word. PRESS. It's gonna need to
You need temperature.
You need containment for the gas to press against.
No. And you need volume.
Volume? That's interesting. What's that?
I feel like this guy's completely spiraled at this point, yeah? I mean, everyone can clearly see.
Are you telling me
hang on,
isn't a real word?
Everyone can clearly see that you haven't been able to answer these questions directly, yeah?
Yep.
And also, we've also answered all of your other points that you brought forward. Whether you accept those answers or not, they have been answered, and the audience has heard. But we do have quite a few new people in the audience. I think we have about 50 people in here at the moment. So maybe, and a few that have had their hands up for a while. So maybe we want to.
Yeah, we're going to move it right along. So I'm just going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. So with that.
Well, I just told you about the gas container and exactly what gas in the atmosphere and exactly what's going on.
I know.
It's a mixture of gases.
Did I finish him off?
Yeah, we did. He's back up to a listener. All right, so check this out. With that, Morgan, I don't need him for this part. So basically, Morgan has not substantiated the claim for the 3 questions because I had to do it then. I had to show him that he didn't have the answers. So the first question, of course, was curvature of the Earth being measured by drop over distance. He didn't have that. Axial rotation, you heard the struggle. He thinks that the sun moving across the sky and us not observing the Earth in motion means that the Earth is in motion and the sun still. It's crazy. It's craziness. And the third question, gas pressure without a container, he doesn't even know what gas pressure definition is. So that's a bad look on him. So he doesn't understand that the Earth is flat and stationary because he can't even define gas pressure or even understand how it is a globe with, like I said, curvature, axial rotation, or gas pressure adjacent to the vacuum of space. So, with that information, his idea of the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that he carries. And a belief, of course, is acceptance without evidence. So that's all he has right now. He has just his belief, which he's just accepting without any evidence. Okay, we can proceed now.
All right. Well, we've got MC Front. You seem to have your hand up there. Did you want to contribute? Tell us how you know the Earth is a
Yeah,
globe.
I wanted to try and or attempt to answer the gas pressure question, which I think the premise is incorrect. The Earth has an atmosphere that dissipates, but it is a closed system. It is not an open system, like you're saying, or that there is no container, but that there is a container, and that is the Earth.
Okay. Well, I think we clearly covered that. So we're going to go back to, do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe? What would you
I can give you
present to
one.
me
Yeah.
on the street, as to why you believe the Earth's a globe? And then we'll go to Chrissy next.
Sure. If you've ever seen a lunar eclipse, the shadow of the Earth on the moon is round, and the only thing that makes a round shadow is a sphere. A flat thing would not round shadow, or curved shadow, in fact.
Yep. So to
That's
clarify,
something anybody can see if you've ever seen a
MC,
lunar
have you
eclipse.
looked into a Selenelian eclipse yet?
hang on,
Yeah,
guys, hang on.
hang
So
on,
just to
hang on.
So just to clarify that, your evidence so far is that we see these eclipses occur, and the shadow that's made can only be made by a spherical object. That's correct, yeah?
That's one piece of evidence I would
Yeah.
say that anybody can see. Sure, yeah, okay.
And anything else that you'd like to present that supports it?
Well, there's other like mathematical ways that we determine the circumference and volume and size of the Earth, but I don't know how much you want me to get into that, or
No, that's cool. No worries. All right. So now, if you can just put yourself on mute there, we're going to throw to one of the flat earthers here. So the first one was that you believe the shadow cast can only be cast by a spherical object. So any of the flat earthers want to take that one?
Yeah, just
me.
real quick. Chrissy, I guess wants to speak.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right.
Yeah, I want to answer him.
Okay, Chrissy.
Okay.
So let's take this logically, right? We're assuming what we're walking on by looking at something in the sky. Can we just not do that? That would be nice. Because things in the sky are in the sky. And you can say about a light bulb that it's a light bulb, but that doesn't tell you anything about the floor. So this has nothing to do with the Earth being flat or round or anything.
Yeah. So.
But to address his notion, okay, why is the shadow it never aligns. It never aligns on the moon exactly to where the sun's position is. So.
Okay, let's just. I'm gonna refocus what's being said here, so we can directly answer what he's asking. He specifically asking about the shadow, how it happens if it's not the way that he perceives it, because it can only happen with a curved object or something that's curved that can cause that curved shadow. And I would say to that's incorrect, because we have a demonstration actually that has a guy putting a flat board with the shadow over something that's curved. And so what happens is that that straight curved shadow, or the straight shadow, when it goes on the curved surface of the orange, it looks like it's causing a curved shadow. So it's not just something that's curved that's the only thing that can cause that curved shadow. Something that's actually straight can cause that curved shadow as well. So you're incorrect on that. We've already seen demonstrations of that, MC.
But how does a
Well, I've
straight
actually seen a demonstration where they took a spherical object and casted the spherical object's shadow onto another spherical object, and it makes an S,
Makes
like
it,
a sine wave.
Yeah, it's like a sine.
So
Yeah.
that's, you can't have that with these objects. It has to be a like a disc. casting a shadow.
Yep.
Well, hold up like a basketball and look at its shadow. It's going to be a curved shadow.
Yeah, but if you
is
put
my thought.
if you put something like a straight board across the surface to casting a shadow, as it starts to creep up along the basketball, you'll see it looking like a curved shadow. So it doesn't have
Wait,
to be something else that's curved getting in front of, like, blocking the light on that basketball, to be casting a curved shadow. It can be something straight.
what is the basketball in your analogy then? The sky?
No, the basketball would be something akin to, like, if you're talking about the earth, and the board would be like, let's say, something interrupting the light of the sun. You know what I mean? And then or the moon. It doesn't really matter. Like the moon when it has an eclipse.
You're
And
also assuming that the Earth has anything to do with what's going on in the sky.
that's what
Seriously.
Chrissy said.
Exactly.
I mean,
Well,
the assumption
I
there.
don't have a hard
It's
time
silly.
believing
Going on
that
in the sky is just going on
the.
in the sky. Has nothing to do with what the Earth is doing. Is it curving anywhere? That would be my answer.
My suggestion would be to go and have a look at what Alphas and TM have spoken about, and how we can have a straight line make a spherical shadow on a round object, and that
Yeah,
if
I
we
feel
actually have two round objects casting shadows, that ends up being a straight line. Yeah, we're not going to go and have a massive debate on shadows being cast. I think it's been answered sufficiently. Is there any?
I can also give the Globe people or whatever a course, our course on geometric description, where we study shadows in architecture. And yeah, if two objects are spherical and one is obscuring the other, usually the shadow is a straight line.
Yeah.
It's geometrically proven and taught in
Yep.
universities.
Thank you for that, Chrissy.
Yeah, so we all believe this, MC, but it's only a belief until we actually investigate further. So you need to go and investigate further. All right. So who else do we have in here? Would anyone else like to come up and let us know how they know that they're living on a sphere?
And
Just
we've
put your hand
dubbed
up.
we've dubbed the space Globe Storytelling Time. So if you guys are out there, listen, if you think that the Earth is a globe in any way that you can present it, go ahead and do so. We do challenge people when they come up here, so don't be alarmed. We're going to do that, but we will critique what you say afterwards. It kind of like what AJ's been doing, and also just a plug to the space. If you like what you hear and the way we go in with these arguments, just go ahead and drop a follow to all the people on the panel. Myself, AJ, Flatsy, Klein, Jedi, TM. We appreciate that. Also, 24/7 Flat Earth. There's a user that's in here right now. I want you to go ahead and follow that one as well, because we're live streaming on YouTube as well as in here. So this is a recorded space, but we're also live streaming on YouTube. We got some viewers over there as well. And if you go to the 24/7 Flat Earth icon that's in here with us, you go to like that page or follow them, then you'll see that where the YouTube link is as well. So you can follow us there. But definitely, we have these spaces. This is a continuing series for us. We just came on X like not too long ago, a couple weeks ago. So 24/7 is a brand, and we're like it consists of, like, in here so far it's just me, AJ, Latsy Klein, and Jedi at the moment from the 24/7 group. But yeah, if you like what you're hearing, we continually do this. So we've been doing it on Discord. We also have a Discord link. Click on my profile, and on my profile you'll find the Discord link to our Discord channel, where we have tons of information, terabytes of information about Flat Earth. All you got to do is go check it out. So I want to redirect you to our Discord as well. It's on my profile, and you'll there's tons of stuff, probably more than I can even talk about in this call. So yeah, we appreciate everybody that's come here. You guys are invited to come up here if you think the Earth is a globe, and we'll go ahead and give a talk to you. But yeah, I'll kick it back to the panel.
Anyone else? Come on, guys. You've got uninterrupted airtime to tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. Oh, we got one requested. Who have we got?
Can I throw in a question or two? I don't find it hard to believe that the Earth is the thing that's spinning, and that we don't see that we see the sun go back and forth. Just because it's a matter of perspective. The sun does appear to be moving, but the sun is also moving. Everything is in motion relative to itself. So, like, we're moving around the sun, and the sun is moving itself around the in orbit of the galaxy, and the galaxy itself is moving towards this thing called the Great Attractor, and then all of this is based on observations we see, like using telescopes and stuff. Do you think that they're all just making it up, or like the things like the seasons changing and
Well,
explanation for
hold
why
on a
we have
second.
winter and
Yeah, hold on,
summer?
hold
Yeah.
on. We don't observe anything of what you just said. Nobody's made that observation, sir.
Well, I'm asking, like, what is the explanation for some of these things, like eclipses or the seasons changing, or how radio waves work and why you need repeaters or towers
So
and stuff like that?
right. So we first has to establish the premise whether or not you know the Earth's a globe by way of directly measuring the surface to have be the surface curving. So you have to first establish whether it is a globe for you to continue with any idea of how it is. So in order to do that, you have to ask yourself, how do I know if it's a globe? Let's find some evidence, right? Let's present some evidence. And so that's what we're asking for you to do. You've already attempted once to, put forth some idea that you have, but it still doesn't equal that you have this knowledge that the Earth is a globe. It's just your assumption that it is.
I suppose. I mean, I'm not
Right.
disagreeing with that. Yeah.
Right. And so for us, we're dealing with empirical evidence. So we want to know how you can validate or falsify a claim that you may think is the case for the Earth being a globe. So it's important to us that you know that.
Well,
There's a lot of what we know about the world that is dependent on the fact that the explanations for the things like climate and weather and eclipses and all of
Yeah.
this stuff are dependent on this model that the Earth is, is
I would
here,
just
right?
say to that, not necessarily, and you need to go and look into that further. How
But this is
eclipses,
what I'm
etc.
asking. Like,
Well, look, we want to move on because again, this is globe storytelling time. We're not necessarily just here to answer questions. We want to hear how the Earth is a globe from your point of view, yeah. And I know everyone wants these questions answered, yeah. But I'd invite you across to our regular Discord server if you'd like to discuss that. So
yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. You said there was dead air, so I was posing
no,
my question.
that's okay.
Fair
That's good.
enough.
No worries. So we've got Hendrik up here. Hendrik, have you got some evidence on why you believe the Earth is a globe?
I don't believe the Earth is a globe. Earth is a
Oh,
flat.
Hendrik. Oh, you believe it's flat?
Yes, I'm positive it's flat.
Oh, shout out to the flat earther joining us. Appreciate you, Hendrik.
But I already knew it from I was 9 years. I'm now 55. So 45, 46 years ago, somebody told me the Earth is flat and was in an airplane. So, and it's you can't see any curves when you fly. You can't see any curves. I'm a seagoing captain. I have never seen curves. Water can be bent. So, the first proof that the Earth is a globe has somebody has to show it to me because I don't believe it.
Yeah, thanks for that, man. Appreciate you coming up here and being a part of the team, like hanging out with us. Definitely appreciate that. But we're gonna ask the panel if anybody else here wants to come up. All you got to do is raise your hand or request to speak, and we'll bring you up as a speaker. And you can demonstrate to the audience that you know that the Earth is a globe via some empirical information that all of us can verify. And I think that's great, right? We're sharing information as I'm not just assuming something. I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate to you how I know what I know. So it's possible that you know that the Earth is a globe, definitely be able to show it to us.
Hey, if nobody else is going, I just shared a video. Now, whether anyone wants to accept video evidence or not, I understand. No worries. All right. However, I think there's something very interesting happening in this video that needs to be explained. And for me, even though I am leaning flat, I'm more of a flat earther, I am open to posing evidence or questions that may lean towards globe Earth. Okay, and this is one of those. In the first minute of that video, we see a sun going behind and being blocked by the physical barrier of Earth. And from what I know of speaking with a lot of other flat earthers, one of the main concepts is that the sun is above Earth, which is a plane, and doing its orbit, and it attenuates as it goes farther away from us. The light attenuates, and we can no longer see it in certain parts on Earth. However, from up in space, without the atmosphere, there also needs to be an attenuation happening in order for us to not see it. Otherwise, we will see it unless it gets physically blocked by something. And so here, it demonstrates that it is getting physically blocked by something, that thing being Earth. And it doesn't seem to attenuate at all. So I posed this question to the flat Earth community, but I think this is a strong evidence for the globe itself. Now, that's believing that the video is real. I understand there's a
It's
lot of
CGI. No, it is CGI. I can break it down for
hold
you.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
It's
on, hold on, hold on.
100%
Wait.
CGI.
Before you do that, just if you're gonna do that, if you're going to do that for everyone listening, don't just
Yeah,
analyze it
I
and
will.
provide your thoughts on it. Provide some substantial
No, I'm
mechanism.
Yeah,
Hold on. Let me
providing.
finish.
Chrissy,
Let me
Yeah,
hang
finish.
on. Chrissy, can you just let him finish in entirety? Yeah, I think you cut him off sort of halfway through. So just let him finish, and then we'll invite the flat earthers up to just.
yeah, but I have work to do. So,
Yeah, just if you're gonna do that, just provide some kind of empirical mechanism that we can all use to analyze this video and
yep,
break it down. Thank you.
exactly. I will. Okay, so you can import this video in After Effects, and you will see the remnants of the green screen because I can see it with my eyes, and I do CGI and virtual reality for a living.
Excellent.
Okay, so you can import it in After Effects and you can check it for yourself. It's 100% CGI. So I don't need to prove anything from a video that was computer generated.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. If anybody can do that, I don't have After Effects, but if anybody can do that and present it one day, that would be awesome evidence to throw out there into the
Well,
world. Because
that's one way of looking at it as well. But to be in that location, where did they say they were? D369. Where is the location?
yeah, I don't know what location. They're a couple 100 miles up, I think, or 100 miles up, something like that.
They are beyond the place where low Earth orbit, no, or higher than low Earth orbit. I think they said
A little.
they were still what I heard. They were claiming they were even higher than the space station, right? Isn't that correct?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's
I
weird
can't
for
say for
one
sure.
part of the
I don't
video.
remember everything they were talking about when they did that, but I
Yeah.
think that was one of the claims. Yeah.
I think one of the claims was that they were higher than the space, like higher than anybody's ever been. So we're still dealing with the second law of thermodynamics violation. So it's a violation of where that thing is in a place where it can't be. So it's not only what Chrissy provided was excellent, right? I agree. That can be proven that it's CGI in that way, but it's also not in a place where it should be logistically. It can't be in that place. That place does not exist. You would violate the second law of thermodynamics because you would have to be in a place where the vacuum of space is, which of course couldn't be because we have gas pressure here on Earth. So not only does Chrissy have a point, but the point still remains that you can't have gas pressure without a container because that's what they're saying with the Earth as a globe. So even if they're saying that video can be disproven, right? Because Chrissy did a good job doing that, but you still can't be there in that location to even be showing that information. There's no way.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. However, I just have a little bit of pushback on everyone who uses that particular point of the gas pressure thing. Like for us,
Sure.
it's pretty obvious. Like we know there's got to be some type of container. It's got to be, whether it be a physical barrier, whether it be a non-physical barrier, some type of force or whatever. There's got to be something causing the containment of what is the Earth's atmosphere, right? So I think it's a little. I mean, for globies who believe that it's space and it's an empty vacuum, yeah, that makes sense that it can't exist. But for us, we understand that, it's not a vacuum. It's not a complete vacuum. We know that. So in that sense, it can be there.
No, no.
From our perspective. From
No,
our
no.
perspective,
I
it
know what
can
I'm
be.
saying. What I'm saying is though, you can go to high altitude, which has been done. But the area where that place is and what's being taken, like the video from where it's taken from, that can't
Yeah.
happen. It's almost like an impossibility. It's like me saying that I took a picture of all the dragons in Middle Earth, or you know what I'm saying? Like I can't go to a place that doesn't exist, that's
Yeah.
So even with on top of that, Chrissy had the evidence to show that even in After Effects, it can show that it's CGI. Like, so there's so much against why that can't be the case already. So we don't have to go into any. It's like, how much more do you want? Like short of you actually going to see if you can test that for yourself to show that that can't happen. Like other than that, we can just say like, I mean, they can only give you something to think about as a belief. So they can show you images of the Earth looking like a globe. You got ISS videos, live stream, and all that. You can believe all of that if you want, but how are you going to ever verify that's true? How can you ever go there? It's so they put the information at arm's length away from you, so you can never verify it, and that's the problem because
Yeah, I agree.
you can't falsify the information. It makes it unfalsifiable. And so now you're using a video to say, okay, well, damn, this is really good stuff. But the problem is you haven't verified that location to be true. So how do you know? You know what I mean? So now you're just arguing from a standpoint of credulity because you want it to be so.
Agreed.
And that's
No,
the
no,
problem.
no, no.
It's a big
Not that
problem.
I want it to be. Not that I want it to be. That I'm open to both sides. Now, one thing is with the flat Earth. Are we saying that? Are you specifically saying that we can't go up 200 miles? Is that impossible on the flat Earth model?
Yeah, that would be in the location or region of space considered to be beyond the Kármán line. So beyond the Kármán line, where I think it's the upper part of the thermosphere, where the ISS is said to reside or be
Mm-hmm.
residing. So that place
Mm-hmm.
that where it exists is supposed to be a logistical region where that should be considered to be the low Earth orbit. Uh, in essence, that's where we got negative pressure values that are said to be vastly different from the surface. So if that was true, then the high
Mm-hmm.
pressure differential wouldn't exist. Like the pressure that we have here would expand into the available space, and there would, so in order for there to be substantiated pressure here on Earth that's sustained, right, you'd have to have a
Right.
containment. So if that containment wasn't there, we wouldn't have sustained gas pressure. And that location where that place they're telling you it is, they have a very high, vast pressure differential, and that can't exist because there's a gradient of pressure. We get it, but it shouldn't be so vast as to where it's like extremely low and then you have extremely high pressure here on the surface because the gas would expand to fill the space. If you can follow that, that just means that you can't have that specific region existing against the pressure air that we're breathing now. So that region cannot exist by proxy of the second law of thermodynamics. So it just can't.
So, so what do you think? All right, so we're on a flat plane and we can't go up 200 miles or 300 miles
Mhm.
because there's an area where there needs to be containment. But so what if that containment is more of it's not like a physical barrier, but it can contain the atmosphere, but physical things can go through it.
Yeah, I know
You
what
know
you
what I
mean, like
mean?
a
Like,
membrane. But I would
yeah, like some type of electromagnetic membrane or
Yeah,
some type
I
of
mean, I get
force.
it. I get the speculation side of it, but according to
Yeah.
everything that we see with the gas laws, it has to be something physical. Like
Mm,
we can think about it doing that kind of thing or existing kind of like a bubble would, like with a membrane,
yeah.
that sort of thing. But it would need to be a bit more rigid so that we can have the sustainable gas pressure, which envelops the entire volume of pressure, for as big as we think the Earth can be.
Yeah.
So, I
Yeah.
mean, it would be pretty big, massive, but it would have to be
Yeah.
a rigid container for it to be something that would structurally accommodate for the type of pressure that we would have in a dynamic system. All right, so
Got you.
it's a bit difficult to kind of like get into, but yeah, if you understand what I'm saying, then we'd have to think about something practical in a way that abides by the laws of nature, which, of course, the gas laws, if you may know them or may not know them, would be the same thing as our understanding of gas pressure here on Earth, which you need a
Yeah.
container. I mean, it's just a rigid container to contain the gas pressure, physical, you know.
Yeah, I guess everything else is pretty much speculation, like
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
was saying, yeah,
I
because
mean,
we can't verify it.
yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with thinking. Listen, man, as a flat earther, you can think of things. I'm not saying you can't, because I mean that's where you can start to realize, hey, man, the mystery is where it begins, right? Not that we know everything, but you could say, well, let's just get with some ideas. Who knows? But that's the
Yep.
thing, though. We have to stick to the physical and natural world and abiding by the laws of nature, so that we don't negate things and start talking crazy talk. You know what I mean? That keeps us from
Yep.
speculating like really far off. Like we can stay within the realm of that speculation and say, well, just hear me out. As long as it stays within the realm of like we are the gas laws we understand, maybe something could be possible. But I mean, that's still speculation. So the thing that
Yeah.
we're working with is the dichotomy, whether the Earth is a globe as an open system or the Earth is a closed system with flat Earth containment. So that's what we're working with. Is a dichotomy there. So it either is one or the other kind of thing going on.
Yep. Same way, it's either curving or it's not. I'm still waiting on a.
Oh,
I'm waiting on proof of surveys
you
that
you
show the curvature.
you're gonna look like that skeleton that sits at the park bench meme. He's still waiting for the evidence. Yeah, you're gonna turn into bones, dude. Like, believe me, I've been doing this for 10 years, man. I guarantee you. I don't care if they're
So
intellects and academics. No one's come forward with that empirical evidence. I'm saying it, man. Just
facts.
unless
So
there's a hidden
there's
professor somewhere. I mean, yeah, please give me his
there's a
email.
price that we can. I think it's about like 100 grand. I think if we can muster 100 grand, we can pay a small team to do the measurement over the distance we need.
Yeah,
It's
it's
already
already
been
been
done.
done though. The 369, and maybe it's not to what you feel like is to your
Wait,
liking.
that's already been done?
Yeah, that's been done, man.
Who did that?
Yeah. Well, but this is how we derive any type of
Mm-hmm.
cartography and navigation, by taking mean sea level as a horizontal plane of
Mm-hmm.
reference.
Now this is important, D369. So just hear Jedi out, okay? He's gonna probably
Yeah.
like.
So, for example, cartography, we can measure angles. Sorry, we can measure angles both in the vertical axis and the horizontal axis. So the horizontal axis will be an angle measurement between objects. Let's say you've got two lighthouses on a coastline, and the vertical angle measurement will be the height of the lighthouse. Now you can use this for cartography to map the landscape of the coastline, and you can also use this within navigation. It's called taking a running fix. Now, a running fix will take both horizontal angle measurements and vertical angle measurements to get your distances from objects on the shoreline. You may have noticed that I've said angle several times. Now, we take an elevation angle or horizontal angle from the mean sea level. So mean sea level will be the baseline for you to measure your horizontal angle, your azimuth or bearing angle, for example, or your vertical angle up to the top of an object like a lighthouse or a star. This is the base premise for celestial navigation, all requiring angle measurements to be taken from a horizontal datum. That horizontal datum is mean sea level. So the Earth is measured to be a horizontal plane, navigated as such.
Okay, so on when you're doing plane surveys,
Mm.
are the plane surveys are using the mean sea?
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, which
So
is,
plane survey, yeah,
I was just gonna say, which is the horizontal plane that exists that we consider us in this group. We understand that's flat Earth. The
right.
horizontal plane that's referenced is flat Earth. Like, because people get confused when we say the word flat Earth or the words flat Earth. They want to assume that, are you talking about the land? No, flat Earth is in essence what Jedi was speaking of. How things are measured. We reference that horizontal plane, not just us referencing it from how we're measuring what level is, but also things that hold rigidity in space also reference the horizontal plane that they reference. So, for example, you get a cup of water, you can hold it in a container, right? Any which way you manipulate that container, that surface of that water will remain flat to the horizontal plane of the Earth. That horizontal plane that it's referencing flat Earth. So when you manipulate that container in any direction, that surface of that water will always remain flat and level with that horizontal plane. I guarantee it. It will. That's what it references. It actually references flat Earth. So it's referencing that horizontal plane. And so when you take a spirit level and you're trying to measure, like, get your picture straight on your wall, well, that spirit level is referencing the flat Earth horizontal plane. That is true. So that's what that's referencing. So anything that holds rigidity in space, it kind of has like a gyroscopic effect. So that effect that it holds rigidity will reference that horizontal plane. So just to let you know, that's how we understand everything in nature is referencing that horizontal plane. I'm going to go
Right.
further, but I just wanted you to know that that's what we consider flat Earth when we say flat Earth. Because a lot of people have a little, kind of angst to say like they're a flat earther. Well, I'm a true earther. You don't have. Listen. You can come out and say flat Earth because that's what it is. The horizontal plane that Jedi was talking about, that's measured from mean sea level, the rise and fall of tides, and you take that horizontal plane, you extend it out onto land. So everywhere that horizontal plane goes, it's going to be either above the elevation profile on land would be above or below mean sea level, just like as you're measuring. So you could say I'm, a couple hundred feet above sea level where I'm at. So how do you know that? Well, there's a horizontal plane that extends from mean sea level all the way across the land to where you live. So the two connecting points would be the mean sea level connecting to the place where you're standing, and then straight down you'd meet mean sea level, and then that would be the horizontal plane 90 degrees to your position, creating a perfect perpendicular line to where you are, in essence, to the horizontal plane, which is what we're referencing. So, and that's how we know the Earth is flat, because everything references that horizontal plane.
So do you think it would be I think it would be beneficial to do the experiment, just to plane survey over, say, 100 miles and do it that way? You guys don't think that would be
We do
beneficial?
this. We do this.
Yeah, it's been
So
done.
I gave you the example of taking a running fix. This can be navigating for thousands of miles, taking a horizontal angle measurement between objects and vertical angle measurements from mean sea level. You can navigate up a coastline for over 1,000 miles. That utilizes a horizontal plane that's over 1,000 miles long for you to take your measurements from.
Right. Is doing that, is that the equivalent of doing a plane survey?
Yes.
Yes, because you're moving in.
Excellent.
Yes, it's exactly the same
Yeah.
thing.
Excellent.
What happens?
Do you have a I don't know where to find the measurements of
Well,
those. Do you have
yeah.
like a
Yeah. Hold on.
database or somewhere you could
Let me
point me?
just say this. I want to add this real
Yeah.
quick. But what they
Yeah.
do, though, D369, I don't know, maybe unbeknownst to you, is they add a layer on top of plane surveying. It's called geodetic surveying.
Geodetic surveying,
Have you
right?
heard about
This
it?
I'm familiar with. Yes, yes.
Okay.
This is
So
where the
what?
spuriosity comes in.
Yes, dude. This is amazing. I don't. A lot of people don't really understand this. I spoke to a
I
lot of
know.
surveyors like over the course of doing this. So what they say is they take those plane surveying measurements, because those are like the actual measurements, right? That they do,
Right.
and they superimpose the information of the Earth being a globe on top of the plane surveying information, bro. I'm telling you,
Right.
it's a diabolical thing that's happening. People believe that the Earth is a globe via this information.
Yeah.
But they're not measuring the Earth as a
And they always
globe.
point to GPS, but it's like, yeah, GPS
Yeah.
references the geodetic.
Yes, exactly correct, dude. That's right. See, but if you don't dig deep and research, you're never gonna know that.
Never know.
You're gonna keep thinking that geodetic surveying is the exact way that we know we live on a globe. And it's so twisted, dude. Like, we have to fight
Yeah.
against the information, because it's like, well, if you're taking the ground measurements, it'll be plane surveying. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. So if anybody, if either of you guys can send me like a one of these long range, like over 100-mile distances where they have these plane surveys done, so I can reference that when talking to people and showing them, hey, look, regardless of what the geodetic says about triangle, because they always reference triangulation and the spherical excess, and so I can show them like, well, at this point to this point, there is no spherical excess, bro. It's all
Yeah,
fake.
check this out, brother. We're gonna tell you a little what we covered earlier in this call.
Okay.
So we talked about if that were true, that there are triangles that are equal to greater than 180. They usually get into that discussion when they're talking about measuring triangles that are curved, curved triangles. So if that were
Mm-hmm.
true, how would it be possible that they had a line of sight to the stations that they needed to, like, because if they're doing a triangular measurement, right? So if they're
Mm-hmm.
saying that we got one station set up at A, another station set up at B, and another station set up at C, so their line of sight to each station needs to be there so where they could see it. Now, if let's just take for example that they're doing it on a curved surface, right? The Earth being a globe or whatever, like they think. Whenever they're shooting to that other station, it's a line of sight. Now, I want you to check this out. Line of sight to station from station A to station B. Line of sight from station B to station C, and a line of sight from station C to station A. So in essence, what I've done is I've did a line of sight above the surface of the Earth, but I created a triangle that is not greater than 180. That is exactly equal to 180 because it's a perfect planar triangle. It's
Right.
a line of sight straight to B, straight to C, straight back to A. So
What are the distances? Because I thought the triangulation was done on vast distances over 100 miles. That's why I wanted to do
right. So
the red.
even if it was like done in that way, how could you have a line of sight? You wouldn't have it. You just it would because the Earth would be in the way. How could you reach the target? You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
no. As far as I thought they just calculated. They just say like, here, this
Yep.
point to that point, that would
Yep.
induce this curve. Like,
Yep.
that's how I understood it.
That's exactly what's happening. So they're
Yeah.
inferring that
Okay.
from this. It's just the same like we were talking about geodetic surveying information. So they're
Right.
superimposing the Earth. See, that's what I'm saying. But if you were thinking about it as in like reaching different stations, they could have a line of sight to. You would only have a planar triangle, which would equal 180.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And then from triangle to triangle to triangle, it
Yes,
would still be 180.
yes,
It would still.
180, 180.
That's
Yeah,
what.
you getting it, man. But that's the thing. A lot of people don't realize that, and me and Jedi and the rest of the crew, we have to kind of undo that whole. It's a mess, dude. It really is.
Yeah.
But people have been
Cool. Well,
believing it for such
I
a long time. So.
appreciate the time on the mic. I'll pass it off. We got a hand up. If anybody could send me one of those links, though, I would really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate it, bro.
No worries, man.
Yeah, we got Red Rig. Red Rig, welcome to the panel. Go ahead. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, that's good. I thought he was talking.
Hey, sorry about that.
Join again. That's fine.
No, yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey guys, how's my mic? Is it good? Too high, too low?
Smooth as butter. No, smooth as butter, man.
All right, man. How are you guys doing tonight?
Really well, dude. I don't know where you sit with the information. Are you believing that the Earth is a globe, or do you know the Earth is flat? Like, where are you coming from?
I don't have any opinion. To be honest, either way, I'm gonna lean towards, I guess, globe, but I believe it. I can't explain why I believe it, as in, I don't know it. Like, I cannot, I can't give you a list of well thought out, arguments for why I believe it. But yeah, I'm just here to listen. And I did want to ask one thing that
go ahead, man.
What is, like, how would you explain with the flat Earth model? And this isn't me trying to debunk. I'm just legitimately asking you guys because aren't some stars visible like in the northern hemisphere as opposed to the southern hemisphere? Like, if I was in Australia, wouldn't some stars not be visible? Whereas in the southern hemisphere, whereas if I was like in the States, then the stars would be visible. And I can't, like, I'm trying to look up right now what stars, are alleged to be visible and not visible depending on which hemisphere. But how would that be explained on the flat Earth model?
Yeah, so basically, any observation that's being made, there's a conceptual model that everybody can look up. It's called the celestial sphere. Now, I don't know if you've heard this, Red, but if you don't mind, right, just look it up real quick. Celestial sphere. So ever since the 6th century BC, and I've talked about this before, but Chaldeans have used it, Babylonians, people that have been on the earth have used this conceptual model of what they think, how they approach looking at things in the sky, right? Observations, the cyclical nature of the heavens, right? So the motion of what they see in the sky. All this appears to be flowing through a conceptual model called the celestial sphere. And so astronomy and celestial navigation have been, that's the basis of how we envision, like from our perspective, how we see things moving across the sky. So that's really important when you start thinking about like what you see in the sky and how it moves across the sky and what that means to us because of the way it's conceptualized. So like, I mean, have you heard about the celestial sphere, Red?
I'm checking it out right now. Yeah, like I'm
Thank
on the
you, sir.
Wikipedia page. Is there a better page to look at than the
No,
Wikipedia?
honestly, I think
Is there a better
Wikipedia
explanation?
Wikipedia covers it. I mean, I don't really think we have to, but it just covers the specific model of what the celestial sphere is about. I mean, of course, it might include some people that wrote in there that they think the Earth's a globe, but that's not even. We're not talking about that. We're just specifically talking about observations in the sky. Um, and you know what? I'll be honest. I'd rather have you just look that over for like a few minutes and then just probably continue to, because there's a lot there. Honestly, Wikipedia is a pretty good place for the celestial sphere. I'll be honest.
I couldn't hear the guy.
Absolutely. And then just if there's some downtime, I mean, if there's a lull in the conversation or whatever, I would like to ask you guys about like, your belief in aliens or not. Because I know flat earthers, you guys are kind of staunch anti non-human intelligence visiting. I wanted to kind of get the background on that if there's some time. So
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that would be more of a speculation on that kind of thing, but I don't know if anybody wants to get into that or not.
Probably not. I suppose it's all based on speculation, like you said.
I think there's a little bit of history to it, but we don't know any of the real details, so it just comes down as like myth, and that's really all we got.
But we do have 42 people in the room, so welcome to anyone, or the space, sorry. Welcome to anyone that's new. If you'd like to tell us how you know that you're living on a globe and the Earth is a globe, please feel free to ask to join. Put your hand up. Come and participate in the conversation.
Yeah, I really do appreciate everybody joining in into the conversation. It's might be a little bit nerve-wracking for you guys who've never been speaking in the forum like in front of people, but I think it's kind of good to voice what you think the Earth is if you think it's a globe, and it's good to kind of like see if there's any way that we can talk about why you think what you think. Because I think most of the times it's because people are just carrying a belief, and it's a belief we understand is acceptance without evidence. So we want to know if that's true. You just accept without any evidence. So
Yeah, I see MC with their hand up. I don't know if you guys see his hand up.
Yeah, we've spoken to MC a few times, and Chrissy.
MC, do you have your hand up? He does look like he has a
Oh,
hand up.
yeah, sorry. I've been doing some video editing on my computer as well.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I wanted to pose a couple more things. I don't know if they'd be considered empirical evidence or not, but a couple more. The
Well, let's
stars.
find out.
I can confirm that I've been to Australia. There are a different set of stars. Some overlap, but when I was there, I got to see the Southern Cross and some constellations that you can't see in the northern hemisphere. The other difference I can confirm is that the toilets circle the wrong way, or in a clockwise way in the southern hemisphere, and same thing with hurricanes. They go counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, and they call that the Coriolis effect.
Hold on,
but,
MC.
Yeah,
hold on. Yeah, we're all kind of laughing about it because that's been a myth that's been dispelled. The toilet bowl water spinning in one direction, and it was like I guess 2016 or something, 2017. I'm not sure. But a lot of globe believers would come in here and tell us that's how they know that the Earth is spinning because of the Coriolis effect and toilet bowls spinning in different directions. But it's not true. It doesn't have to deal with the Earth spinning. Go ahead, I don't know, AJ, if you want to.
Yeah, I just got to call him out on the toilet bowl thing. MC, I got to call you out on the toilet bowl, yeah, because I live in Australia, and the difference is that our toilet bowls don't fill up with water the way that they do in the US, so they don't actually spin anyway.
Maybe. What about any kind of drain? Like any drain, it doesn't need to be a toilet, right? Like you have drains in Australia.
And you can have drains that'll drain in different directions in the same house. It just all depends on the direction the water entered that sink, and it also depends on the shape of, and it also depends on the shape of the bowl and how it's designed to drain that water.
I would say give it a test because it's only going to go clockwise where you're at, and it will only go counterclockwise.
No, it's not.
This is weird.
Believe it or not, I've
So,
actually done this on Discord and filmed it on Discord for somebody that just would not give up, as well as filming my toilet flushing. So no, I'm sorry, you're incorrect.
You had to do that, huh?
I had to one night, yes.
Okay.
I
What
used to
about
have a really good
hurricanes?
video.
We know they spin in one direction and then not in the other. Also,
go ahead,
I wanted to
Jedi.
mention. Go ahead.
Jedi wanted to.
No, I just wanted to say that I used to have a really good video. It was of a river and two vortices within that river, both spinning in opposite directions to each other, which wouldn't be possible within your claim, right? So yeah, unfortunately, mate, you might think this is true, but I've known that this was an old wives' tale since a children's TV program in the mid 1980s. This was debunked years ago, dude. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Globers actually get upset when people mention it. It's like, stop saying that. We know that's not true. That's why we find it kind of funny when someone says it.
Well, right, because I've been to this other hemisphere. I've seen it. From my experience, it definitely acted the way it was. It's supposed to act, I guess. I don't know. But aside from that, I did see a different set of stars. Those were real, at least I don't know, unless I'm hallucinating. The other thing I wanted to mention was the moon. Is also it's in a geosynchronous orbit, so we only see the one side of it. That would be hard to explain, I think, when we see like other angles of it, if the Earth was a flat plane. And then we have tides that are caused by the moon. And
you're gonna have to let us respond, brother.
Okay.
I know you got a lot of energy and you're excited, but after you finish one point, let us respond to that point so you can know if we're, because you're like 3 points in. So
yeah, can I just make one quick point before we start this though? MC, you got to realize though that falsification is independent of replacement, and I know everyone wants a replacement for everything that they believe to be happening on the globe. Yeah, but what we're pointing out here is all this stuff is just a belief. It's not verified, and it doesn't negate the fact that the Earth is measured as flat. Yeah.
I'm not sure what that means.
he doesn't have to replace the thing that he's taken away. So if he took away the idea that you live on the Earth as a globe, he doesn't have to replace it with another story of something else that he's got to tell you that you live like in another, different type of shape or whatever.
No, I understand that. But there's a lot of the things that we understand about our reality that the way they work are dependent on the.
No, absolutely not. It's not dependent on the Earth being a globe. 100%. Nothing that you can like. We'll do it point for point, right? So we can show you. Name one thing that the Earth needs to be a globe for something to occur. Just one.
The season, winter, summer. The days get longer. It's shorter in the winter. Yeah, that time.
All right. So seasons. I know you wanted to jump in. I guess we could tackle two questions. So, did you want to say something as well? Because he said seasons, but we'll do both points. So, what do you have?
Sorry, I was kind of trying to support MC, I guess, in his defense. But you asked about the moon, about what would be necessary for the Earth to be a globe in order, in relation to the moon. Well, how about during a lunar eclipse? Is the shadow of the Earth on the moon? Is that not round, right? Like when the Earth passes in between the sun and the moon, like how does that work?
All right.
And I mean, I'm just
So-
going off the top of my head here,
Yeah,
like
that's
trying
fine.
to think up.
Yeah, you're
'Cause I
fine.
already asked that. Yeah.
Yeah, he already did ask that. But
Sorry.
guys, do you want to? You're fine. What do you want to tackle the seasons or the shadow of the alleged Earth on the moon? I don't know. What do you guys want to do first? Seasons is up front. Go ahead, Jedi. You can do that if you want. I'll go on mute.
Seasons is fine. So if we're talking about how seasons are produced on the flat Earth, that's just a proximity to the sun. So we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have latitude lines on the Earth. And three of them are really important when we're talking about seasons: the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, and the Tropic of Cancer. Both tropics, Capricorn and Cancer, 23.4 degrees north or south of the equator. This is interesting because this is also the amount that they tell you that the Earth is tilted, 23.4 degrees on its angular tilt. It's just the sun moving between the tropics throughout the year. So the ground position of the sun can be located at any time of day, any month or throughout the year, and that ground position will always be within those two tropics, Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. So the sun moves, creating seasons.
Yeah, its proximity to you would be the reason why it gets colder or it gets hotter. Hotter when it's closer to your proximity or geographic location. Further away, wintertime. So as it moves through the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, it will become closer to you wherever you are on this Earth. Then, of course, it moves away. Then
You're saying the sun is actually closer to us in the summer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's not. Yeah, that is not how it is explained in the globe Earth model. Just so you know.
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
So we're 3 million miles closer to the sun in the northern hemisphere's winter, and 3 million miles further away in the southern hemisphere summer. So we do actually get closer and further away to the sun within the heliocentric model. You might have misunderstood that when I was answering.
No, slightly, but the reason it's hotter in the summer is because more surface area. Your days are longer, and more surface area of the Earth.
Yeah,
on that
that's fine.
Hemisphere is getting more sun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But and you're trying to figure out how it could work on a flat Earth, and so we're showing you that the possibility of the seasons working is just fine. So it's a proximity. The sun is moving across the sky, and as it's making its cyclical, traversing across the sky, it's moving away from the geographic location where the person is. Like, let's say Jedi's in Europe, and I'm in the States, United States. So for us in the north, it's going to move towards the south. So it'll be rising from southeast and setting southwest. When it happens to be wintertime for us, like it is currently, it's starting to become winter. So we're in fall. But what's going to happen is because the sun's moving farther away from our geographic location, as it's rising southeast and setting southwest, it doesn't set like it used to in the summertime, where it was rising northeast and setting northwest. So we're getting these, different places where it's rising from and where it's setting from. So it is moving farther away. Visually, it's represented that way in many forms. One form I can think of is the path of the sun. You could look up the path of the sun online. You'll see that people can get the most out of their daytime daylight hours from the path of the sun. There's models that actually depict this, so you can actually see that what we're saying is the same as anybody would realize that the sun's moving away from you in the wintertime if you're in the north, and closer to you in the summertime. So
where does it go?
Yeah, just to back that up, if the sun was 93 million miles away, the tilt of the Earth is not enough of a factor to explain the temperature difference between the winter and the summer temperatures. The sun is obviously visible in the winter time. With 93 million miles away, once again, just that difference of the tilt would not explain the difference in the temperature.
Right. It is the surface area, in fact, that because more surface area is getting sunlight for longer during the longer days in the summer that actually makes it hotter. Yeah, it's not the proximity at all.
Yeah, I get you're kind of energized to talk about the Earth being a globe, but what we're saying is for a flat Earth, it's no problem. We're just explaining to you that it works just fine. the seasonal aspect that you're bringing up, that it can only work on a globe because that's exclusive to a globe, is incorrect. We just demonstrated that what we see is the sun rising in the east, setting in the west, northeast, northwest in the summer, southeast, southwest in the winter. So it's moving, obvious observationally, it's moving away.
Where does it go at night? Is it illuminating the underside of the?
No. So basically, you don't. You only see the sun from horizon to horizon. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we say that it's going in a cyclical pattern. So whatever that is, however it winds up happening again tomorrow, the next day, and so forth, it's happening in a cyclical nature. So we see the sun from east to west.
Like a
That's
circle is what you're saying.
Well, no. Now, cyclical means that it happens in a cycle. Whether or not it's a circle would be a different question, right? So the thing is, right now, just focus on the fact that the sun moves in a cyclical pattern, that it happens in a cycle. So once we get daytime, we know that it will be a number of hours before we see the sun again, depending where it is in the sky, on what time of year it is and such. So we have that many much daylight hours, and we can figure all that out. But what we notice, though, from what we say summer and winter, we can see the sun rising northeast, setting northwest, summertime, and wintertime it's setting southeast to southwest. So that's further away from our geographic location. Of course, if you're in the north. So we're seeing the sun actually visually, observationally, farther away in the wintertime. We can see it farther away. Does that make sense? I don't think it's landing.
From our perspective, yeah, it makes sense what you're saying. Yeah, but
so we're just talking about what we see in observation, right? So
every measurement that you've mentioned, northeast, southwest, those are horizontal bearings. The angle of the sun in the sky, 10 degrees above the horizon, 90 degrees at my zenith, 25 degrees above the horizon at sunset, those are angle measurements. You're going to require a flat earth to make these descriptions. In actual fact, you're going to require a flat earth to invoke a globe earth model after you measure the earth to be flat.
Can I touch on this topic? Because this is one of the things that I first woke up to. If I got a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Tusi.
I appreciate you, brother. So if you look at the solar analemma, it's the cycle of the sun throughout the year. You'll see two distinct circuits. The smaller circuit, if you're looking at it from the northern hemisphere, the smaller circuit is at the top, larger circuit at the bottom. If you actually take a solar analemma from the southern hemisphere, now the larger circuit is at the top and the smaller circuit is at the bottom. So going back to the north, at the very top of the smallest circuit is the summer solstice. That's the sun's innermost circuit, giving the north its longest day and shortest amount of nighttime. And then at the very bottom is the winter solstice, which gives the north its shortest day and its longest amount of lifetime, because the sun has the largest circuit to complete on that winter solstice. Somewhere around the middle is the equinox. And I would propose that the solar analemma only makes sense, and definitely makes way more sense on a flat earth than on a globe.
Yep, I second that.
Does anybody have the solar analemma so we can post it as an image in the nest? That would be great. That would be helpful for a visual, so that the gentleman MC can actually see it. Well, what Eyes was saying. Go ahead, Mark.
I'd like a glober to explain the smaller circuit of that analemma. And interestingly enough, just with regard to the analemma, and the gentleman just speaking would probably agree with this and understand what I'm saying, that the universe is electrical. And when the analemma is being photographed, of course, the analemma means that the sun is photographed at frequent intervals throughout the year to create a figure eight in the sky. What you find is that when the sun is on the tropics, the positions of the sun in the analemma are closer together. So they sort of hang out on the tropics. But when they're traversing from tropic to tropic, the sun speeds up. And you'll see the distance between the photos of the sun, even though they're taken at the exact same time, there's a greater distance. So it's like an electrical motor with like a rubber band effect accelerating across the tropics. It's fascinating. You'll see what I mean when you look at the visual.
Yeah, well, one thing that's important is just what the observation is. I would try to keep it from getting into the mechanism. The mechanism is what drives something to be what it is. So I think that's a lot of inference and possibly speculation. So I think in this forum, we tend to stay away from those types of things. We only stick to what observations can be proven. So the analemma is a great way to show that example. But going into like what the mechanism is that drives it would probably be a bit more into how we know what drives the analemma of the sun or moving as an electric motor. So I just say, like, I mean, it's a good point that you're trying to talk about that, but I think it leans more into speculation, and we stick to empirical information here in this chat. So just help.
I got it.
Yeah.
In the nest.
Yeah. I'm just going to direct everybody's attention to the nest, which Eyes to See has just posted what the analemma is. So if anybody wants to take a look at it, any person who thinks the Earth is a globe. Now, this is just observations of what we see in the sky. It's a figure of 8. It's what it looks like. But also, it depicts where the sun is at the current time for any place on Earth. So technically, you could take a picture of the sun, every single day or whatever, and then where it is in the sky. And then once you finish all those snapshots throughout the year, you'll see a figure of 8 in your own sky. And interestingly enough, that wherever the analemma is pointing, you could tell where you're at on the Earth. I don't know if a lot of people talk about the analemma in that way, but people in like Australia that see the analemma, the bigger part of the figure of 8 is pointing, I think, is it downward or upward? I'm not really sure. I think it's downward. It's upward.
The larger part would be at the top if you're in the southern
you're
hemisphere.
right. My bad. Yeah, so the larger part is upward and the little loop is on the bottom. But if you're in the north, you actually see it upside down. The analemma is upside down. Now that is freaking awesome. Like, if you ever thought about it. And then, of course, the analemma, depending on what geographic location you're on, it's twisted in a specific angle. So kind of like if you were to think about it, depending where you're at on the surface, I'm giving you guys a little more to think about, because you can actually make these observations wherever you are. Take a snapshot of the sun, every day of the year, just to see the analemma. And then once you do, you can see like what direction the analemma is facing to where you are at geographically on the Earth. That is freaking awesome, I think. And nobody ever really talks about it, because I know Eyes to See that you brought up the analemma, but did you know that it just depends geographically where you are, where the analemma is going to be pointing to? And if somebody showed you an analemma at a specific degree of angle, you could tell them where they are. Isn't that cool? Because, like, as you know, the analemma that has the bigger part that's pointing upwards, that'd be somebody in the south. So you could actually say just by looking at the analemma where the picture was taken from.
But isn't that also a consequence of the Earth's tilt? Right? Like if it was no tilt in the axis, then it would just be it'd be a back and forth and not a figure 8.
No, that's just the observation of the sun where it is between the tropics. Of course, the analemma is proving that. So it has nothing to do with the Earth tilting, because that's basically that understanding comes from already assuming, or I should say begging the question, that the Earth is a globe already tilting. So you have to already assume that the Earth's a globe tilting in order for you to think that the analemma is displaying that.
And also it's the difference in the size. It's the difference in the size of the figure 8. It's not an equal figure 8. There's a small loop and a large loop. If it was just the Earth tilting, the loops would be the same size.
I got one more point. Along with the tilt, you guys also claim that it's wobbling. I just put one last thing in the nest and then I'll shut up. I appreciate you guys. It's Padmanabhaswamy Temple, I believe is how it's pronounced. It's in India. It was built in the 8th century, so it's over 1,200 years old. and every single equinox, the sun passes through the windows of that building. And the ancients were able to achieve things like that. It's one, because they knew where they lived, but my main point with that is that if we were on a spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball, what would the odds be that for over 1,200 years, every single summer solstice would pass right through the windows of this same building?
Eventually, they would be off because of but the wobble's like a 36,000 year thing. So 1,200 is not that long, and as far as galactic time goes.
How are the loops different sizes of the Anomalina? How's that then?
Because it's a tilt on its axis, right? Like in this, meaning that the northern hemisphere is closer. Okay.
So over a year, right? We make this recording over a year, and in the northern hemisphere, the loop is smaller than the one in the southern hemisphere, which is larger. Are you saying that's just because of the tilt of the Earth? The pictures are taken over a year.
Yeah, it's an axial tilt that as you go one revolution around the sun, one side for half the year is going to be not closer, but tilted towards the sun more, and the other side will be tilted a little bit less. That's what.
Okay, so why are there different size loops on the Analema? You haven't answered that question.
I thought I just did. That is why, because half of the Earth, if you're from our perspective on the surface, right? Like when you're in the summer, it's going to be the bigger loop, and then winter the smaller.
Why?
Because it's for half of the year. When it's summertime in the northern hemisphere, you're closer. It's tilted more towards the sun, whereas in the other half of the year, you're tilted further away.
Okay, so for 6 months of the year, we're tilted towards, and 6 months we reverse that tilt. Why are the loops different sizes?
When you're closer, you're going to get
half of a year. You've given me 2 halves of a year. You haven't explained why the loops are different sizes.
I don't know how else to explain it, but other than the Earth, when you think about a revolution around the sun, right? Like it's going around the sun. So, well, you get the equinoxes. And okay, fine, but this is my understanding of how the NLM works.
Yeah, that's fine.
A different loop in the winter versus the summer, right? Because you're tilted towards it one half of the year and tilted the other, and then equalizing the other. Well, for the equinoxes, and then going the other way, right? So it's not like a flip, right? It's
I feel like this is just your best attempt at trying to explain why Jedi's ask you the question, and I
suppose. Yeah, I mean, I
it's
can't
your
really
best
go into detail
attempt.
on this. Yeah, I don't know. But
yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth.
There we
that's
go.
The truth.
That's better.
Yeah, I kind of knew that's what he's. But I mean, I don't know. MC, like if you just scratch the surface a little bit, he'll tell you. Like, I mean, he doesn't. He's just doing his best to kind of attempt to speak for the globe side, but then again, there's no information to back it up to solidify the point. So
I don't know. It makes some sense as far as perspective goes, and why it would be like that. At least logical sense to me.
Yeah. That's, I mean,
another explanation for it, sure.
But you're a layer cake of assumptions deep in order to get to that place. Like you have to assume the Earth's a globe. You have to assume the tilt. You have to assume this, all these things. Like in order for you to get to where you're at right now, you're about 5 degrees away from, assumptions into the point that you're at.
But it is a confluence of different things that brings you to that conclusion, right? Like it's not just that; it's also like the moon and the tides and the magnetism and all the other things that explained by the Earth being round. So
those are, like I said before, MC. Those are just assumptions that are being made that you take on as a belief, which is of course acceptance without evidence. So you're just doing that so you can make this idea that the Earth is a globe. So you have to. There's a lot of mental gymnastics that have to be performed in order for you to believe that fact. Like
is
you
there?
have to do it.
I'm not invested in the globe thing. If there's
sure
explanations for all this other stuff, but there would have to be other explanations for all these things.
There are. Like just we're going through it right now.
What about other planets?
Yeah. So okay. So you say
the
other
shape
planets.
Of other planets.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Red. I think what's happening when you say that, it's malformed, because I don't think you mean to say other planets. I think you mean to say, what about planets? Like, explain what you mean by that, because Other planets assumes that you're on one.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So you're talking
I'm
about
speaking from my perspective. To put it in your perspective, yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah.
What are the things that we look at in the night sky that people refer to as Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and all them, right? You want to know what that means.
Sure.
All right. So when we make our observations, we look through telescopes and we see lights in the sky, a little bit more detailed depending on how powerful your telescopes are. But what detailed information can you know about the thing you're looking at, so you can tell me any information that we can't already know just by observing it? Like, what more can we know? Like, I'd say this: we'll pick one planet that you can look at, and we'll go from there. So, Reddick, what planet do you want to talk about? Just name anyone.
That big Saturn or Mars or Jupiter.
Well, let's
see.
The moons.
Okay, I was going to say Venus.
Venus.
But yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well,
I'm going to need all the help I can get, MC. So let's go with whatever.
Yeah, just pick whatever, whichever one. Saturn. You want to pick Saturn? It don't matter which one you pick.
Sure.
Saturn, Venus.
Yeah, sure. We can go with Saturn.
All right, Saturn. So, what information can we get by looking through our telescope? Good one too. We're not just talking about cheap ones. Good telescope. What information can we learn by looking through our telescope?
You can see its moons and the rings.
Okay, moons and rings. Okay, what else?
You can see its atmosphere, right?
Oh, okay. So you said atmosphere. Can you see an atmosphere?
I've seen it through.
You can see if it has an atmosphere, right?
Well,
depending on whether depending on right.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. There's a narrative attached to the thing you're looking at. So, void of you knowing about the narrative of what Saturn is. Let's just say, for example, you didn't know anything about Saturn. You're looking at this light in the sky, and it looks to be like what you claim it is, right? Through the telescope, you see it. Looks like it has a ring or rings or whatever you want to describe it. Looks like there's little other things that are next to it, other lights in the sky next to it. But what can you describe about looking through something and then describing to me that it has an atmosphere? That sounds like a narrative that you adhered to because you believe some story about what Saturn is versus what you can see through your telescope. Because we're going based off just your observation. You get where I'm coming from? Like
you can tell. I mean, I can tell that they're a consistent shape, right?
That's
like,
fine.
I can tell that.
That
Saturn is a consistent shape.
Yeah, it looks to you like it could be a shape. Not that you can say that it's a shape, because there's no verification of shape. In order for you to understand it's a geometric shape, you would need to see more vantage points, different sides, for you to conclude that it's a geometric shape like the one you're describing.
Yeah,
you can do that with multiple observations, right? So, like observing it multiple times.
Yeah, but what I'm asking currently right now is specifically just from your telescope to Saturn. Not any satellite idea or anything, just from you looking through your telescope.
Yeah, and plus you have to realize you're looking through one eye at these things.
Which,
so
of
you
course,
don't
doesn't
even
give
have
you
depth
depth perception.
Exactly.
No, that's true, but through multiple observations, you can watch the moons in orbit around these planets.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, because nobody's ever witnessed an orbit. That's a fact. Orbits are inferred.
One moon shows up during parts of the year, and then
it's inferred.
They disappear around the other side, and then they come back to the other end. So I don't know what you call that.
MC, they're inferred. They're not observed. They're inferred. People think there's orbits because they're inferring that something's happening, in which they could say something's going around something else, but they're not witnessed. They're not observed. Contrary to what the story might have been told you, that nobody's witnessed an orbit ever. Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it? Nobody's ever witnessed an orbit. I'm telling you, if you think somebody's witnessed it, just like you told me right now, if you think somebody's witnessed an orbit, I need you to show one example of an orbit that somebody's witnessed.
You witness a section of it. You don't.
No, it's not a section, brother.
You can pull up the ISS live feed right now.
No, we're not talking about ISS live feed.
Every hour and a half.
We're not talking about ISS live feed. The ISS live feed is focused on the Earth, according to what people are talking about. We're talking about looking at things that you call a planet, Saturn. Now, this man said that he's witnessed an orbit. Nobody's ever seen one. Excuse me. He said parts of an orbit. So parts of an orbit aren't an orbit. What is an orbit? Like the definition, something going around something else, right? The actual revolution.
You would not be able to see the whole thing. That's not possible from our perspective.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. So nobody's ever witnessed it. It's inferred. Orbits are inferred. People think orbits are happening
Lots of
because
things.
people. I know, MC, but we're getting down to brass tacks. We're realizing whether or not people can witness certain things that they've been told by a narrative. So right now, you're using critical thinking to realize, wait a minute, I don't really know if I've seen an orbit. I've seen part of an orbit. Your mind is looking for a way to still adhere to the narrative. And I'm telling you, you have not witnessed an orbit. Nobody has ever observed an orbit. The orbits that people think are happening are inferred in a narrative and are giving to you in a little package, and you're accepting it as truth.
Right,
Now,
but by their
upon me,
nature, you could never observe a full orbit. Like that is not possible from our perspective. So
I know
I'm
that.
okay with inferring it because that's the only way of
Yeah, that's fine.
deciphering it.
But so like now that we know that Saturn, first of all, we can't understand depth perception because we're looking through one eye through a telescope, so we can't tell if it's an actual geometric shape of a specific rotundity and such. What we can see is the light in the sky. It appears to have like what we think are rings, but there's no way of following up and saying I know that it's actually what I'm saying it is because there's no depth perception looking through one eye. And if you say that there's a way that we can see, Saturn in a way that we can describe it as a geometric shape, then I would say, how do you know that the whole way Saturn looks? Have you seen every vantage point from the back, the sides, all around, and to say that it is a geometric shape and such? So there's a lot that we're inferring when
I
it
have
comes to
you.
our. There's a lot we're inferring according to the narrative that we've been told, right? So we've been told this narrative, and we're just inferring these things. And like you might think that's okay, but for people that want to know whether or not we actually know certain things, we can question them in this way. That way we can approach it in a critical thinking manner. We're going to say, okay, if it's possible that it's a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid, then how do I know that? Right? And so we're going to address it in that way. We can't just infer and say, well, I just inferred it's one. That's okay. No, it's not, because you're not being truthful of how you obtain the information. Now, whether or not you've learned about what the Saturn is or you actually witnessed what Saturn is, I think that's a distinction we're making right now. So just based on our observation, looking through a telescope, we only see a light in the sky, what appears to be rings, what appears to look like it's a spheroid, right? All that stuff is just stuff we're inferring, but what it looks like from one eye looking through our telescope, what else? We can't tell ideas of like atmospheres or its elemental composition. We don't know what structure, like there's so much that we're inferring when we're making these observations because we're gassed up with the information that's been given to us by a narrative. That narrative is the heliocentric globe Earth. Planets are going around the sun. And so we're so filled with these ideas that when we make our observations through a telescope, we think we're looking through our telescope and seeing the very thing that they told us we're looking at. So they basically gave us a story as to what we're looking at. And we're just saying, yeah, it's Saturn, it's a gaseous planet, it's got a nickel iron core, it's got, a nitrogen atmosphere. Like we're saying so much that in our observations don't say anything. Hopefully I'm making this point clear for you guys so that you can come at it at a more of a critical thinking manner than it just accepting what it's like belief, right? I believe whatever narrative they're telling me. That's great. You're just accepting without evidence because there isn't any. I mean,
Oh,
not by your observation.
the observations fit what the narrative is.
No,
For
that's
the most
you
part,
wanting
I don't see how they don't.
MC, you because you want it to be what the narrative is.
I
So
don't want it to be. They just believe.
your acceptance is just without any evidence because that's what belief is. Belief is acceptance without evidence. So
I've seen the
what
planets, Jupiter, Mars,
I know.
Saturn. I've seen them
Listen,
with my eyes. Yeah.
MC, I know what you said you saw, but they're not the exact narrative that they've told you it is. That narrative is something you have in your mind because you've been told that's what it is. So you said, yeah, I've seen Saturn and Jupiter and the gaseous giant. And how do you know that information? They
How do I know?
told it to you. You don't know that by looking through a telescope, MC. There's no way. There's
It
no
fits
way.
what I'm saying is it fits the narrative.
Okay,
How
what does that
does it
mean?
not?
What do those words mean that you said it fits? Does that mean that you want to believe that that's the
No.
case? Is
It
that what
means that
it
my
fits means?
observations of these things fit what they're saying they are.
Why? Because you want to believe that's true?
I mean, some of it's more like
But
they
I
give you
need
more
you to
detail
answer
because
that.
they have.
Let's answer the question honestly, because you want to believe that that's true. That's why it fits, right?
I don't think so. I mean, how can I say for sure on either
Well,
way on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
that's the
personally
point.
vested in the.
Yeah, I know, Red, but I think what I'm getting to here is the reason why all of us that has heard this information maybe came to the same place that MC was. And, we're all coming into this like we're hearing the information. We got a choice whether I accept it without evidence and just say, okay, I agree. It looks like something that's a spheroid and it's got rings and it gaseous, on its surface and whatever narrative they told us, and we just go ahead and regurgitate it out like that's the gospel truth. We don't know that. And I think everybody needs to be honest with themselves and say, look, that might be what they're saying, but I don't know that. I can't verify that information, so I have to accept it without any evidence. Now, what do you think the evidence would be? Well, that's simple. If I can't test it, if I can't falsify it, then it's just an unfalsifiable claim that I have to accept if I choose to, because I don't have to choose to accept it. I can just say, I don't know what it is. Contrary, I mean, that just might be a bad look for you and your social circles because you feel, well, if I say I don't know what that is, they're gonna be like, dude, we all know what that is. We learned about it in the 4th grade, dude. What are you, crazy? Like, yeah, you might feel that pressure of being shunned, but you can ask the people, let's think about it critically. How do we know what we know? Just ask yourself that honestly. And then maybe you can arrive to being honest with yourself that you don't really know what it is. You just accept it as a narrative, a story. That's where we're at.
Yeah, isn't Saturn
I
sprinkled
mean,
with diamonds or something?
What you're
No, I
saying
think it
is
was
everything,
yeah.
I mean,
though.
I kind of feel that you guys like that. It seems like it's more of like a, I don't know, like a personal psychological type of approach that you guys are making. Like, I mean,
Well,
you
think
keep
about it.
saying,
Yeah, Red.
about how
Yeah, think about it.
what like
It has been.
what I'm afraid of and whatnot when I'm really not invested at all in like really the argument at all. Like, I'm just trying to figure out
Well, I know, but
what the argument is and what the
all right.
sides are
So,
and stuff
so,
like
so here's
that.
the thing.
So
Like,
I think MC is kind of the same way. Like,
I know that, Red, but you don't realize it's basically what we can take of the approach to. It's like psychological warfare. You're being bombarded with globe information on the daily, sir. It's in your vernacular. It's in the school. It's in what people talk about. It's plastered on billboards everywhere. You're getting hammered with globe information. So unbeknownst to you, you think it's inconsequential, but I'm telling you the relevance, Red. It hits you from all sides. So you can't escape it. Your peers think it's a globe. Everybody thinks you're crazy if you don't think it's a globe. So the moment you question this, it's like Agent Smith pops up everywhere. And you have to, it's like you're cornered into believing the narrative. Why is that, Red? Because it's psychological. That's important, sir. You need to realize that this goes far beyond you just thinking that it's some simple, oh, flat earth or globe. No, it's the implications are that you're believing a narrative because you've been told to believe it. And not only that, but everybody does too. So if you don't believe it, you're going to get peer pressured into believing it. So you got a choice.
what would be the
But you're
motivation for
saying
them to
applies
hide
to
the fact that
everything
the earth is
that we've
flat? Like, what
ever
would be the
learned.
motivation from the people in power? Why are we being lied to? Do you
It's
guys have
simple.
any
Yeah,
idea?
it's simple. And
I
I put it to you this way, right? If you hear information that's not true, right? If I told you a lie, I don't know, I just make up anything. I told you that there's rats at your favorite restaurant, right? I'll just use that as an example. There's rats at your favorite restaurant. Don't go eat there, man. There's rats over there. Did you know that they're pooping all over the kitchen or whatever? So your favorite food that you like to eat might be contaminated or whatever. I just told you this lie. I know it's a lie, but I told it to you. So what happens is you're being controlled by my information that I told you because you got two choices. You could say, I accept what he said because I don't know, some random stranger. Why would he tell me that lie? He's probably telling me the truth. Or you can say, you know what? I'm going to investigate this. I want to find out for sure if that's true or not. So you got a choice. That's exactly what's happening here. So what happens is, though, in the case for the Earth being a globe, you accepted it at a very early age where you didn't have critical thinking as a defense. And therefore, it's woven into a part of your identity of what you think your epistemology of the galaxy and everything in it. So all of that makes sense to you because you were brought up thinking that that was true. So all of that information hits you first. So the lie hits you right away at an early age, and you were taught to believe that's the truth, right? So now you carry this specific epistemology, and so now that we're moving forward to today, where we're talking about this, you are basically saying, well, I mean, it's okay. People can think that. Yeah, but if it's not okay to believe something that's not true, the thing that's not true controls you. So you're asking, why would they do this? I would say the narrative controls people's way that they think. So if you think the Earth's a globe, it's like, I consider this like I said it before, it's a multi-tentacled monster. So you now think that there's a dying planet. So you think there's climate change. You think that there's limited resources. You think that we have to be weary of like killer asteroids. You have to you be so concerned about things that don't even matter in our physical natural world. But because of the narrative of the Earth that's a globe, is basically the way you think the Earth, and you're flying around in a galaxy, you think of things like colonizing Mars. There's an Earth-like planet that's 4.5 billion light years away. It's the nearest one. Like, you start thinking like your head in the clouds, things that don't matter. It's like this fantasy, right? So all of this
Yeah, no, I mean
but
that's definitely not me, man.
well,
Like,
but it's
what about the
controlling.
midnight sun
But Red, it's
in like
controlling. It's controlling.
Antarctica?
I'll talk about that. But right now, this information, it has you controlled, as in like you believe that, right? So it's controlling the way you think. And so people that could benefit from that, like I said, have agendas like, we need to fight this war, we're running out of oil, or whatever the case is. And you might believe that that's true because you live on a dying planet and people have to be wary about resources and stuff. And you don't know that the earth is good and plentiful. So your mindset has been built up to think, well, we don't have much room in this earth, and it's we got to fight for space, and we got to fight for resources, and it's starting to control you. So you start to see, you start putting one to one together and seeing it equals two, right? So now that if you're told a story about something that's relative in your life, you're going to adhere to it because you think you live on a ball Earth that's flying around in space, that's dying, possibly.
Let's say that we prove that the Earth is flat. Like, let's say that I believe you. Let's say that we get a 500,000 people, to go and do a march on Washington, and we prove to the world that the Earth is flat. Like, what does that change? Like, where do we go from there?
Well,
if that's becomes like a widely
you want to
accepted truth.
talk about the macro sense. So overall, right, what's going to happen with this information reaching people that are actually going to critically think about this? Well, I would say this: the challenge right now, and as far as like ever, it got on the social media scene from like 2014 up until today, right, 2024. Like, all this time we've been like discussing this on the internet, and we've been having conversations with people on what we found out over the course of us doing this. Some people can be talked to about this, and others, they don't care, they're indifferent. So the system has created two things: people that are indifferent and don't really care about the topic, and then we got people who are staunchly against it. The other ones already were on their way to finding out the truth anyways, right? So they were basically leaning towards that. But the thing we got to be concerned with is that if we're going to make that the true reality, as you say, where more people are going to know about this, we have to figure out why the people feel indifferent about this topic, and also why are they staunchly against it if it's not the reality that they live in. Because what we're hearing from people, just like the MC guy that was in here, is he doesn't care. He just wants to believe. I don't know. It's just it fits the worldview. It fits whatever I'm thinking. But he's using words that
To be honest,
makes it sound
I
like
just enjoy arguing.
that's fine.
Like, I just enjoy debating.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But either you're debating about something that's true, or you just debate for the fun of it, And what in this case, this is about the truth of the nature of reality. Now, whether or not you think that's the case or not, I think it's irrelevant. I think what's important is that people are doing, fighting the good fight. But I mean, I just want to pose it to everybody here. It's like, we are here because we want people to realize that if you haven't thought about this critically, now's the time, right? We're not going to convince you that the Earth is flat. We're going to challenge you, however, to thinking that if the Earth is a globe or not by, having these discussions with you. So just real quick, I'm gonna
Well, hey, Thanks, Alpha, and I got to step out, man.
Yeah, go
but
ahead.
thanks a lot for talking to me and being so cool.
Yeah, man, and I
explaining
appreciate
things.
you.
I appreciate
I
you. All. Have a good
appreciate you
morning.
coming by. So just come back on any time, Red. You want to? So, we got Holistic coming up right now. So Holistic, if you want to go ahead, you had your hand up, and then I'll go to Eyes after you.
Yeah, I was going to attempt to perhaps explain it in a way that I don't know, he may have been more amenable to, but he just left. So maybe I'll just say it anyway, and you can give me your opinion on whether you think this would be
Yeah, sure.
persuasive to a dogmatic Globy. Something like my personal opinion is that I don't think math or any form of measurement, you can base it in observation in the senses, or you can base it in any form of analytical combination of tools of science. I don't think you can prove it anything with those tools. My personal opinion is that tradition, intuition, and common sense, that's my personal belief. But someone like him, like, he will observe their atmospheric effects. Yes, we all admit this. He will observe that something like a paddle in a water, it will appear bent. If you attempt a measurement, you will be wrong. So perhaps if I wanted to ask him, like, who is anybody to say that these same atmospheric effects, whether the measurements are right in the Neil deGrasse Tyson, he could be 100% right. But looking through the atmosphere and through the space of unknown qualitative synergistic effects, whether it's an ether, whether it's empty number lines, no matter what it is, nobody can say what the effects of looking through it, the atmosphere alone, but much less space-time of unknown quality. Nobody even pretends to. Yet they say that. So I wanted to ask him, if we accept that we can measure 100% accurately
Yeah, thanks for that, Holistic.
something that it's bent, we're going to be wrong. We accept that there are mirages all day about how to, control for these variables. True to the Earth. Do you think he would find it? Do you think he would at least assent to that? Presupposing that there are no.
Is he cutting out, or is it me?
Cutting out.
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Sorry, Holistic. I think you were cutting out, bud. So I only heard bits and pieces of what you said at the end. But yeah, I don't know, man. We'd have to.
Terrible. I'll try again later. Thanks.
Well,
No,
well,
I
the
appreciate
stars,
you.
the stars look like water, don't they? Like when you look at the stars through high magnification, that looks like water in between us and the stars. So 1 + 1 = 2 there.
Yeah, but let's let's keep speculation a bit out of that right now. So we do have Matt that's in here right now. Matt, if you're there, welcome.
Yeah, thanks very much, AV. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And good to hear your stuff. I was on here a little bit earlier, and you were arguing with a round earther. And one of the points you made was, and he wasn't the most intelligent guy that couldn't answer really any.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, but you were saying, oh, well, what's the argument for the Earth rotating at 1,000 miles an hour? And who measured that, right? And I guess the argument that I'm a flat earther, but the argument they have for that, I don't want to say, like, at least put up an argument, man, like, is that they measured the circumference of the Earth, and the sun's set there, and it goes around once every 24 hours, according to their theory, and therefore the Earth is 32,000 kilometers or whatever it is in diameter, and the sun's at the same point every 24 hours. So they go 32,000 times 24 hours is 1,000 kilometers an hour. Miles an hour, kilometers an hour, one or the other.
Miles.
So
yeah, he's actually in the chat right now, but he's probably not active. But yeah, he's down there.
well,
he's listening.
maybe I'll fire him up again, mate. I don't know. But one
Oh
thing
hell no, man! I don't want him back up here, man. I actually put him down as a listener for a reason.
But one thing I looked at, I saw some information on the flight paths from New York to Moscow and the tracking of that, and like why would it go up past Alaska, the bottom of Greenland,
Yeah,
down past Norway, I mean, the flat Earth, obviously, that's directly straight, right? But the question I've got is because I actually brought up, like, okay, what about like the southern hemisphere? So I looked at the flight path from, Sydney to South Africa to, whatever their capital town is. What is it?
So
Joburg.
Matt, let me ask you real quick. What?
Yeah.
How long you've been like into flat Earth? Because like, and I'm just gotta say, like we've like in 24/7, like the group, like we've experienced like the arguments ever since like 2015, 2014,
Yeah.
and we've been involved like deeply in them. So we've kind of advanced far past the flight path argument. I don't know,
Well,
just like if you're
much,
keeping up with
much,
like the flat Earth
okay,
debate. So
much,
that
much,
has to
much,
that yeah,
much
go
less
on.
time than you. Much less
Okay.
time than you. But see, pretty much since I came back to the Gospels and to the
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the Bible, and which was probably out 2.5 years ago. So,
Yeah, let me
um,
just lay it to you one way so that you can know like where we stand with that. So flight paths are basically depending on a reified understanding of what the map projection that are being used in a I'm going to say it this way, in a false dichotomy. So the false dichotomy is the Earth being a globe or either a Gleason's or an azimuthal equidistant projection map. So you're using that argument from a standpoint of reifying a specific map. Now, in your case, it would be like the AE or the Gleasons or maybe the 1942 aerial map, like whatever it is, right? So the reification of that map doesn't stand to be argued as a understanding of something you can verify. Therefore, it's a reification fallacy. So I would just inform all new flat earthers to the argument to just realize whenever they go into this argument, it's actually arguing from a standpoint of ignorance because nobody knows what the whole entire earth looks like at a glance, like a bird's eye view or God's eye view, however you want to put it. And so it puts the argument in a realm of not being able to falsify the information. So let's just say, for example, right, you had it out with the Glober. The Glober says you're wrong. Flight paths work this way on my globe, and that works fine. And you're like, no, if flight paths work better on the AE map and so forth, that means that you're arguing from a reified the AE map, and he's reifying the Mercator projection wrapped around the globe. So for those for that one argument, there's a false dichotomy because neither side can validate that specific map projection to be the true representation of what the Earth actually looks like at a distance. So we're coming at this with this argument from a standpoint of ignorance. So I would just say, just be very wary of that. If you'd like to have this argument still, that's all up to you. But I would say because of the fact that if you hang around with 24/7, you'll understand that you'll be the advance in arguments that you don't have to have these ones. Like these are ones that we would argue if we wanted to make an idea of like what we say the Earth is, based on speculation, but not based on empirical information of like this is what the Earth looks like from a bird's eye view, top down. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully that kind of helps, man, because I don't want you to. There are some advanced globers, anti-flat earthers, I should say, and they are very staunch in their positions, and they have already heard that they know this is a reification fallacy, so they wouldn't argue from there. So you would get stumped by them saying, "Well, go ahead, flat earther, prove to me that that map you're showing me is. How did you verify that's the actual way the Earth looks like? What did you do to do that?" And so they'll stymie you with that. So that's why I'm saying it's a pitfall for both sides. So anyway, I'm just kind of giving you that because I care about everybody who's part of the notion that the Earth is and truly is flat and stationary. So I'm always doing my best to kind of give that to you guys because in this particular arena, they can pick apart the really smart sophists can pick apart stuff that you're saying to make it sound like you don't know what you're talking about. So I just want for in any case you do realize like let's just be aware of the argument because if it's something you can't validate then it becomes unfalsifiable and then therefore it becomes a reified position of something that you can't verify. So I'm just saying it, brother, because I mean I care about all these guys in here. So but
Yeah, I appreciate
yeah.
that because I want to try and verify the stuff like that I know and like
Hmm.
the information. So when it's a lot of stuff gets put out there. It's like you can verify it this way, but you can't verify it that way.
Yeah, 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 I
Because
agree.
if you were on the same map, if you were going from Australia to say, like flying from Australia from say Sydney to um, Johannesburg, you would go across India. You wouldn't
Mm-hmm,
go.
mm-hmm.
You wouldn't go down to Antarctica, and that's a
Yeah,
real.
yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I get it, but like I said before, flight paths are never really a good place to go from because the AE map, and I'm going to tell you like this, it's a smushed down globe. So it's just a globe smushed, and so it's flattened out. So really, it's actually the globe that you're arguing for if you're arguing for AE map, and then that's just the way it is. But it's a map projection. It's also there's many different types of map projections. There's hundreds of them. So I would just say, yeah, the argument needs to be something that can be demonstrated as something you can verify to be the truth. And I just don't think that going into that as flight paths being the main central point as to like the crux of your argument, because it could somebody can simply just say, "How did you verify that map to be
Oh,
true?"
well,
You know,
look,
so.
it's one of many. I think the spinning at 1,000 miles an hour is another one because also
Mm.
if you're standing on the North Pole, like under like under the global theory, you're actually just like doing a 360-degree circle on the spot every 24 hours, right? And there's
Yeah.
no out pushing pressures. So it's a bit like being in the middle of the old merry-go-rounds, or the roundabouts we were, as a kid. It's like if you sit in the middle, there's no outgoing pressure. If you're hanging off the
Yeah.
side, you're flying off it. So it's kind of that's the comparison between the North Pole, and that brings gravity into perspective. So it's like, so if I'm on the equator, I'm flying at 1,000 miles an hour, but if I'm on the North Pole, I'm pretty much doing a 360-degree spin
Yeah.
on the spot.
So I would say also with that, just be concerned of your audience because whenever you do speak to a glober, that's actually giving him the idea that if the Earth was a globe, then this is how this wouldn't work. You're kind of showing them how it wouldn't work, but they always have a magical workarounds. So even though you did your best to logically be consistent, they would have a workaround around why that's not true and the Earth is a globe still. So we've already experienced this, so I'm giving you kind of like the inside scoop. Like,
Just a quick one, Alpha. Just a
so,
quick one. I
go ahead.
think. Sorry to just interject right there, but
Yeah, what's up?
I think. I think when it comes to your third question about the gas pressure, I
Hmm.
think they have a workaround for that one too.
Well,
I'm
they
not
don't.
sure it's.
They don't.
Well, I'll tell you why they do. I'll tell you what I think.
Sure,
Right? Because I mean, I've looked at this up from top to bottom. Now, as far as they're concerned, right, the Earth is a ball with a gravitational pull into the center. And
sure.
when it comes to gas pressure, at the end of the day, a particle of gas, because at the end of the day, it is still a particle and it has a molecular weight, right? And so when it comes to the edge of the atmosphere, in their terms, the vacuum, so to speak, of space is just a void, right? When we think of a vacuum, we think of evacuating an area under air pressure, but at that particular altitude, there's virtually hardly any difference in pressure
No, no, no.
between.
No, 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 no. That's incorrect. No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect because of the vast pressure differential that's stated by them. The narrative
No, no, no,
states.
no. But I'm
Yeah,
I'm just
hold on
saying.
a second, Mark.
No,
Yeah, Mark,
okay,
Mark.
go
There's a
ahead.
vast, yeah, there's a vast pressure differential from the place that they say low Earth orbit is. So the Kármán line, where that is and where low Earth orbit begins, is a vast pressure differential from the surface of the Earth. So
All
when
right.
what we're getting to right now is that the vast pressure differential cannot exist in that way. Okay, so if the
No, I
Earth is
understand what you're saying. I
yeah, if
understand
the
what
Earth
you're saying.
if
But
the Earth is
let's.
radiated out to a certain level, it can't radiate out to a vast pressure differential of that magnitude. And so they can't have the fact that logistically you can go above the Earth's surface to a place where the
Well,
vast pressure
what
differential
what.
is in such contrast to the surface. You
Well, it's
can't do that.
advanced since then. It's advanced where they now say that the atmosphere extends out past the moon, even
Yeah, yeah, no, but
because.
that's not it. That's not it. Because that's not it. Let me tell you, that's not it. Because if they go there where that if that's the case, they're gonna have to talk about still the vast pressure differential at the Kármán line. So we don't leave the place where they're making the narrative be where low Earth orbit is. Low Earth
I
orbit is the
understand what you're
hallmark.
saying.
Yeah.
I do understand. I do understand what you're saying. But I'm just saying, just let's say that I was an advanced glober, and I would say to
Yeah.
you that with buoyancy and density, okay, let's say the lightest atom of hydrogen floats to the top. Okay, between that atom that's sitting out there in outer space, there's a molecular weight that is still pulled to the Earth. You see, so
That's incorrect.
I'm just saying logically that's their argument. You see,
Yeah, and
so
let me undo that. Let me undo that. So if they're saying that's a logical argument, I would say that's inconsistent with the physical and natural world. Let me tell you why. Because if you're invoking anything that's causing a downward vector to the molecular weight of something, then I need the evidence of that because gases are not affected by any gravitational pseudo forces. So I would say you need to show a
well,
demonstration.
yes, they are because
No, they're not, dude. Like, hold
remember
on a
the other
second. No,
night.
they're not. I don't know if you're a glober or not, but it sounds like you are.
No,
So
no, but
what I'm
remember
saying,
that
Mark.
video?
No, hold
Remember
on,
that
hold on,
video
hold
the
on,
other
hold on.
night?
No, no, wait a minute, wait a minute. You haven't. Nobody has. I would say this. Nobody's demonstrated that gases can be affected by a gravitational pseudo force, which it sounds like you agree with, which
Well,
you
of course
can't
they can.
demonstrate. Well, you
Yes,
can't demonstrate it.
I
Neither
can
can
post a
they.
video right now. I can post a video
What
right
a video
now.
of what? Of gases being affected by a
Yes,
gravitational force?
I'll tell you how, and I'll post the video in a moment.
It sounds like you
But
really. I don't know where you're coming
I'm not a
from.
globe earther. I'm
It
not a
sounds
globe
like it.
earther.
It really does sound
No,
like it.
well,
It
it
does
sounds
sound
like
like
you
it
don't want to listen to what I'm just about to say. I'm
because it doesn't
saying
make any coherent
I'm
sense because gases are not
well, you're just
affected by
about to
any
be proven
forces.
wrong. You can either
Really?
accept what I'm about to say or be proven wrong in about half a
No,
minute.
you
Because
can't
I'm going to
prove
post a bit.
you can't prove it to be wrong. No, we have to remove the speaker.
I'm going to post a video,
No,
right,
no, you're not
of
gonna
a
post the
heavy.
video. You're not gonna do that. So heavy gases and whatever you're gonna post is still not gravity affecting the vector of gases. Gases move omnidirectionally. This is my God. Anybody that understands the gas laws will understand this. You are speaking like a true glober. I think honestly, you could probably just go back to the globe today and be just fine because that's their argument. They don't have a demonstration of the gases being affected by any gravitational pseudo force. That has not been demonstrated by anyone anywhere. According to the gas laws and a kinetic molecular theory, gases have perfect elastic collisions that are not affected by any pseudo force. What they are affected by is by other collisions of gas molecules and the walls of their containment. That's the way that we achieve pressure. Now, this is defined by what gas pressure is. So this goes against everything you think that you know about gravitational pseudo forces affecting gas in any way. And so heavy gas, oh, that's not showing that gas pressure is affected by gravity. That is not that. Because even that heavy gas, the man-made sulfur hexafluoride that you're probably were going to show, which I don't really care to know, will dissipate over time. So even if it does fall because it's heavier than the air that we have right now, over time it dissipates and it goes in all directions. So it doesn't remain on the ground. It dissipates and it goes in every direction. Gas molecules, that's exactly how they move. They're not affected by any gravitational pseudo forces. You are incorrect. And this is proven by all of science. So you're going against science, bud. You're not going against me. This is applied science. Gas pressure, the way it's defined, and also it's demonstrated. My God, I feel like we're going back to having to teach some of the flat earthers some of this. Is embarrassing. And plus, I don't think you're one, so there's that. You were speaking of electrostatics and stuff. You were actually going off the rails, and I was going to tell you about that too, because you actually speculated twice in today's you know call. You were speculating twice, so you've done that. So it almost seems like you would be happy to go back to be a glober, to be honest. Wow. Somebody who just says the gas laws that we understand in the physical and natural world aren't exactly what's going on. They're affected by a pseudo force. Gravity is affecting gases. Wow, man. For a flat earther, you should just drop your tag at the door, man. Just go be a glober. Netflix and chill, man. This isn't for you, bud. It really isn't. Nuh-uh. Not for you. All right, we got. Hey, what's up? We got Timbo in the house. What's up, brother? Yeah, and if you look at kinetic and molecular theory, that just debunks all that idea that you might have. So, kind of crazy. Got T Dub in the house.
How's it
What's up,
going,
T
guys?
Dub?
Cheers,
Yeah,
mate. Yeah,
Mr.
I just wanted
Mr. Mr.
to
Melbourne.
specify on a particular difference in the state of matter of liquid and versus gas, right? Because liquid has a freestanding surface and gas doesn't, just fills the volume of the container, right? And in the globe paradigm, there's a surface. It has a freestanding surface, right? It's acting like liquid. Like that's not what gas does at all.
To go so far as to say like Globers have a point with gravity acting on gases. Wow, epic facepalm. Like you're actually siding with the Globers, man. That is insane.
Right, because of the fish tank, you know.
Yeah, he's like, well, we got
SF6.
heavy. He said heavy gases before I removed him as a speaker because he's like he's a flat earther. Dude. Plus he was speculating like twice, talking about electrostatics and all that. All this event. Where's Flatsy at, man? Flatsy would have been all over that. But like all these like speculations and things, it's amazing how people that are speaking for flat Earth have these ideas, bro. There's nothing that can be proven that gas is affected by a pseudo gravitational force. There's no science behind that. Jesus.
Brian has his hand up.
Hey, go ahead, Brian.
Morning, guys. How you doing, man? It sounded like
brother.
that guy was describing relative density and buoyancy displacement.
Side with globe. I think maybe you're hanging around globers too much and thinking that you just want to go back to the globe. Maybe.
I don't
I
know,
mean,
man.
you can do that if you want. You don't have to pretend to be a flat earther and then saying that, just be happy and be a glober. Be ignorant to all the scientific facts. That's fine with me.
But it's crazy, man. The other space you had there, you're giving Globies an opportunity to just
Well, semi decent, and then towards the middle, I think we had the format going good, and then, kind of like nobody was wanting to come up, and we're just like, come on, man, if you guys think the Earth's a globe, we'll still open this up to you so you can talk about your globe Earth. I mean, it's up to you, but
it could
yeah,
not do it. But that one guy that was up here.
Oh, sorry, my bad. That was my bad, Brian. I hate when I do that. They need to fix these buttons, dude.
Right. No, that one guy that was up here. After he said what he said, he left pretty quickly. But he had a point, man. What? We don't have a don't have a plan. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, that would be a cool meme, man. What's your 10-year plan after the Earth is known to be flat and stationary?
Oh man, but yeah, these guys, I tell you, they have no idea. They literally, the guy that said, "I'm just here to debate." Yeah, that's all these guys do. They just want to argue, no matter what. They cannot just say, "Hey, this is why we live on a ball." It is always something, and to no man, you tell us anything. anything, they can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have the opportunity. APOC, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, shout out to the 30 people on YouTube vibing with us, checking it out, and also everybody here. Appreciate it, all 50 of you. I hope that you guys all smash the, the like.
Like to say, go easy on us newbies. Like
yeah, I get it, man.
Yeah, you're just brutal. You're brutal, man.
It's hard because like I like when you're in a cage with these globers and cut you down and embarrass you and drag you through the mud. And
Yeah.
what I'm doing here is like I want to make sure that I want your sword sharpened. Like when you're here, I want you to come back. You know what? I know exactly how we're gonna go at this. You know what I mean? Like it's
and it's probably one of the biggest things because like I think they underestimate how important it is to their lives every day. Like, they control the money and all the truth, so we don't have the exact, we don't have all the resources behind.
But I think Matt, I would say that is a facade. I think that system is designed. It's set up. It's set for people. It's setting people up for failure, right? The system.
If you go, but if you just go, the different things like you go, well, let's look at the stars. Like, how come we are on the opposite side of the sun every 6? So it's just about planning this thing. And it's about bringing people on board. So when people are curious,
there's a good way.
be nice.
I mean, there's a real good way to like if you know some people, you can actually go about it a very non-confrontational way. It's just asking them, well, how do you know the Earth's a globe? If I could just ask you, and just listen to them, just listen to what they say. Usually, most of the times, they're not going to be able to give you a reason why. They'll just be like, well, I don't know, science, or they'll use one word. Articulate their point of how they know the Earth is a geometric shape in any way, because they don't know. They really don't know, and that's the problem.
No. Oh, it's a hell of a world that we've been set up into. People, and even like, I mean, I watched like the McDonald's, like this movie about McDonald's called The Found. Their general day-to-day movements and understanding, they're very resistant, let's say the least. So, but it's changing very quickly too, I have to say.
Yeah, that's good, man. Appreciate you being in the space. Does anybody have their hand up? Because I see hands up, and maybe I'm getting glitched out. I don't know if APOC and AJ can see. Brian, do vaccinated up here, man. We don't. We don't
Yeah,
want
he
that
kept
guy.
requesting. Did he finally leave? He might have finally left. Yeah, he finally left. Yeah. Anybody want to come up? Please join the panel. Raise your hand. We'll bring you up.
Been a pretty interesting show here, man, with this people coming up and such. Yeah, one flat earther claiming that gravity's affecting gases. Wow, dude. I was just astonished by that. He's like, "Oh, I'm flat Earth," but I think they got a good point. No, they don't. What
No,
do you mean? We
no,
should. Hey, go ahead, Brian.
they do not have a point, man, at all. I want to see some of this contained, man. I don't want that gas to dissipate. I want it to be locked in a box where I can pick it up because that gravity had to turn solid because
So, is true or not? They just want to believe. I've
Didn't prove it, but he knew it.
favorite restaurant, of course, and I just approached him, and maybe I like this is how I put it. Maybe I'm a competition, right? And I work at a restaurant near there, and I want to dissuade customers from going to that place. I'll just walk up to them. But the people that I'm telling this lie don't know that. They just believe what I'm saying to them, or maybe perhaps could contemplate if I'm saying the truth or not. Because I just
Okay, but contemplate this. Av is he just doesn't quite understand yet. Like he's just trying to get his mind around it. It's like because we're so indoctrinated into what we're taught to believe, he's just trying to switch his brain on right now. And I know him; he's a friend of mine, and so he's just trying to get the answers.
yeah.
And
So
so
and I guess I was telling the gentleman, right, ISDC, I was saying the analogy of what I use is like it's the same as if like now let me just finish saying it, right? So if I approach somebody and I work for another restaurant, the person who I'm telling that there's rats in their favorite restaurant that's adjacent to where I work, right? I could be telling them this lie because I don't want them to go eat there because I want them to go eat at my restaurant. But they don't know that. All they know is the information I'm telling them. So they have a choice. They got a choice whether they're going to believe what I said, they're going to accept without any evidence that I told them something that's true, or they can challenge what I've told them and said, wait a minute, let me go find out for sure if there's rats at the restaurant. We're going to find out by the health inspector or something. And when they do their due diligence, if they do it, they'll find out that what I said wasn't true. So it's irrelevant of why I told them. They don't have to know why I told them the lie. They just have to know what the lie was about is not true, and they can go eat at the restaurant. Like they don't have to be concerned with, well, why did that gentleman tell me
yeah,
that there's rats at the restaurant? We got to find out the motive. And if he didn't tell me the motive, then I just have to assume that it's correct. It's correct that there's rats at the restaurant, so we can't eat there. So you get it now?
but so yeah, absolutely. Like I understand, but you got to understand. Show them what the clean restaurant looks like. You know what the You know, so and so you got to respond to say, well, gases don't work like that; they work like this. And my understanding is they work under density.
Yeah, but what? Okay, so check this out, man. Gases move omnidirectionally in whatever space they occupy. So there's no downward vector held by a pseudo force in any way. That's not scientifically validated. So saying that there's evidence of that is going against everything in science that we know about our gas
So,
laws.
are you saying that oxygen doesn't sit below
That's not
carbon
what
and
I'm
sit
saying.
above?
What I'm saying is that gases move omnidirectionally wherever they are. So that's the way they operate. So in order for us to understand gas pressure, we need to understand what gases are. So gases have laws that they abide by, as in how pressure is obtained. Now, let's just say, for example, we bite and we take that to be true, Matt. Let's just say gases sink down to the bottom because they're held by gravitational pseudo forces, right? Let's just say for that, for example. Then
Well, let's
let's
say
just
they're held down by
no,
density.
no. They're not held down by anything. They can move around. What happens is um they can stratify, but only to a certain extent. They only do it for a certain moment because certain gases collectively can stratify. So they can get in certain different stages of like where something's heavier and it falls, like CO2 or sulfur hexafluoride and that sort of thing. But even if they do fall, with your idea of density being denser than the medium that they're in, like if that was the case, guess what? Over time, they dissipate and they go every which way. So they continue to move freely in all directions. So they're not impeded by any pseudo gravitational forces. That is untrue.
Okay. Okay, so I was a winemaker, and we needed to separate the oxygen from the wine because that wasn't beneficial. And the way we'd usually go about that is by putting CO2, like a CO2 gas,
Mm-hmm.
carbon dioxide gas, over the top of the tank to prevent the oxygen from contacting the wine.
Yes. What about it?
Yeah.
So, what explanation would you provide that CO2 prevents the oxygen on the top of a tank? Like imagine an open tank, like a water tank, but wine, and
Yeah. So
yeah,
let
like
me
to
just
give
ask
you.
you. Yeah, I was just gonna say that it's being contained, isn't it?
It's been
Yeah.
contained, but if you just left it open to the
It would
elements,
dissipate.
it would be quickly
Yeah, it would
oxidized.
dissipate. It would go and mix out with the rest of the because gas it's pressured. I would imagine that you're talking about something that has pressure, right, Matt?
Sorry, there you are. It's an open tank,
Okay.
so it's like a swimming pool. So it's open, and we'd either put, as I said, oxygen, no, carbon dioxide, little outlets on it, or you'd put like dry ice,
Sure.
like liquefied
Does
carbon
something
dioxide.
need to keep being put into the system? Like there's more carbon dioxide that needs to be put into it as um you put more of this heavier gas on top.
Well, the idea is to prevent the oxygen
Yeah, I
contacting
get it. I
the
get it.
top.
But do you keep having to put in more of that gas on top?
Yeah, it needs. Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on a lot of
Well,
elements. Like
no, no, no.
certainly,
I
if
guess
there's
Matt,
if there's
what I'm asking is it a one and done? Do you just pour some of that CO2 gas and just don't put any more? Or you just leave it alone? That's it?
well, as I said, it
No, I need you
depends
to
on the
answer. Just
environment.
answer what I'm asking. Like, I think that's going to clarify.
I,
Do you just pour
I
a little
am
bit of
answering
gas
it.
on there and that's all you do, or do you have to keep putting gas into it?
You have to keep putting
Ah,
gas into
there's
it
the
for sure.
answer. So
Yeah,
without that, gases move freely in all directions, meaning that it would dissipate over time.
it does
Thank you.
dissipate over time. That's
Thank
true.
you. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, it's like this.
but
Like
So gravity
with
doesn't
the
all
hold
of
it.
that's got
Gravity doesn't hold it down, sir. That's exactly what I've been saying.
no. But it's more to do with the winds and
Yeah, but
stuff,
gravity
like
doesn't do anything to hold it down,
circulation.
sir.
It doesn't. Think about the SF6, right? The SF6 fish tank example, right? Right. You've got a medium of air, right, surrounding it, right? What if there wasn't that there? What would the CF6 do? SF6, sorry. What would your sulfur hexafluoride do? If you expose a fish tank of sulfur hexafluoride to an environment without a surrounding medium, what's it going to do? Is it going to do the same thing as if there was a medium there in the examples we're showing with air surrounding it? Are you going to be able to still float a little tinfoil boat on the top?
I think he gave up. The point,
That's right.
the point, yeah, the point's
it's not
important
going to
that you're
happen, is it?
making. Yeah, it's important, that point that you're making. I hopefully he hears you at one point. I don't know if he's gonna hear you or not, but it's just the case that there's no pseudo gravitational forces acting upon the gas. Because if that were the case, those gases you put onto that tank without putting any more gas would dissipate. That would mean that they go into random directions. They're not held down by pseudo gravitational forces. That's not scientific. And so you're welcome to be a baller and think that, but it's not true. Gases appear, as kinetic molecular theory states, perfect elastic collisions, and they're unimpeded by until they reach the collision with something else, which means another molecule or the walls of their container. Simple.
Yeah, but you have to explain why a rock falls on your foot.
Oh, that's easy, but it has nothing to do with gases. We're talking about rocks and not gas.
No, well, that's a different. Well, I think it comes down to the density.
Yeah, I
argument.
know, but density and gas pressure and how gases operate are we're talking about different things here. So gases are unimpeded according to kinetic molecular theory, and a rock always abides by an object and medium relationship, meaning the medium that it's in, it's going to react to that medium. So if you put it in air, it's going to fall at a specific rate. You change the medium, you change the object and medium relationship. Let's say you put it in water. It will fall at a very different rate underwater because you change the medium. So the dense object will react differently to whatever medium you put it in. So it's an object and medium relationship specific. So you can't just say it's a one and done, because check this out. You can put an egg in fresh water. It'll sink to the bottom of that fresh water. The moment you change the object and medium relationship, like adding some salt to that water, you make the medium more denser than the object, and the egg will rise. It will go opposite of the direction that you thought it would go due to the fact that gravity has an effect on it. So, in fact, gravity does not have an effect on it. It has to do with the relative density of the object and medium relationship connection. So when you change the medium, you change the vector of which the egg would be going. Instead of down, it would rise up to the top, because now the solution of the water and salt mixture becomes more dense than the egg itself, which actually changes the vector of the egg. Instead of going down, it'll float up to the top.
So you're just proving my point.
Well, I'm saying that this is the case. I'm not proving your point. I'm just saying that's true. It's just true. Whether you accept it or not is irrelevant. It's just true.
Density, how the flat Earth works, because also, I mean, pretty much anything, and water's a great example, can be a solid, a liquid, or a gas. You can't argue with that.
Yeah, but we're dealing with object and medium relationships. We're not dealing with pseudo gravitational forces. That's what we're not dealing with. So if you think, like your friend does, like if your friend comes in and he was like, "Well, they have an argument with gases." No, they don't. And so if you try to say that pseudo gravitational forces are invoked in this particular manner when we're talking about object and medium relationship, then I would have to question you on that. Do you think that's the case, sir? Pseudo gravitational forces acting upon things in the physical and natural world.
No, I think it's pure density.
Okay. So if you're saying that things can stratify due to the fact that they might be heavier than the the medium that they're in, so what? So what?
Well, there's obviously other elements in play on this Earth, such as wind.
Yeah, I know,
water.
but you're stating the obvious. I'm asking where's the Where's the disagreement? Where's the, because I disagreed with the gentleman who was in here saying that pseudo gravitational forces are the reason why gases are held down. That's incorrect to like I don't know what degree. That's so wrong. You
I,
can't say that. It's
he's
not proven.
he's coming. He's coming to understand. He's getting there.
Well, I don't know if
Like
he's getting there
yeah. I
because
think
you
he's
can't
wrong.
tell me that I'm wrong and say I got some evidence to disprove you. You need to get out
But
of here with
he's not
that. Like what you're trying to do.
he's not a
Yeah, I
survivor.
don't listen. And
You know,
you and
he's
him
not
being
trying to do
friends in
something.
that's great. But when somebody's wrong, they're wrong in my book. Until they come to their
Yeah,
senses and realize how wrong they are, they're gonna be wrong. I'm not gonna change my mind on that. What it is he's disagreeing
and
with is actual applied science and not with me. So he's got to go do his homework, not me.
that's absolutely fair
Okay.
enough. And I'll probably have a chat to him down the track because we catch up every now and then, and I'll look him around. We'll get there.
That's fine. And like I said,
But
the only thing we talk about here are things that can be verified and tested. We can retest these things, but what is not going to fly is somebody telling me that some idea that these globers have is an actual scientific fact that's just not true. We can't do that. We have to adhere to the principles and the laws of nature so that we can abide by them and then understand the physical and natural world to be scientifically proven and not just some kind of cockamamie idea because you want to make a space mythos, globe Earth ball spinning in the vacuum of space a reality.
Alpha.
in my opinion of that particular conversation, we'll move on right away after this. He was trying to understand. I knew he didn't quite get it, but yeah, obviously you gave him a bit, and yeah, it is what it is. It'll be fine.
That's cool.
Life will go
All right,
on.
IS2C, did you have something, brother?
Yeah, do you know what a Dutch oven is?
Yeah. Why?
Dutch ovens only work on a globe. There's your proof.
Oh yeah, that's a. How about? Can you tell me how doorknobs work on a flat Earth? Like, I mean, we're going over things that should be understood as things that can be researched, and found out to be true. Like, I just it kind of it sucks when somebody says I'm a flat earther. No, but if you were, you wouldn't be saying that pseudo gravitational forces are true. I'm just saying you just don't do that, man. You do your research, figure it out, and you'd be able to come back and formulate a way to describe. It's either that or you have inadequate information. I mean, which is what it sounded like, but that's fine. I mean, that's fine.
And these guys, they all want to live in obscurity. Things that have a lot of wiggle room in there. But the fact of the matter is, there's only two things that really matter: curvature and motion. You can't find any curvature. You can't prove we're moving.
Dude, this guy was so staunch when he was telling me earlier today. He was like, because I told him, don't we see the Earth moving from the sun moving from east to west, and the Earth not moving? And he's like, yeah, we witnessed that. And so I was like, then how are you saying that the Earth is the one moving and the sun's still? He was like, well, that's true. I was like, dude, you just said that the observation is you see the sun moving across the sky. It was
Dude,
weird. Like,
I was pointing that out yesterday. I'm all like, have you ever noticed that when you talk about the sun, moon, and stars, you always refer to them as moving, shooting stars? Look at this comet coming. Oh, we're about to be impacted by an asteroid. Oh, look at this rock going to come over here and hang out and then leave. Everything is describing everything else moving but us. You guys never say, hey, look at us moving around and we're going to slam into that asteroid or something like that. It's always something else moving. I mean, you guys, we cannot say the Earth is moving because it's not.
100%.
Alpha, to your point about the restaurant with the rats and just a big why question, right? Like, why would they lie to us? I always say, just like you were saying about the sun, I always say if you watch the sun go around your head, but I can make you believe that you're spinning around that sun, I could probably make you believe anything because that's not just nonsense. It's the very antithesis of what your senses are telling you.
Exactly. It's called nonsense, actually, because it doesn't make any sense. It's nonsense. Well, I'm happy that there's a lot of people that actually speak truth in here, man. At least that much. We got a good panel of people, and we got the whole 24/7 crew in here. That's awesome, man. Ryan's in here, TM. I appreciate you guys, man. It's like it seems like there's a just like a whole group of people that are against like all everything that we're doing, but to us, we don't care, man. It
I, re-
seems like that's more Globers for us, like to work on.
I remember the first time I actually went into 24/7. Man, I got grilled. Oh yeah, you're a flat earther. Let's check you out, man.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't realize it. It's like, dude, we're a lot harder on flat earthers than we are the Globers. Because the Globers, we know why they're like that. Flat earthers, I mean, we want to, and that's the thing that with that is we want to sharpen their arguments. We want to make sure that they're tip top when they come across these sophists. Because these sophists are they're gonna pull out every trick in the book to make it sound like they reverse the burden of proof onto you. They grill you. They want to make sure that you're answering the questions and they evade your questions. They're doing everything they can to not answer or be held accountable for them answering how they know the Earth's a globe. And that sucks. You're at a disadvantage because they allegedly have all of academia backing them up and so on. But if with your critical thinking mind and your sharpened arguments, you'd be able to like cut them down easy. Like it wouldn't be that big of a task. So you just got to know what arguments to talk about. That's the only thing I would say.
I do recommend that if you haven't been checking out some of these Discord places or just any other arguments, it's good to go in there because all you hear is these arguments all the time. There's other things to talk about as well, different perspectives, everything. So going into these other servers is it's a great thing for everybody. Expand out. Check out 24/7. You should post a link on there so these people can join.
What's up? What's up?
Yeah, that's what's up, dude. That's good to know. I didn't know that. I met you in conspiracy theory spaces, I guess, but I always appreciate your perspective. So it's cool to know you hang with these guys.
We invite anybody who's listening to come up here. What's up, AG? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think holistic honey. Is it? Wants to jump up. Hang on, I'll bring him up.
Yeah, he was up here a while ago. I don't know. He probably. Yeah, go ahead.
He just seems to have his hand up all the time.
Oh, does he? Maybe. Let's see. We can throw him a mic.
Shows he's up here as a speaker.
Or anyone else, if you want to speak, let us know how the earth
Yeah, I
is.
invited him up. I don't know. Maybe it's. Oh, listen. Did you have your hand up, man?
No, I was just listening. He's probably
Oh,
just
my
listening.
bad, dude.
No, it's all right.
All right.
I can I was thinking about something though of this wiggle room aspect. Whereas it's obvious to everybody, you're correct on the whole vacuum narrative. We can observe this. The other side cannot show an experiment. So we have the criteria of experimental observation, but the wiggle room comes from our acceptance of these things we call gas laws, which are not gas laws as most people think. They're idealized gas laws. There are assumptions baked into these quote gas laws that are not always made clear. And I'm sure you know this. I'm not like attempting to educate you or anything, but there are assumptions baked into these that allow them to say something like, "Oh, it's a downward gravitational force," when really it's just the unknowability of complex reality. Like even a puff of smoke, the turbulence, that they would say that is a gas law. We don't know how to predict that. We don't know what turbulence is, or how to predict a future state, which means the quote gas laws are not true in the sense that we use them. They're idealized, assumed statistical gas laws. So I think that's what allows the infinitude of wiggle room to say whatever they want.
Yeah, and like well, with the gas laws though, they have to state, causal, cause and effect relationships. So they have to understand like from a perspective of there being like falling in line with like a theory, like kinetic molecular theory. So if we're talking about behavior of gases, then we're gonna get into like what is able to be demonstrated. So demonstrations precede the information. So it could at least be verified in a way that we can say, okay, we agree that this is what the case is for the gases with this specific law. So if there's something that's different that shows gravitational pseudo forces, then that needs to be shown as some type of demonstration that that's the case. But if that can't be proven, then whatever theory is stating right now that the gas is moving a particular way with the idea, it's kind of like it's a convention, right? These ways that we think about things. So I do agree, but it's like the best explanation to give an idea to for somebody of how to work with these things. So
Exactly. Yeah. We're like
yeah, yeah.
we're
So the
force feed.
conventions.
We're
they're-
sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying. They're conventions, but at the same time, they work well with a demonstration of like a way to for me to tell you how something operates. With the demonstration, I could use a specific theory that would like precede it, like the kinetic molecular theory. I could say, well, gases have the molecules have perfect elastic collisions in such a case that we know that they're unimpeded by any other forces. Like they would continue to move in any direction until they are impeded by a force. So, like striking another molecule or striking against the wall of a container, but we don't actually see BBs hitting a wall. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the part that I know you're talking about. It's like we don't actually see that demonstration of that being the case. But in a convention, we can put it to an idea of a state of mind to convey that information over to somebody else. That's what makes it a viable way to convey this information. So I mean, but I agree with you. It's like you still have these unknowables, right? Like
Yeah.
that can't be predicted.
Yeah, and we're on the same page. And like I said, I wasn't trying to like educate anybody. I know y'all know this, but my larger like meta question is sort of like, given that we know this and that this is we have to accept their criteria in order to like even like insert a thought into their little tiny brains. Like they're if it cannot be mathematized, they're not going to accept it. Like that's simply like you were saying. So do you think like is this our only tactic? Like are we only trying to persuade this one individual? And this is my personal opinion. I found a lot more success in just simply like bullying people when you're trying to like persuade the crowd and the fence sitters. You never persuade the interlocutor. They're never going to try like a P Dubs. Like he's gone with the wind. But if you're going to try to be persuasive and actually get people to your side, the math may be correct. We definitely are correct via experiment, observation, and the math. Even if you think math has that authority. And I'm not saying to bully people. I'm actually just making this up right now. But do you think we might be going about it a wrong way, or do you think this is a bad idea, or what do you think about it?
I honestly the way I approach every conversation is I assess the individual by a few ways that we can get engaged. So our engagement will dictate the outcome of or the procession of the way that we're going to proceed to have our conversation. So I'll match the energy to be either a soft kid's glove or I'm going to be stomping on them the whole way through. Like it's going to depend. So it's never going to be the same. It just depends what energy I'm getting from them. If they want to be, just an obnoxious person, well, guess what? You're going to be met with a force that you can't reckon. Like I know the end of all the arguments that I start, I know the outcome always because I've been doing this for years, bro. So I know that every single individual you deal with will always be approached differently. Like there's some individuals that you can talk to, kind of like if you wanted to talk to a friend like, hey, just I want you to think about this, you could talk to them in that way. And there's others, they'll be like, all right, go ahead and state me how the scientific method. If you think that knowing the earth, like the being the earth is a globe, if it's a science question, I want you to tell me what science is, and I want to know exactly how you're going to provide evidence that gravity is actually occurring as a force. So there's a lot of ways you can go about it, right? But you always have to make sure you know your audience, you know who you're speaking to, you know that you're also talking to a wider audience and that sort of thing. But every individual is different. You have to approach every conversation differently. So that's just my yeah. But there's times that you need to do that. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, I'm just jaded. My friend from talking like my friends are so smart, they're so intelligent, and they know all the equations. But it's like I've A/B tested 100 different ways to present just this one question: is there any criteria for what would falsify your current belief on the distance of the sun? Just that alone, even if it's just Jesus coming down, even if it's Allah Himself coming down, any math equation, any sort of super duper heat vision, Superman, Marvel comics are real.
I got the answer for you if you
Nobody
want to
has ever
ask them.
given me a single criteria after like 200 times. I can't even get that. So it's just
Yeah,
like, okay,
ask
you're
them.
gay. you're a faggot, and then find
Yeah,
another
yeah, but
word
you
for
gotta
swag.
watch out because you can't say that word on here. But
Sorry,
we're
sorry, I
live
take it back.
streaming on YouTube.
I take
So
it back.
check this out, man. If you do have that conversation with them, you got to approach it in a way that they're gonna understand. If you talk about any distance, linear distance to anything that's out in the sky, like things that are far away, like planets or sun or whatever, then ask them what the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder is. What would be the first rung on that? How do they know any distance to anything that's outside of if they think they live on a ball planet? How do they know the distance to the sun, the distance to Jupiter, the distance to anything? What do they need to establish first? The first thing they need to establish. I'm going to tell you so you're not left in suspense. It's the radius of the Earth. They have to know how big this Earth is in order for them to establish how far away something else is. So if they don't establish how big this Earth is, and by the method of how they understand that the Earth is a specific geometric size, then they can't tell you that they know a linear distance to anything that's away from the Earth. They have to establish the size of the Earth in order for them to actually think about any linear distance that to the sun, moon, whatever, any star or planet that they think they want to point to. So if they don't know how big the Earth is or how the method was that they figured out how big the Earth is, then they can't give you the answer to the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder, which is the size of the Earth from the radius value. So that's very important. If you didn't know that, like I'm just giving that to you, kind of a little pro tip. Just
Oh yeah,
remember that always
it
go to the
doesn't work
first
though,
rung.
because they
Ask
got.
them,
Well,
what's the first rung
I've
of the
asked them a
cosmic
hundred
distance
different
ladder?
ways, and you know what they got? They got the trump card. They go, haven't you been to Eratosthenes.com? BTFO, shut up, dumbass.
Oh God.
So I'm
Yeah,
not like having
really.
a pity party or anything. I'm just interested in you guys' thoughts on sort of like a meta like persuasion. I'm interested in persuasion and like actually,
Yeah,
but it
well,
never
and
works.
the tactic that we use, it just depends who you're speaking to, because you're going to ask them for the valid information that's going to support the claim. Now, if they're not able to do it, right? If they're just going to like, nah, you're just dumb. Look at Eratosthenes. You're like, okay, check this out, man, because I'm presenting you a way that you're going to be able to validate that you know any linear distance away from the Earth. Now, you have to establish how big the Earth is. You can look this up because that's how you know how far away something is. You compare the size of Earth to Venus, and you use parallax, and there's other ways that you're starting to focus in on like all of that. But the premise, the foundation, has to start from how big this Earth is. So they have to figure out how that information was got. They have to know how that was like taken. So if they figure that out, like in some way, well, that's Eratosthenes. Okay, then you have to jump into that method. Okay, what did he do? Did he assume that the Earth was in anything before he started, or did he just measure and found out? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just depends how far you're willing to take it. I will peel this layer of onion back all the way to its core. Like, we'll go all the way back to what does gravity mean, or like what is like terms like you have to. I'll go there with him. What's I
Yeah, and
appreciate
you
that,
guys are
Timbo.
uniquely good at that. Like you and
And
Sacred,
what's
when you
funny with
guys
that?
present like the argument, like you just did. Like I've
Yeah.
never really, I don't really host spaces. So, yeah, I do take that. That's a pretty good. You guys are better presenters, and you're much more persuasive in that way. So
And what's funny with that, when they bring up Aristosthenes, most of them can't even pronounce his name.
Yeah,
Erastus.
Erastaninis, or what's his name? This one. Yeah, I have some guy who was saying, well, I think it was some Roman guy like 10,000 years ago. I was like, really? They don't even know any of the facts that support the claim that they think that the Earth is a globe. Dude, is so crazy why they think the Earth is a globe, and it has nothing to do with any information that's been verified. Nothing, zero. I can, bro. I'm telling you, holistic. You can bring anybody into this channel. Like whenever I'm doing a live like this, I ask you, bring an academic in here, bring some PhD, some cosmologist, some astrophysicist. I'm going to demonstrate to everybody in here. He doesn't know what he's talking about if he thinks the Earth's a globe. I will demonstrate that to you live. I've done it many times before. I don't have a problem with it, because what's one thing I know about these guys is they don't have a vested interest in the conversation of flat Earth and globe Earth. They don't care. They don't got a dog in the fight, bro. To them, if the Earth is flat or global, whatever you think, that's fine. They're getting their cheddar cheese. They're getting their payment on. Like, they're getting paid to tell people that the Earth is, in an ever expanding cosmos. So to them, it doesn't really matter. They could say like, yeah, it's just our best guess that this is what the Earth is. It's their best guess. They usually say that, these scientific communicator types. They don't ever
Al,
stand on like, oh, I know the Earth's a globe, like these, globe earthers that come in. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, Alpha, I was just going to say, man, I think it's the first time I've been in your space, man. I like what I'm hearing. But every
Appreciate you, brother.
time, yeah, man, no, every time I hear these clowns speak, it really hurts my soul. It'd be like this. Let me get my boy Brian to help me build a house in here. And what are we going to get? We got to get and determine our foundation. We're going to have a guy come in and look at the ceiling. That's right, guys. We're going to look up at the ceiling and we're going to do shapes and shadows and all this craziness to determine the foundation upon which we stand. It's intellectual dishonest. It's nonsense. And everything that they keep talking about with these distances and how far is the sun away, you keep your focus up on the ceiling. When I hired you to tell me what the shape of the foundation is, I can't get down with the get down here.
And I think this resonates with most logical, like practical people, Brian. That's the reason why when we speak in these like spaces or Discord or whatever, I'm appealing to the people that can actually think critically, that have rational common sense. Bro, I'm speaking to those guys because when something is like obvious, we don't need to make excuses. Like if we say, what does flat mean? Well, that's easy. Something that doesn't have any curve to it, it's flat, it's level, and it makes sense. But to the globe mindset, bro, I mean, they jump through a lot of hoops to tell you that, well, it's like curvature following the liquid parts of the earth. And it's amazing, dude. To me, it's like, bro, you don't realize that you're going against everything that common sense has to say about what people practically know about the earth. Like, bro, there ain't nobody that's going to tell you that the earth is a globe and they could tell you how they know it is. It's always going to be that they believe it is. It's always going to be about belief. So yeah, I appreciate you, man. Like that, we're trying to appeal to people's common sense, bro. But I think sometimes for some people that went out the window long ago, because I mean they believe they're on a water ball spinning in the vacuum of space, brother. Like I mean,
No,
Yeah, I
you're
feel
right.
like the sides have been like completely determined at this point. Like everyone that can be persuaded has been persuaded, and now we're fighting over like the last 0.0002% or just laughing at both of us because it's funny.
You cannot talk logic with people anymore. No matter how logical you are, no matter how much it makes sense, they will revert back to gravity or you don't. It's like, bro, it's logic here, man. You cannot beat logic, and the moment you stop being logical, you start lying to
yeah,
yourself, man. It either
Uh,
is or it isn't.
Now, check this out, guys. Have you all thought about this? Because Brian is the one that really brought this up to me. He said, Here's what they've done to us, guys. Before we could even speak in the crib, they put a mobile above our head and said, This is where we are. This is where we live. And you can't even fight back. You don't even have any defense mechanism. So they're programming us before we can even speak, telling us, Here's where we're at. Now, you tell me that ain't diabolical.
100%, man. So from the cradle to the grave, you're being bombarded. I said this before, Brian. I said we're being bombarded with all this globe nonsense, bro. So, what keeps people not asking the question or in line is that they have to like come out and say that they are challenging the notion that they live on a Earth that's a globe. When they do, everybody comes against it. What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean? We learned that back in school. You sound like one of those like cavemen. What do you think where's the edge at, dude? Are you gonna fall over like the ships in Columbus, like fall over the earth like they thought they did? You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Here's
it's so ingrained in our culture that it's just a foregone conclusion that it's hard to even mention anything about it, like people to think critically. So I mean, it's an uphill battle, man, as far as the way it looks to me.
Well,
But
well
I feel
as
like
children.
we're in
We're
idiocracy a lot of the times. Is that idiocracy,
yep,
that movie? Seems like a documentary.
yeah,
Well,
probably.
like we're as children, we're programmed to ask questions, but we're not really programmed to ask why they're giving us these answers. They just give us an answer, and because I mean, there's sometimes they'll give us an answer as children that we'll be like, what, and then go back and shaking our head about it. But as long as it sounds feasible to us as children, we accept it. It's because we
Yeah.
trust the big giants around us who obviously are older than us, so they must know better. We don't know how to question things. We know how to ask questions, but not
I think the
question
most
things.
beautiful thing, Brian, or both Brians, I would think the most beautiful thing to do with your children is to teach them how to think critically about the world around them. So it doesn't matter where they go, what school they go to, who they talk to, they have a critical thinking mind and they'll be able to discern for themselves as they get older how to know what truth is and what lies are. But if
They don't even critical thinking
Yeah.
is anymore. They think because I memorized this and I can tell you everything I memorized, that's critical thinking. It's like, nah, man, take all that and put it in a box
Yep.
and challenge it. There's your
Yep.
critical thinking. They don't even get that process.
And it's hard.
I
Yeah.
just
Go
like
ahead, guys.
go say if the shape of the globe was the only thing, or the shape of the Earth was the only thing they lied about, I'd be happy with that. But we're in almost like in a war type assault on everything, not just flat Earth, but evolution. You know, fucking
Yeah, I get you, man. It's like this is like
well,
the board that all the chess pieces are on. All the chess pieces that we're on, like
yeah, that's
as
right.
all the different other things that are on, like evolution, limited resources. You know, we talk about like why wars happen, like different things, right? So all those pieces that are on top
Lots
of
of
the board,
the
which is
financial
the Earth you
system.
live on.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely, and where we came from and all this on this critical thinking of teaching of children. I've got a 10-year-old son. He was in class the other day. He's in a Catholic school, and the teacher puts up the monkeys to humans chart, and so he puts up his hand and says, "Miss, aren't we a Catholic school?" And she goes, "Yeah. Why do you ask?" And he goes, "Because we believe that we were created by God." and
wow.
um and she goes, it's complicated, it's
Nah, she didn't want to
complicated.
say that she has to teach that curriculum because otherwise the teachers,
He t-
the school board might be upset that, isn't that crazy?
she wouldn't know, she wouldn't know the difference between religion and evolution. She wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, but it's crazy that
She just
even though
she,
in a school that should be teaching like the religious point of view, they're not doing that. Isn't that
yeah,
crazy?
that's right, it's insane. In on and not just on the that point of view, but every single part of natural law
Well, you know what's even more
and
You know
God's law.
what's Matt? This is even more crazy to me, and this ain't nothing personal. So anybody, if you hear my voice, I'm not mad at you or anything. But if you have your child in compulsory state-run education, meaning if you don't take your child to this school, I'm going to put your ass in jail. If you have your child in there, then don't come back out here 15, 20 years later talking about my child's got purple hair and his tits are cut off. I mean, what's happening right before our very eyes, guys, is that we have a group of people. If you want to classify them as people, my research leads me to believe there's something else, and they're feeding on us spiritually, physically,
Yeah, we can't.
mentally.
Yeah, Brian, we
Yeah,
can't go there, brother, because we have to abide by some of the rules of the platforms that we're on. And I know, yeah, but I would just say this kibosh that kind of argument because then it stirs up a lot of other people. So let's just
no
kind of
worries, no worries.
that's a bit more to chew on than a lot of this people in this forum can actually get into. So
Hey, Alpha. One thing I wanted
man.
to say to the guy earlier, he just kept asserting that the observations match the globe model. The observations match the globe model, as if therefore it must be true.
I just gotta say that this world is a fucking spin out, an
Yeah,
absolute fucking
hold on,
spin
Matt.
out.
Eyes two was talking. Go ahead, Eyes.
My bad, bro.
Oh, sorry, I can't hear more. Drop.
Yeah, so the observations match the model because we built the model off of the observations. They got these people in such a box that they can't see that.
That's the thing, man. I keep telling them, all like, you telling me I can't build you a model and say, hey, get me some math guys in here and make it work? I mean, seriously, it's like that's not even a hard concept, man. Come
Well, why do
on.
you got to give them a model or an answer for everything? Oh, that's right. Back to compulsory state run education. It's got to be spoon fed to you because you can't figure nothing
Yeah.
out on your own.
And it's weird too, because like all the information should be readily available to everybody to understand with common sense what the Earth is. We don't have to assume anything. Like, I mean, the point where people start thinking that they're seeing curvature from an airplane window or curvature when they go to the ocean, like that's insane, man. Like we're dealing with that level of cognitive dissonance. So
And you can't even tell them that, hey, man, science is saying that you can't see the curvature out of the window now. They're changing they're moving the goalposts on that because people are picking up on this stuff, and now you have to be 330,000 feet up to see the curvature, which is basically space. So it's like no curve, no curve, no curve, no curve, space. Boom! It's a ball now. It's like, come on,
yeah.
man. see any of this stuff till you get out to space, shut the front door, man. Come on, give me some measurable curvature, man.
I asked AI, Brian. Sorry, Alpha. I asked AI, Brian, how high do I have to be to see the curve? And I love when I get AI to contradict itself. That's what I feel like I want. But it said you have to be, with the naked eye, 60,000 feet or up to see the curve.
Yeah, they say it says a bunch of dumb things. It also says that you could see ships disappearing from the bottom up on ground level too. So it says you could see it from the ground level. So
And then I point out, hey man, you still get that. You can get that same effect out there in the desert, and they don't think anybody's going over the curve. They call that a mirage.
all right, so we have APOC and AJ. Are you still here with us? All right, maybe they're not, but yeah, I only got a few
I'm
more.
here, man. Sorry, I was just outside having a smoke.
Moments. Yeah, I want to have a few more moments, and I'm gonna go ahead and close the stream down. Yeah, it's been a pretty good one too. We've been on for a while.
Yeah, no problems.
I don't know if you guys want to just say, closing statements before we leave. And
Well, I'd like to say something before you guys do that.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
How are we all? I love the new format, brother.
Pretty nice, huh?
Yeah, it's good, man. I had to duck out for a bit, mate. I had a few important things to do, so had to get rid of Discord so I could concentrate. But I've been listening on YouTube, so I'm not far away. Not far away.
Yeah, it's good that we see you here, man.
One thing that AI said earlier, I was asking for globe proof, and like you said, that's always the first thing is the ship's going over the curve. And that one makes me laugh. But it said the rotation of the planets and how they hit retrograde debunks flat Earth is one of the things that they said. And that's again pointing to that box I was talking about that everybody's in. That things can only work one way. The universe has to be governed by my understanding. And yeah.
Jeez Louise. All right, man. Yeah, since APOC isn't here, we'll just say AJ, if you want to just say closing, and then I was gonna give it to APOC, but I don't think he's here. He probably fell asleep.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks for everyone for joining the space, and please come back and join us again. It'd be great to see you all participate in the discussion. And thanks, Alpha, for hosting. And welcome,
Yeah, no
Jimbo.
problem, man. I appreciate everybody that's came tonight or today, depending where you're at in this earth. And yeah, we're gonna continue to keep doing that good work, man. Talking to these guys, and join me in the next episode too, because we're on episode 10 of the continuing series of 24/7 Flat Earth. We're doing globe storytelling time, so we're probably gonna keep the same format, but allowing these globers to kind of speak their piece. But yeah, join us next time when we do it. We'll see. We're gonna do it tomorrow or the next day. But I want you guys, if you want, go ahead and join in. I'll see if I can schedule a space for an earlier time, then you guys can just jump in and we'll do it up again, man. Anyways, appreciate everybody that came in, and we'll go ahead and sign off.
Oh, real quick,
go
I do want to say thanks for holding the space, man. Guys, go check out 24/7. Today is Friday. It's Flat Earth Friday. We're going to be doing a pregame here in a few hours or so, and then we also have Sacred and Proud doing Flat Earth Fridays about 8 Eastern. So come on in. It's some great conversations, and just remember, man, we ain't spinning, we ain't orbiting, we ain't hurling through space, man. It's flat and stationary, non-rotating, and it's topographical.
All right, Brian, appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Also, we'll check you guys later, man.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.